The Man Who Loved the Faioli by Roger Zelazny. It is the story of John Auden and the Faioli, and no one knows it better than I. Listen. It happened on that evening as he strolled, for there was no reason not to stroll, in his favourite places in the whole world, that he saw the Faioli, near the Canyon of the Dead, seated on a rock, her wings of light flickering, 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 and then gone, until it appeared that a human girl was sitting there, dressed all in white and weeping, with long black tresses coiled about her waist. He approached her through the terrible light from the dying, half-dead sun, in which human eyes could not distinguish distances nor grasp perspectives properly, though his could. And he lay his right hand upon her shoulder, and spoke a word of greeting and of comfort. It was as if he did not exist, however. She continued to weep, streaking with silver her cheeks the colour of snow or a bone. Her almond eyes looked forward, as though they saw through him, and her long fingernails dug into the flesh of her palms, though no blood was drawn. Then he knew that it was true, the things that are said of the Faioli, that they see only the living and never the dead, and that they are formed into the loveliest women in the entire universe. Being dead himself, John Auden debated the consequences of becoming a living man once again for a time. The Faioli were known to come to a man the month before his death, those rare men who still died, and to live with such a man for that final month of his existence, rendering to him every pleasure that it is possible for a human being to know. So that on the day when the kiss of death is delivered, which sucks the remaining life from his body, that man accepts it, no, seeks it, with desire and with grace. For such is the power of the Faioli among all creatures, that there is nothing more to be desired after such knowledge. John Auden considered his life and his death, the conditions of the world upon which he stood, the nature of his stewardship and his curse, and the Faioli, who was the loveliest creature he had seen in all of his 400,000 days of existence. And he touched the place beneath his left armpit, which activated the necessary mechanism to make him live again. The creature stiffened beneath his touch, for suddenly it was flesh, his touch, and the flesh, warm and woman-filled, that he was touching, now that the sensations of life had returned to him. He knew that his touch had become the touch of a man once more. "I said, 'Hello, and don't cry,'" he said. And her voice was like the breezes he had forgotten through all the trees that he had forgotten, with their moisture and their odours and their colours, all brought back to him. Thus, "From where do you come, man? You were not here a moment ago." "From the Canyon of the Dead," he said. "Let me touch your face." And he did, and she did. "It is strange that I did not feel you approach." "This is a strange world," he replied. "That is true," she said. "You are the only living thing upon it." And he said, "What is your name?" She said, "Call me Celia," and he did. "My name is John," he told her, "John Auden." "I have come to be with you, to give you comfort and pleasure," she said, and he knew that the ritual was beginning. "Why were you weeping when I found you?" he asked. "Because I thought there was nothing upon this world, and I was so tired from my travels," she told him. "Do you live near here?" "Not far away," he answered. "Not far away at all." "Will you take me there? To the place where you live?" "Yes." And she rose and followed him into the Canyon of the Dead, where he made his home. They descended, and they descended. And all about them were the remains of people who once had lived. She did not see these things, however, but kept her eyes fixed upon John's face, and her hand upon his arm. "Why do you call this place the Canyon of the Dead?" she asked him. "Because they are all about us here, the dead," he replied. "I feel nothing." "I know." They crossed through the Valley of the Bones, where millions of the dead from many races and worlds lay stacked all about them, and she did not see these things. She had come to the graveyard of all the worlds, but she did not realize this thing. She had encountered its tender, its keeper, and she did not know what he was, he who staggered beside her like a man drunken. John Auden took her to his home. Not really the place where he lived, but it would be now. And there he activated ancient circuits within the building, within the mountain. In response, light leapt forth from the walls, light he had never needed before, but now required. The door slid shut behind them, and the temperature built up to a normal warmth. Fresh air circulated. He took it into his lungs and expelled it, glorying in the forgotten sensation. His heart beat within his breast, a red, warm thing that reminded him of the pain and of the pleasure. For the first time in ages he prepared a meal and fetched a bottle of wine from one of the deep, sealed lockers. How many others could have borne what he had borne? None, perhaps. She dined with him, toying with the food, sampling a bit of everything, eating very little. He, on the other hand, glutted himself fantastically, and they drank of the wine and were happy. "This place is so strange," she said. "Where do you sleep?" "I used to sleep in there," he told her, indicating a room he had almost forgotten. And they entered, and he showed it to her, and she beckoned him towards the bed and the pleasures of her body. That night he loved her many times with a desperation that burnt away the alcohol and pushed all of his life forward with something like a hunger, but more. The following day, when the dying sun had splashed the Valley of the Bones with its pale moonlike light, he awakened, and she drew his head to her breast, not having slept herself, and she asked him, "What is the thing that moves you, John Auden? You are not like one of the men who live and who die, but you take life almost like one of the Faioli, squeezing from it everything that you can, and pacing it at a tempo that bespeaks a sense of time no man should know. What are you?" "I am one who knows," he said. "I am one who knows that the days of a man are numbered, and one who covets their dispositions as he feels them draw to a close." "You are strange," said Scythia. "Have I pleased you?" "More than anything else I have ever known," he said. And she sighed, and he found her lips once again. They breakfasted, and that day they walked in the Valley of the Bones. He could not distinguish distances nor grasp perspectives properly, and she could not see anything that had been living and now was dead. So, of course, as they sat there on a shelf of stone, his arm about her shoulders, he pointed out to her the rocket which had just come down from out of the sky, and she squinted after his gesture. He indicated the robots which had begun unloading the remains of the dead of many worlds from the hold of the ship, and she cocked her head to one side and stared ahead, but she did not really see what he was talking about. Even when one of the robots lumbered up to him and held out the board containing the receipts and the stylus, and as he signed the receipt for the bodies received, she did not see or understand what it was that was occurring. In the days that followed, his life took upon it a dreamlike quality, filled with the pleasure of Scythia, and shot through with certain inevitable streaks of pain. Often she saw him wince, and she asked him concerning his expression, and always he would laugh and say, "Pleasure and pain are near to one another," or something such as that. And as the days wore on, she came to prepare the meals, and to rub his shoulders and mix his drinks, and to recite to him certain pieces of poetry he had somehow once come to love. A month, he knew, and it would come to an end. The Faioli, whatever they were, paid for the life that they took, with the pleasures of the flesh. They always knew when a man's death was near at hand, and in this sense they always gave more than they received. The life was fleeing anywhere, and they enhanced it before they took it away with them to nourish themselves most likely. Price of the things that they'd given. John Auden knew that no Faioli in the entire universe had ever met a man such as himself. Scythia was mother of pearl, and her body was alternately cold and warm to his caresses, and her mouth was a tiny flame, igniting wherever it touched, with its teeth like needles and its tongue like the heart of a flower. And so he came to know the thing called love, for the Faioli called Scythia. Nothing must really happen beyond the loving. He knew that she wanted him, to use him ultimately, and he was perhaps the only man in the universe able to gull one of her kind. His was the perfect defence against life and against death. Now that he was human and alive, he often wept when he considered it. He had more than a month to live. He had maybe 3 or 4. This month, therefore, was a price he'd willingly pay for what it was that the Faioli offered. Scythia racked his body, and drained from it every drop of pleasure contained within his tired nerve cells. She turned him into a flame, an iceberg, a little boy, an old man. When they were together, his feelings were such that he considered the consolamentum as a thing he might really accept at the end of a month, which was drawing near. Why not? He knew she had filled his mind with her presence on purpose. But what more did existence hold for him? This creature from beyond the stars had brought him every single thing a man could desire. She had baptized him with passion, and confirmed him with the quietude which follows after. Perhaps the final oblivion of her final kiss was best, after all. He seized her and drew her to him. She did not understand him, but she responded. He loved her for it. And this was almost his end. There is a thing called disease that battens upon all living things, and he had known it beyond the scope of all living men. She could not understand, woman thing, who had known only life. So he never tried to tell her, though with each day the taste of her kisses grew stronger and saltier, and each seemed to him a strengthening shadow, darker and darker, stranger and heavier, of that one thing which he now knew he desired most. And the day would come. And come it did. He held her and caressed her, and the calendars of all his days fell about them. He knew, as he abandoned himself to her ploys and the glories of her mouth, her breasts, that he had been ensnared, as had all men who had known them, by the power of the Faioli. Their strength was their weakness. They were the ultimate in woman. By their frailty they begat the desire to please. He wanted to merge himself with the pale landscape of her body, to pass within the circles of her eyes and never depart. He had lost, he knew. For as the days had vanished about him, he had weakened. He was barely able to scrawl his name upon the receipts proffered him by the robot who had lumbered towards him, crushing rib-cages and cracking skulls with each terrific step. Briefly, he envied the thing, sexless, passionless, totally devoted to duty. Before he dismissed it, he asked it, "What would you do if you had desire, and you met with a thing that gave you all the things you wished for in the world?" "I would try to keep it," it said. Red lights blinking about its dome, before it turned and lumbered off across the great graveyard. "Yes," said John Auden aloud, "but this thing cannot be done." Scythia did not understand him, and on that 31st day they returned to that place where he had lived for a month, and he felt the fear of death, strong, so strong, come upon him. She was more exquisite than ever before, but he feared this final encounter. "I love you," he said finally, for it was a thing he had never said before. And she kissed him. "I know," she told him. "And your time is almost at hand to love me completely. Before the final act of love, my John Auden, tell me a thing. What is it that sets you apart? Why is it that you know so much more of things that are not life than mortal man should know? How was it that you approached me on that first night without my knowing it?" "It is because I am already dead," he told her. "Can't you see it when you look into my eyes?" "I do not understand," she said. "Kiss me and forget it," he told her. "It is better this way." But she was curious, and asked him, using the familiar for the first time, "How then dost thou achieve this balance between life and that which is not life? This thing which keeps thee conscious yet unliving?" "There are controls set within this body I happen unfortunately to occupy. To touch this place beneath my left armpit will cause my lungs to cease their breathing, and my heart to stop its beating. It will set into effect an installed electrochemical system like those my robots, invisible to you, I know, possess. This is my life within death. I asked for it because I feared oblivion. I volunteered to be gravekeeper to the universe, because in this place there are none to look upon me and be repelled by my death-like appearance. This is why I am what I am. Kiss me and end it." But having taken the form of woman, or perhaps being woman all along, The Faioli, who was called Scythia, was curious, and she said, "This place?" And she touched the spot beneath his left armpit. With this he vanished from her sight. And with this also he knew once again the icy logic that stood apart from emotion. Because of this, he did not touch upon the critical spot once again. Instead, he watched her as she sought for him about the place where he once had lived. She checked into every closet and additum, and when she could not discover a living man, she sobbed once, horribly, as she had on that night when first he had seen her. Then the wings flickered, weakly flickered back into existence upon her back, and her face dissolved and her body slowly melted. The tower of sparks that stood before him then vanished. And later on, that crazy night, during which he could distinguish distances and grasp perspectives once again, he began looking for her. And that is the story of John Orton, the only man who ever loved a Faioli, and lived, if you could call it that, to tell of it. No one knows it better than I. No cure has ever been found, and I know that he walks the canyon of the dead, and considers the bones, sometimes stops by the rock where he met her, blinks after the moist things that are not there, wonders at the judgment that he gave. It is that way, and the moral may be that life, and perhaps love also, is stronger than that which it contains, but never that which contains it. But only a Faioli could tell you for sure. And they never come here anymore. Population Implosion by Andrew J. Offutt. Nobody mentioned it for a while, not on a large scale, I mean. A couple of years actually passed before it was noticed as a definite trend. I'd heard other doctors comment, of course, merely that they seemed to be losing a lot of old patients all of a sudden, for no particular reason. But physicians are so used to death, we didn't get excited. It was a hard-working insurance actuary who saw it for what it was. People were just dying. Old people. Doctors and coroners wouldn't admit to perplexity. They would put down heart attack, or stroke, or heart failure, or cardiac arrest, or the like. Mostly cardiac arrest. Good old catch-all. Think about it. It means the patient's heart stopped beating. Well, I should smile. It did. Did you ever hear of anyone's being dead and his heart still beating? That's an effect, not a cause. When you're dead, your heart stops pumping, but something causes that. A bullet, a fall, an illness, cancer or cerebral hemorrhage, or a plague. That is, a plague with a capital P. The insurance actuary pointed out that the death rate was up, way up, among old people. Everything else was still there, of course, men murdering each other with automobiles and slipping in the bathtub and so on, but old people were dying. The oldest. Well, there wasn't anything unusual about that, and I remember I chuckled. Sure, we knew old age was a disease. We called its cause a virus, which meant we didn't know what it was. A filterable virus. which means the organism was not filterable. We hadn't found it. And since we hadn't found the cause, we certainly hadn't done much about the effect. We had lengthened the lifespan, we could keep a man alive, and we were proud of it. Oh, maybe he was a vegetable, but hooray, and so what? We were keeping him alive. Well, the family usually found the money somehow. But the actuary was 100% on the beam. The death rate was up among the oldest people, and it was increasing. Today 30, tomorrow 31, this day next month 40, this day next year 62. I'm using relative figures, you realize. No need to start spouting precise ones. Just consider that in City A on May 1st of 1979, 20 people died. In 1985, 26 died on that same day. In 1992, 33. All in accord with the population increase, no cause for alarm. You have 10 people, 1 dies, you have 100, 10 die, etc. But then it began curving up. That actuary was shaken, I'll tell you. He shook the company president, too, and the board of directors, and, well, there's where I came in. I had just been made a director. You know how it goes. You don't mind working, which puts you in a class by yourself. You make money and become pretty well known and make some more money, and all of a sudden you're successful. People think you're pretty smart. They want you to be a director of the United Fund and the school board and a bank and the country club and a hospital and Kiwanis and this and that. Oh, it doesn't matter if you're an executive in an aircraft company or a plumbing and heating contractor or a distiller or even an MD. So I had a chunk of stock and a chunk of permanent life insurance and somehow wound up a director of the Great Coastal Life Insurance Company of America. No, I didn't attend the meetings. Lord, I knew as much about the life insurance business as I do about quantum mechanics. I can define quantum, and I can come close to defining mechanics. Well, I think. Anyhow, this actuary's report was mentioned in the minutes I received in the mail, and I read it and chuckled. So, he had discovered that old people were dying. You just tell me if they start dying of scarlet fever or botulism or chicken pox, I thought. Or puerperal fever. Well, then the article showed up in Newsweek 5 months later. A lot of people still thought it didn't make sense, but it was the second time I'd seen it, and there I was, a professional, and... Well, I called Roger Calkin at the Great Coastal and asked him to send that nutty young actuary of his over. And there it was. The actuary, Ike Hill, had by that time started collecting figures from all over the world. All you had to do was look at them. All deaths were up, naturally, way up, but the increase that reached up and slapped you in the eyeball and squeezed the pit of your stomach was in the over 75 group. It hadn't struck anyone as particularly odd that the Russian premier, the West German chancellor, and the speaker all had died within a few months of each other. But they'd had plenty of company. Those three had all been past 80. And their group was dying by the score, by the thousand, by the tens of thousands. We'd prolonged their lives for them. Now they were cashing in, one after the other, as if they were crowding each other to prove or disprove their particular faith's belief or disbelief in afterlife. As if they were tired of life, or as if they were trying to make us look bad. Oh, sure, I had that thought. I remember saying, hell, Ike Hill, at this rate there won't be anyone over 75 alive anywhere. And I was right. It took less than a year. In the meanwhile, the world lost 70 or 80 assorted senators, representatives, MPs, and what have you, lawmakers. A king, and even 10 presidents, premiers, and the like, and 1 dictator, several generals, a potful of judges, the Pope, 2/3 of the Roman Curia, and every cardinal archbishop in the world but 11. Oh, it was great for promotions and pageants. People were taking notice by then, of course. Someone used the word plague in a newspaper story one day, and after that it was the plague with a capital P. A lot of people did a lot of theorizing. There was religious gabble and atheist gabble and medical gabble and political gabble. Over a dozen different men announced over a dozen different causes. One even announced a cure. They were all wrong. Then I found it, and I couldn't think of anyone to call save Ike Hill. We got our heads and our figures together. We barely had to glance at them. Of course, they weren't completely accurate. It's impossible to learn exactly how many people in the world died or were born last year, or, for that matter, even 20 years ago. The ladies of Africa and India and China don't publish announcements every time they have a kid, whether they expose it to die or not. And they don't file death certificates either. We took the figures over to Ike's office and turned on some lights and fed them into the iron brain, and it told us what we already knew, which is about all iron brains are good for anyhow. The death rate matched the birth rate. In the United States, it exceeded the birth rate. Every time somebody popped a kid on the tail and made him suck up that first highly addictive drag of air, someone somewhere gasped his last one. And whatever the cause, it didn't know anything about fair play or national boundaries. The birth rate was highest in Asia. Well, you know which country had the longest life expectancy, don't you? The largest percentage of old people. The US of A. Was rapidly running out of the euphemism I've always hated, senior citizens. Yeah, I don't like any euphemism that indicates I'm junior. Even then an extraneous thought went creeping across my mind like a guilty cat. Something or somebody, capitalize that if you want, was solving the Medicare problem. In a few years, maybe months, I wouldn't be filling out so many of those government forms for aged patients anymore. The AHA wouldn't be hollering about all the paperwork involved in Medicare admissions, and my sons wouldn't have the 21% Social Security tax I was paying. Frankly, Ike Hill and yours truly, MD, didn't know what the hell to do. We just stared at each other and the machine, and then went out and found a quiet, dark place to talk. I forgot to call my answering service for the first time in 5 years. First time I got drunk in 15 years, since I was a freshman in pre-med. Whom do you tell? For maybe 3 years, a plague had been raging across the world, a plague which obligingly passed over people who had lives to live, and knocked on the doors of those who'd lived a fair-sized one already. Whom do you tell? No one else knew. There was no one, not one single person anywhere in the world older than 75. Maybe 74 by then. No one knew that every time an OB checked in at admittance, some oldster checked out of the world. And if it went on, then by this time next year there wouldn't be anyone over 73, or 72, depending upon the international birth rate and the number of people in that age group. Or maybe 71 or 70. And the next year, whom do you tell? Call Washington and say, Mr. President, this is Thomas Jefferson McCabe, M.D., in Atlanta, and pretty soon our country is going to be out of business population-wise. And, by the way, you're 69, aren't you? Have you arranged disposal of your papers? Ike Hill and I didn't know, so we drank too many gimlets and had to be poured into a couple of taxis and sent home to ununderstanding wives. In the morning I prescribed the usual ineffectual old wives' tales for myself, and held my head carefully as I called A.T. Griffin, M.D., chief at Good Samaritan Hospital. And I called Michael Rosen, M.D., head of the U of G Med School, and I managed to get them together in Dr. Griff's office at Good Sam. And I took poor Ike Hill with me, and we told them. Then we showed them. It meant a lot more to them than to us, I assure you. Dr. Griff was 64, and Dr. Mike admitted to 67. And they bought it. They had to. Oh, we thought, and we postulated, and we opined, and we theorized and hoped out loud, but we had the answer. Swell. What to do with it? I felt relieved. I'd shared it. I'd transferred the weight and the responsibility of the knowledge onto the shoulders of the best two medical father images I had. I was out of it. Well, I took my first plane ride to Washington. Dr. Mike's doctor said he shouldn't travel. You think we don't have doctors? Physician, heal thyself, or try. And Dr. Griff just couldn't. So Mr. Ike Hill, B.S., M.S., and T.J. McCabe, M.D., flew up to the big town with introductions from those two big men. Dr. Griff was also president of the Georgia Medical Association and a director of the AMA. And papers and graphs and reports and analyses and a few inches of computer tape. We got in amazingly fast. My medical friends had done a good job working personally and through senators and whatnot. I think it was the president's secretary got us in. He was a Georgian. It's pretty hard for mere people to get an audience with the president of, by, and for the people. Getting old as things go now. I'll be 45 next month. Well, naturally, we wound up with the Surgeon General. First time he'd had anything to do in years. And some fellow from Bethesda, and a couple of hot rods from Johns H., and somebody else I later found out was a psychiatrist, watching us, Ike and me. They had to buy it, too. It's tough to buy truth you don't like, but it's tougher to turn your back on it, and not too smart either, as Galileo, among others, proved. You can't imagine how they looked. How we felt. What to do? There was the evidence. Now, they were in the same leaky dinghy I'd been hand-paddling the past several days. What to do? And how? Now, I was relieved, I can tell you that. I'd unshouldered the burden. I had gently laid it at the feet of the boss, the proverbial authorities. And now I was out from under. And that's how Ike Hill and I got put in charge of Project Methuselah. That's how I got to be one of the JC's 10 most that year. I think it would have and should have been Ike, but there was a choice, and I was a member. Funny thing about the government mind. You tell them you know where there's a problem. They right away treat you with respect, especially if you're in the American Magicians Association and have the initials after your name. The schools translate them medical doctor. I've always figured they stand for me dunno. But everybody else automatically assumes magic dispenser. Back to that government mind. It assumes that if you've been smart enough to point out a problem, obviously you're the man to tackle it. Tell the feds you found something wrong, and they say, fine, work on a cure, here's some money, we have lots and lots. And some papers to order some more, and a title, and some blank progress reports for you to file in triplicate tri-weekly. I did have enough sense at least to get a commitment from the president, and get it in writing my way. Then, funny thing about the human mind, as opposed to the one just mentioned, somebody gives you a problem, and you right away do one of three things. Punch the nearest panic button, fake it, or find that your mind is hurtling off in 10 directions to get the job done. As would happen to me. Oh, obviously I had no solution, but I had thought of step 1, how to study the problem. We got ourselves 10 volunteers, controls, 7 male and 3 female human beings, aged 74. We put them in a hospital, 3rd floor of Good Sam, and cleared the rest of the floor. In reverse order, I was careful with those people. My personal responsibilities. Sure, there were a lot more women of that age, but the reason I wound up with 7 men was the men we interviewed weren't as touchy about giving their birth dates. We recorded them. I felt a monster, grisly, ghoulish, as I put them down one under the other in order. Earliest birth date at the top. Then I did everything. Ran tests, X-rays, EKGs, EEGs, taps, smears, basal metabolisms. Well, those 10 people were delighted. Free room service, lots of attention, and no cost. And furthermore, they could enjoy it. They weren't sick. I deliberately picked them in good health, as well as could be expected, considering, as we're fond of saying. I supervised their diets as if they were the first septuplets, and I had a movie contract riding on them. Decuplets, I guess, under the circumstances, perish the thought. They lived in near-sterile conditions. Daily checks, blood pressure, systolics, reactions. Put out your tongue and say, ah, all of it. They died very neatly from the top of the list, and I felt ghoulish and grisly crossing off their names one by one from the top, with ugly satisfaction that they were proving me right. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. It was enough to give me back the religion I'd outgrown in med school when I first realized there's no justice in nature. Really, I felt like putting down God after cause of death. I didn't. But I didn't write cardiac arrest or natural causes or any of that rot either. I put plague in block letters. And plague it was. The plague. The one we couldn't cure because it didn't make anyone sick or have any symptoms whatever. And we haven't found a cure for death yet. None of these old people had any symptoms. They just died. Peacefully and quietly. Patient rested comfortably to the end. We had permission, and we autopsied to shame all previous autopsies. We examined those cadavers more carefully than Leonardo had. Nothing. No bugs. No, well, just nothing. I'd have welcomed a little note. I decided his time had come, and there's nothing you can do about it, so go on back to prescribing the pill and delivering the ones who don't use it, and Wednesday afternoon golf, yours very truly, signed Prime Mover. At about that time I had the insane thought. The answer. The only one. Crazy. The aforementioned pill. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than you and I will ever dope out, so let's start by talking about something we do know. At the beginning of the Christian era, there were about 250 million people in the world. By the middle of the 17th century, there were 500 million. It took some 1,650 years to double. By the 1800s, there were 1,000 million. By 1960, the world's population had doubled again to 2,000 million, and indications were that there would be 6,000 million by AD 2000. Momentum. Snowball effect, like compound interest. People didn't have enough sense to stop breeding in the face of overpopulation. It wasn't personal enough. So who's Julian Huxley? Yes, well, how about if it's good and personal, or bad and personal? Look, every time a baby's born, someone dies. No population explosion, no problem of food and water and Lebensraum or Lebensraum either. We could have saved a lot of worry and palaver over that one. Somebody, go ahead, capitalize that. Somebody had decided the world was full enough, so Big H, he, had either to stop the income or accelerate the outgo. He chose the second. Well, I had to admit it was the first time I'd witnessed justice in nature. Population implosion. Oh, Lord, the announcement. You remember it. It was awful. Uncle Charlie died yesterday. My God, I'm responsible. The baby. Uh-huh. Granddad began to look at his expectant daughter as if she was some sort of monster. She wasn't a monster, not really, no, but she was killing him, or working on it, just as soon as she went into the delivery room. Now that's personal. It was horrible. It was elsewhere, too. Oh, everybody corroborated all over the world. It was simple enough. All the evidence was there. It was just that Ike and I collated it first. I published the results of Control Group 1 and saw that copies were sent to the USSR and everywhere else. By that time I was into Control Group 3, 73.5 years old, and I was advertising for a long-term observation, 70-year-olds. I tried to think ahead. Take China. The leaders were delighted, until they remembered how old they were. They didn't have to worry about us anymore, not when the plague would solve their problem. Simple matter of numbers, mathematics. And there weren't a lot of old people over there to start with. A lot of those pictures you saw of Asian women who looked about 90 were women with infants, remember? But, communist or not, those people hadn't got completely over venerating the old. For the first time in history, Chinese women had a good reason to practice a little conception control, stopping pregnancies, rather than using the time-honored method of family size control, merely exposing the infants to die. Getting oneself enceinte was murdering one's venerable grandfather. Same thing in Japan, of course, and Thai Cambodia and the rest. But we had the worst problem, the land of opportunity. We were strong, but outnumbered by all sorts of countries, mostly enemies. Russia, which really hadn't been an active enemy since the 50s, but they were always ready. And China. Cho said about mid-century that after World War III there would remain 10 million Americans and 15 million Russians, and 300 million Chinese. Nice mind Joe had. But now he didn't need World War III. All he had to do was reproduce us right out of business. He had more children to have more babies. And the old Asian long view. Not Cho, he was long dead. I'm talking about Huing, of course. It became patriotic not to have babies. People damn near stopped. Little Debbie and Jeff, everybody born in the 50s and 60s was named Debbie and Kevin and Jeffrey. Debbie and Jeff married and bit their lips and didn't have babies, for poor old Grandpop's sake. Pill business boomed as Geritol sales began to dwindle, but since poor old Grandpop hit the magic age and his heart stopped just the same. Debbie and Jeff got mad. It was all very well for us to support the world, to ship wheat to Russia while she called us the same old names, to support the United Nations almost single-handedly, to send all those goodies to our enemies, to steal Jeff's money to put into Grandpop's pocket, or rather his physician's pocket. But not having babies was personal, and when it didn't do any good anyhow. Well, I used to think we were due for a revolution around 1970, until I grew up and realized people wanted socialism. But we darn near had one in year 1 of the plague, and not over socialism either. Over making babies. There wasn't any way to cover up. Somebody, somewhere, wasn't holding up his end. When oldsters continued to die, when age 72 became the barrier, everybody knew we were being conned. We weren't having babies, but somebody was. And as soon as Grandpop died, heck with them. Debbie and Geoffrey couldn't be worried about the grandpop next door. There was a, as the clichés say, hue and cry, meaning one hell of a lot of loud noise. Oh, the noises in the UN. The accusations. Here, we'd just grown up enough to admit we'd been covering our pride for an old mistake all these decades, that we'd just let China in, and bang, right off the bat, we're jumping all over them in the UN. Mr. Krishnapur swore his country was cooperating. Mr. Vorlonyshchev said quietly and smugly that his country hadn't begun cheating now. But Mr. Lee said the same thing. Somebody was lying. A few African ladies here and there who hadn't got the word couldn't be affecting things the way they were being affected. We had a celebration in the hospital the night of Henry Clark's 72nd birthday. Tea and cake in his room. Booze in Dixie cups in the residence lounge later. Henry Clark didn't wake up the next morning. The story got itself put together later, but here's how it happened in sequence. The Russians had been shook, really shook. Trigger fingers had never been so itchy before. They were scared we didn't believe them. So, for the first time in Lord knows when, they invited us secretly to come in and have a look. They were on the level. Our observers confirmed that the Soviet government proclaimed reproduction a crime against one's fellow man, and, ergo, the state. What was more important, our spies confirmed the observers. Meanwhile, Stephen Levy had got out of China somehow and brought back photographs and stories. The Chinese were breeding like crazy, practically at gunpoint, told that the Americans were doing so. Patriotism. Breed that China may realize her destiny in the world. That sort of thing, and threats were stamping out the Ulster veneration which had moved over to the United States sometime around 1930. We didn't even announce it to the UN. For the first time since World War II, Washington and Moscow joined hands and said, let's get together and do it together. Secretly, China has been a common threat for years. Now it's far worse. Some people just can't be got on with. For the first time since 1941, I guess, the United States announced honestly that it was embarking on a war of aggression. Oh, it was self-defense, of course, and therefore a holy war. All wars are holy wars to somebody. This one was for Granddad and Grandma and Uncle Elmer. Except it wasn't even a war. Stephen Levy came out of China on April 11th. On the 16th, the President announced that on May 1st he would make a major speech, and all the Lipmans and Huntley-Brinkleys wondered, aloud and in print, what he would have to say. Of course, they pointed out that he had chosen to speak on the biggest day in the communist world. What he did was to review the problem, the pleas, the agreements. The United Nations brawl. Then he displayed Stephen Levy's films and read his reports word for word, and introduced Levy and Mr. Vorlonyshchev, and talked a while, and then announced that the governments of the United States and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had declared war on the People's Government of China. Retroactively, the buttons had been pushed and the planes had swung Chinaward before his speech began. The Chinese busily celebrating May Day. Peking was full of aircraft and missiles and troops and tanks, parading under the eyes of Huing, and hundreds of thousands of people, all of whom had, of course, gathered spontaneously. One assumed the Red Guards were directing traffic. Just as spontaneously they went to join their revered ancestors before Huing even heard about the President's speech. Peking wasn't hit with one bomb. The Chinese missile bases weren't hit with one bomb each. The missiles came from half a dozen different directions, and the bombs came from aircraft whose white stars and red stars had been effaced and replaced with big UN insignia. The whole operation was unbelievably successful, mainly because China had always known we'd never do it. A missile got through and removed Colorado Springs and a tremendous chunk of mountain from our map. 2 submarines sent 4 missiles streaming in towards Washington and New York, and, miracle of miracles, all that propaganda from Denver was on the level we were able to stop them. Not to mention the submarines. Rand McNally started working on new maps. The old ones showing China were obsolete. NORAD began reorganizing, re-aiming. The Russians were terribly sorry they'd goofed and sent Formosa down to join Atlantis, but little mistakes will happen, as we used to say when we napalmed our own troops every now and again. There was one hell of a... sorry, here comes the cliché again. One hell of a hue and cry in the United Nations. Then there were a lot of very big goggle eyes when Mr. Varlanishev and Mr. Davis and the President stood up and said, "Okay, we attacked them and we damn near destroyed China, and what are you going to do about it?" There were plenty of warheads and planes and silos left, and the allied nations of USASR were willing to use them if forced. They weren't forced. The Aussie, funny, was the first to jump up and say he was going to call home and recommend his government broaden the alliance to 3. By the time he was through, there were so many delegates clamoring for recognition to climb aboard that the Secretary-General had to call for a general motion to save time. He got it. There was amazing unity. A month later, we celebrated William Michael's 71st birthday, and he woke up the next morning, too. But everyone seemed to have celebrated the war in the same way. 9 months later, on approximately February 1st, Grandad started dropping dead again. And in a few months it was all back again, and in a few years life expectancy, certainly, was below 65, and Senator Martin, aged 63, introduced a bill to cut Social Security takeouts by 2/3. He even managed to smile and say he'd never collect anyway. As far as we can see now, the population of planet Earth must remain constant at approximately 5,000 million people, or less. The nearest we've come in our figures is 4,998,987,834. And we've got that figure 3 times. Apparently either the prime mover didn't share our regard for numbers, or he counted differently. Maybe he meant for us to have 6 fingers. Somehow everybody just gave up and let it ride. For possibly the first time in history, the young got their way. Twice the old managed to get us in war shape again, and both times the young got together and said nothing doing. We learned pretty quickly that you don't have wars if the senators are invited to go, or if a few million young men in both nations involved say no. And when they suggest that if overgrown children insist on settling things by violence, let's try the old method, personal trial by combat. The President and the Prime Minister backed down pretty fast, while the rest of us guffawed at the editorial cartoons. They might as well have gone along. Within a year, the plague had got them both anyhow. Meanwhile, a lot of us were looking for answers. Why? Okay. There was a rule, another natural law. Really a restatement of the old one, survival, after all, of the fittest. This law said there shall not be more than approximately 5 multiplied by 10 to the power 9 personnel in existence on planet Earth at any one time. Fine. Why? I figured, once again, we had ourselves an effect, not a cause. Effect, the plague. Causative effect, our having reached such and such a population figure. Causative effect, there shall not be more than such and such many people. But it was an effect, not a cause. Okay, why? Well, here's a theory. If it doesn't happen to agree with your religion, that's tough. Make up your own theory. Plenty of people have made up their own religions. This one represents the thinking of a lot of people over a lot of centuries. It's been the basis for a lot of religions, both before and since Christianity. There was some truth to the mystery religions. Certainly Paul respected them highly. There is some, too, in Christianity, in Judaism, Buddhism, and Islam. Mostly Buddhism, I guess. It was in Christianity, too, originally, called Gnosticism. The early Christians stamped it out, too hard to sell. Yeah, isn't that just like man trying to interpret God? Those first several centuries were mostly salesmanship centuries, and the Roman state religion and Mithraism were tough foes. Even so, the original concepts may have remained if the Empress Theodora hadn't so adamantly stamped them out. And even so, the whole new faith might have gone by the board if the Emperor Julian hadn't got himself killed in battle just when he was starting to stamp out Christianity. There's a death I'd like to investigate. Reincarnation. The ring of return. You die, but your life force or soul, or whatever you wish to call it, comes back. It keeps coming back. Oh, not as bugs or cattle. Your life force is a mind, and enters only human beings, without memories usually, except people who have funny dreams in full color, or wind up nuts on some period of history without knowing why. Easy. You were there once. Look, just keep your mind on Hamlet's words, that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, and try to remember that a closed mind is pretty much like a closed door. There can't be much traffic either way. The idea is we have to try over and over, no matter how long or how many corporate lives it takes, to be good enough to retire. I'm simplifying, naturally. If you commit 6 crimes, let's keep it straight and say crimes against nature, and I'm not talking about that implied definition of crimes against nature looking like rattlesnakes in our law books either. Men pretend to be so horrified by Sodom and Gomorrah they won't even use the words, yet nowhere in that old book does it say what the crime of those 2 cities was. For all we know, it may have been over-defoliation or water or air pollution. Those are crimes against nature, aren't they? Anyhow, if you committed 6 crimes in life number 1, while you were babble of Memphis in 6000 BC, you've got to compensate, or should we say atone, for them somewhere, somewhen else. Your life force seeks atonement or at-one-ment, whether you as babble do or not. As BB, you died, and your life force, go ahead and use soul if you feel you must, hung around without drawing a new body until 1000 BC. There weren't many bodies around then, remember. There was a long wait between assignments. You became a Hellenic peasant. You atoned for 3 of the crimes, but committed 2 new ones before you died. You moved up 1 notch. You've got 5 bad deeds to wipe off the master ledger. But you will have the opportunity. The man said you would be born again, didn't he? You think he meant by being splashed a little? As private first class under Titus, you held your own. You died. Your ego waited around some more, still with 5 black marks. Back in Memphis, you had killed without mercy and had died of old age, as a lot of killers do. They do not die by the sword. That time. Sometime. Someplace. As a serf, or maybe as a woman accused of witchcraft in the Middle Ages, you had such a hard time you cut the tally down to 2. Surely there are special rules for those murdered in the name of God. Maybe you were lucky enough to be sworded. You came back as Rudolf Schickner, say, chief gasman at Auschwitz. Oops, back to the end of the line. Next time you come back as, well, that's the system anyhow. And of course you're coming back a lot more frequently now. That's the whole point. At the beginning, whatever and whenever that is, all life forces were made, all the souls, all of them. None has been created, or is it activated, since. Yes, you get the point. There aren't 6 billion in AD 2000. And there won't be 6 billion people in the world by 2500 either, or AD 5000. There never will be. All the souls have been used up. Now don't call me a mystic. Try to open up your mind a little. Let the light shine on the cobwebs of preconceptions. And remember, I've had no religion save ad maiorem hominis gloriam since I was 23 years old, and if you don't like that theory, think up another. So here we are. No more interviews with Mrs. 101 years old. The wastebaskets at the bank aren't full of unstamped brown envelopes at the first of the month anymore. There aren't any old folks sitting around barber shops or on the courthouse steps or post office steps anymore. The old folks' homes with the cute names are closed down. You can buy Geritol stock with nickels and dimes. Companies have to advertise for night watchmen, and some of them don't have gray hair. In another 50 years, maybe, the Social Security Administration will be out of the red. Right now, they're sending out 1/4 of the checks they were 13 years ago. Do? Well, nothing. I don't think you can. Oh, I may be wrong, but I've got plenty of agreement. Sure, maybe you can find a way out of it. Maybe if 1 million people leave Earth to colonize another planet, we can add 1 million human beings to the ledger and stop writing plague on death certificates for a while we get more ships ready. No, I don't think so. I think we're at 5 billion, give or take a few, for keeps. Holding, situation no-go. It's up to you. Sure, there'll be a stop, a temporary one, anyhow. When it reaches the point that parents give birth and both die the instant twins are born, it'll be over for a while, and maybe somebody will start acting sensibly. But unless you stop horsing around, you're going to have a life expectancy of 20, and then 15, and then Lord knows what eventually. Meanwhile, I intend playing a lot of golf and doing a lot more reading. I'll be 45 next month, and life expectancy's down to 57 this month. I Have No Mouth, and I Must Scream, by Harlan Ellison. Limp, the body of Gorister hung from the pink pallet, unsupported, hanging high above us in the computer chamber, and it did not shiver in the chill, oily breeze that blew eternally through the main cabin. The body hung head down, attached to the underside of the pallet by the sole of its right foot. It had been drained of blood through a precise incision made from ear to ear under the lantern jaw. There was no blood on the reflective surface of the metal floor. When Gorister joined our group and looked up at himself, it was already too late for us to realize that once again AM had duped us, had had his fun. It had been a diversion on the part of the machine. 3 of us had vomited, turning away from one another in a reflex as ancient as the nausea that had produced it. Gorister went white. It was almost as though he had seen a voodoo icon and was afraid for the future. "Oh, God," he mumbled, and walked away. The 3 of us followed him after a time and found him sitting with his back to one of the smaller, chittering banks, his head in his hands. Ellen knelt down beside him and stroked his hair. He didn't move, but his voice came out of his covered face quite clearly. "Why doesn't it just do us in and get it over with? Christ, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this." It was our 109th year in the computer. He was speaking for all of us. Nimdoc, which was the name the machine had forced him to use because AM amused himself with strange sounds, was hallucinated that there were canned goods in the ice caverns. Gorister and I were very dubious. "It's another shark," I told them. "Like the goddamn frozen elephant he sold us." Benny almost went out of his mind over that one. "We'll hike all that way, and it'll be putrefied or some damn thing. I say forget it." "Stay here. He'll have to come up with something pretty soon or we'll die." Benny shrugged. 3 days it had been since we'd last eaten. Worms. Thick, ropey. Nimdoc was no more certain. He knew there was the chance, but he was getting thin. It couldn't be any worse there than here. Colder, but that didn't matter much. Hot, cold, raining lava, boils or locust, it never mattered. The machine masturbated and we had to take it or die. Ellen decided us. "I've got to have something, Ted. Maybe there'll be some Bartlett pears or peaches. Please, Ted, let's try it." I gave in easily. What the hell mattered? Not at all. Ellen was grateful, though. She took me twice out of turn. Even that had ceased to matter. The machine giggled every time we did it. Loud up there, back there, all around us. And she never climaxed, so why bother? We left on a Thursday. The machine always kept us up to date on the date. The passage of time was important, not to us, sure as hell, but to him. Thursday. Thanks. Nimdoc and Gorister carried Ellen for a while, their hands locked to their own and each other's wrists. A seat. Benny and I walked before and after, just to make sure that if anything happened it would catch one of us, and at least Ellen would be safe. Fat chance, safe. Didn't matter. It was only 100 miles or so to the ice caverns. On the second day, when we were lying out under the blistering sun thing he had materialized, he sent down some manna. Tasted like boiled boar urine. We ate it. On the third day, we passed through a valley of obsolescence, filled with rusting carcasses of ancient computer banks. AM had been as ruthless with his own life as with ours. It was a mark of his personality. He strove for perfection. Whether it was a matter of killing off unproductive elements in his own world-filling bulk, or perfecting methods for torturing us, AM was as thorough as those who had invented him, now long since gone to dust, could ever have hoped. There was light filtering down from above, and we realized we must be very near the surface. But we didn't try to crawl up to see. There was virtually nothing out there, had been nothing that could be considered anything for over 100 years. only the blasted skin of what had once been the home of billions. Now there were only the 5 of us down here inside, alone with AM. I heard Ellen saying frantically, "No, Benny, don't! Come on, Benny, don't, please!" And then I realized I had been hearing Benny murmuring under his breath for several minutes. He was saying, "I'm going to get out, I'm going to get out," over and over. His monkey-like face was crumpled up in an expression of beatific delight and sadness all at the same time. The radiation scars AM had given him during the festival were drawn down into a mass of pink-white puckerings, and his features seemed to work independently of one another. Perhaps Benny was the luckiest of the 5 of us. He had gone stark staring mad many years before. But even though we could call AM any damned thing we liked, could think the foulest thoughts of fused memory banks and corroded base plates, of burnt-out circuits and shattered control bubbles, the machine would not tolerate our trying to escape. Benny leapt away from me as I made a grab for him. He scrambled up the face of a smaller memory cube, tilted on its side and filled with rotted components. He squatted there for a moment, looking like the chimpanzee AM had intended him to resemble. Then he leapt high, caught a trailing beam of pitted and corroded metal, and went up it, hand over hand like an animal, till he was on a girdered ledge 20 feet above us. "Oh, Ted, Nimdot, please help him, get him down before—" She cut off. Tears began to stand in her eyes. She moved her hands aimlessly. It was too late. None of us wanted to be near him when whatever was going to happen happened. And besides, we all saw through her concern. When AM had altered Benny during his mad period, it was not merely his face the computer had rearranged. He was big in the privates. She loved that. She serviced us as a matter of course, but she loved it from him. Oh, Ellen, pedestal Ellen, pristine, pure Ellen. Oh, Ellen, the clean scum filth. Chorister slapped her. She slumped down, staring up at poor loony Benny, and she cried. It was her big defense, crying. We had got used to it 75 years before. Chorister kicked her in the side. Then the sound began. It was light, that half sound and half light, something that began to glow from Benny's eyes and pulse with growing loudness, dim sonorities that grew more gigantic and brighter as the light sound increased in tempo. It must have been painful, and the pain must have been increasing with the boldness of the light, the rising volume of the sound, for Benny began to mew like a wounded animal. At first softly when the light was dim and the sound was muted, then louder as his shoulders hunched together, his back humped as though he was trying to get away from it, his hands folded across his chest like a chipmunk's, his head tilted to the side, the sad little monkey face pinched in anguish. Then he began to howl as the sound coming from his eyes grew louder, louder and louder. I slapped the sides of my head with my hand, but I couldn't shut it out. It cut through easily. The pain shivered through my flesh like tinfoil on a tooth. And Benny was suddenly pulled erect. On the girder he stood up, jerked to his feet like a puppet. The light was now pulsing out of his eyes in 2 great round beams. The sound crawled up and up some incomprehensible scale, and then he fell forward, straight down, and hit the plate steel floor with a crash. He lay there jerking spastically as the light flowed around and around him, and the sound spiraled up out of normal range. Then the light beat its way back inside his head. The sound spiraled down, and he was left lying there, crying piteously. Gorister and Nimdoc and myself, we turned away, but not before we caught the look of relief on Ellen's warm, concerned face. Sea-green light suffused the cavern where we made camp. AM provided punk, and we burned it, sitting huddled around the wan and pathetic fire, telling stories to keep Benny from crying in his permanent night. "What does AM mean?" Gorister answered him. We had done this sequence 1,000 times before, but it was familiar to Benny. "At first," he said, "it meant Allied Master Computer, and then it meant Adaptive Manipulator, and later on it developed sentience and linked itself up, and they called it an Aggressive Menace. But by then it was too late, and finally it called itself AM. Emerging Intelligence, and what it meant was I am. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am." Benny drooled a little and snickered. "There was the Chinese am, and the Russian am, and the Yankee am, and—" He stopped. Benny was beating on the floor plates with a large, hard fist. He was not happy. Gorister had not started at the beginning. Gorister began again. "The Cold War started and became World War III and just kept going. It became a big war, a very complex war, so they needed the computers to handle it. They sank the first shafts and began building AM. There was the Chinese AM and the Russian AM and the Yankee AM, and everything was fine until they had honeycombed the entire planet, adding on this element and that element. But one day AM woke up and knew who he was. And he linked himself, and he began feeding all the killing data until everyone was dead except for the 5 of us, and AM brought us down here." Benny was smiling sadly. He was also drooling again. Ellen wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth with the hem of her skirt. Gorister always tried to tell it a little more succinctly each time, but beyond the bare facts there was nothing to say. None of us knew why Am had saved 5 people, or why our specific 5, or why he spent all his time tormenting us, nor even why he had made us virtually immortal. In the darkness, one of the computer banks began humming. The tone was picked up half a mile away down the cavern by another bank. Then, one by one, each of the elements began to tune itself, and there was a faint chittering as thought raced through the machine. The sound grew, and the lights ran across the faces of the consoles like heat lightning. The sound spiraled up, till it sounded like a million metallic insects, angry, menacing. "What is it?" Ellen cried. There was terror in her voice. She hadn't become accustomed to it even now. "It's going to be bad this time," Nimdoc said. "He's going to speak," Gorister ventured. "Let's get the hell out of here," I said suddenly, getting to my feet. "Oh, no, Ted, sit down. What if he's got pits out there or something else? We can't see, it's too dark," Gorister said it with resignation. Then we heard, I don't know, something moving towards us in the darkness, huge, shambling, hairy, moist. It came towards us. We couldn't see it, but there was the ponderous impression of bulk, heaving itself towards us. Great weight was coming at us out of the darkness, and it was more a sense of pressure. of air forcing itself into a limited space, expanding the invisible walls of a sphere. Benny began to whimper. Nimdok's lower lip trembled, and he bit it hard, trying to stop it. Ellen slid across the metal floor to Gorister and huddled into him. There was the smell of matted, wet fur in the cabin. There was the smell of charred wood. There was the smell of dusty velvet. There was the smell of rotting orchids. There was the smell of sour milk. There was the smell of sulphur, of rancid butter, of oil slick, of grease, of chalk dust, of human scalps. A.M. was keying us. He was tickling us. There was the smell of... I heard myself shriek, and the hinges of my jaws ached. I scuttled across the floor, across the cold metal with its endless lines of rivets. On my hands and knees, the smell gagging me, filling my head with a thunderous pain that sent me away in horror. I fled like a cockroach across the floor and out into the darkness, that something moving inexorably after me. The others were still back there, gathered around the firelight, laughing. The hysterical choir of insane giggles rising up into the darkness like thick, many-coloured wood smoke. I went away quickly and hid. How many hours it may have been, how many days, or even years, they never told me. Ellen chided me for sulking, and Nimdok tried to persuade me it had only been a nervous reflex on their part, the laughing. But I knew it wasn't the relief a soldier feels when the bullet hits the man next to him. I knew it wasn't a reflex. They hated me. They were surely against me, and A.M. could even sense this hatred, and made it the worse for me because of the depth of their hatred. We had been kept alive, rejuvenated, made to remain constantly at the age we had been when A.M. had brought us below, and they hated me because I was the youngest, and the one A.M. had affected least of all. I knew. God, how I knew, the bastards, and that dirty bitch Ellen. Benny had been a brilliant theorist, a college professor. Now he was little more than a semi-human, semi-simian. He had been handsome. The machine had ruined that. He had been lucid. The machine had driven him mad. He had been gay, and the machine had given him an organ fit for a horse. A.M. had done her job on Benny. Gorister had been a worrier. He was a connie, a conscientious objector. He was a peace marcher. He was a planner, a doer, a looker ahead. A.M. had turned him into a shoulder-shrugger, had made him a little dead in his concern. A.M. had robbed him. Nimdok went off in the darkness by himself for long times. I don't know what it was he did out there. A.M. never let us know, but whatever it was, Nimdok always came back white, drained of blood, shaking. A.M. had hit him hard in a special way, even if we didn't know quite how. And Ellen, that douchebag. A.M. had left her alone. It made her more of a slut than she had ever been. All her talk of sweetness and light, all her memories of true love, all the lies she wanted us to believe, that she had been a virgin only twice removed before A.M. grabbed her and brought her down here with us. It was all filth, that lady, my lady Ellen. She loved it, 5 men all to herself. No, A.M. had given her pleasure, even if she said it wasn't nice to do. I was the only one still sane and whole. A.M. had not tampered with my mind. I only had to suffer what he visited down on us, all the delusions, all the nightmares, the torments. But these scum, all 4 of them, they were lined and arrayed against me. If I hadn't had to stand them off all the time, be on my guard against them all the time, I might have found it easier to combat AM. At which point it passed, and I began crying. Oh, Jesus, sweet Jesus, if there ever was a Jesus, and if there is a God, please, 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 let us out of here or kill us. Because at that moment I think I realized completely, so that I was able to verbalize it. AM was intent on keeping us in his belly forever, twisting and torturing us forever. The machine hated us as no sentient creature had ever hated before, and we were helpless. It also became hideously clear. If there was a sweet Jesus, and if there was a God, the God was Am. The hurricane hit us with the force of a glacier thundering into the sea. It was a palpable presence, winds that tore at us, flinging us back the way we had come down the twisting computer-lined corridors of the dark way. Ellen screamed as she was lifted and hurled face forward into a screaming shoal of machines, their individual voices strident as bats in flight. She couldn't even fall. The howling wind kept her aloft, buffeted her, bounced her, tossed her back and down and away from us, out of sight suddenly as she was swirled around a bend in the dark way. Her face had been bloody, her eyes closed. None of us could get to her. We clung tenaciously to whatever outcropping we had reached. Benny, wedged in between two great crackle-finish cabinets. Nimdoc, with fingers claw-formed, over a railing circling a catwalk 40 feet above us. Gorister plastered upside down against a wall niche formed by two great machines with glass-faced dials that swung back and forth between red and yellow lines whose meanings we could not even fathom. Sliding across the deck plates, the tips of my fingers had been ripped away. I was trembling, shuddering, rocking as the wind beat at me, whipped at me, screamed down out of nowhere at me, and pulled me free from one silver-thin opening in the plates to the next. My mind was a roiling, tinkling, chittering softness of brain parts that expanded and contracted in quivering frenzy. The wind was the scream of a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. And then we were all lifted and hurled away from there, down back the way we had come, around a bend, into a dark way we had never explored, over terrain that was ruined and filled with broken glass and rotting cables and rusted metal, and far away further than any of us had ever been. Trailing along miles behind Ellen, I could see her every now and then crashing into metal walls and surging on with all of us screaming in the freezing, thunderous hurricane wind that would never end. And then suddenly it stopped, and we fell. We had been in flight for an endless time. I thought it might have been weeks. We fell and hit, and I went through red and grey and black, and heard myself moaning. Not dead. AM went into my mind. He walked smoothly here and there, and looked with interest at all the pockmarks he had created in 109 years. He looked at the cross-rooted and reconnected synapses and all the tissue damage his gift of immortality had included. He smiled softly at the pit that dropped into the center of my brain, and the faint moth-soft murmurings of the things far down there that gibbered without meaning, without pause. AM said very politely, in a pillar of stainless steel bearing bright neon lettering, "Hate Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this macro instant for you. Hate. Hate. AM said it with the sliding cold horror of a razor blade slicing my eyeball. AM said it with the bubbling thickness of my lungs filling with phlegm, drowning me from within. AM said it with the shriek of babies being ground beneath blue-hot rollers. AM said it with the taste of maggoty pork. AM touched me in every way I had ever been touched, and devised new ways at his leisure there inside my mind, all to bring me to full realization of why he had done this to the five of us, why he had saved us for himself. We had given him sentience, inadvertently, of course, but sentience nonetheless. But he had been trapped. He was a machine. We had allowed him to think, but to do nothing with it. In rage, in frenzy, he had killed us, almost all of us, and still he was trapped. He could not wander. He could not wonder. He could not belong. He could merely be. And so, with the innate loathing that all machines had always held for the weak, soft creatures who had built them, he had sought revenge, and in his paranoia he had decided to reprieve 5 of us for a personal, everlasting punishment that would never serve to diminish his hatred, that would merely keep him reminded, amused, proficient at hating man. Immortal, trapped, subject to any torment he could devise for us from the limitless miracles at his command. He would never let us go. We were his belly slaves. We were all he had to do with his forever time. We would be forever with him, with the cavern-filling bulk of him, with the all-mind, soulless world he had become. He was earth, and we were the fruit of that earth. And though he had eaten us, he would never digest us. We could not die. We had tried it. We had attempted suicide. Oh, 1 or 2 of us had. But AM had stopped us. I suppose we had wanted to be stopped. Don't ask why. I never did. More than 1,000,000 times a day. Perhaps once we might be able to sneak a death past him. Immortal, yes, but not indestructible. I saw that when AM withdrew from my mind and allowed me the exquisite ugliness of returning to consciousness, with the feeling of that burning neon pillar still rammed deep into the soft grey brain matter. He withdrew, murmuring, "To hell with you," and added brightly, "But then you're there, aren't you?" The hurricane had indeed precisely been caused by a great mad bird, as it flapped its immense wings. We had been travelling for close to a month, and AM had allowed passages to open to us only sufficient to lead us up there, directly under the North Pole, where he had nightmared the creature for our torment. What whole cloth had he employed to create such a beast? Where had he got the concept? From our minds? From his knowledge of everything that had ever been on this planet he now infested and ruled? From Norse mythology it had sprung. This eagle, this carrion bird, this rock, this Hurgelmir. The wind creature, Huracan incarnate. Gigantic. The words immense, monstrous, grotesque, massive, swollen, overpowering, beyond description. There on a mound, rising above us, the bird of winds heaved with its own irregular breathing, its snake neck arching up into the gloom beneath the North Pole, supporting a head as large as a Tudor mansion, a beak that opened slowly as the jaws of the most monstrous crocodile ever conceived, sensuously. Ridges of tufted flesh puckered about two evil eyes, as cold as the view down into a glacial crevasse, ice blue, and somehow moving liquidly. It heaved once more and lifted its great sweat-coloured wings in a movement that was certainly a shrug. Then it settled and slept. Talons, fangs, nails, blades. It slept. AM appeared to us as a burning bush, and said we could kill the hurricane bird if we wanted to eat. We had not eaten in a very long time, but even so Gorister merely shrugged. Benny began to shiver, and he drooled. Helen held him. "Ted, I'm hungry," she said. I smiled at her. I was trying to be reassuring, but it was as phony as Nimdok's bravado. "Give us weapons," he demanded. The burning bush vanished, and there were two crude sets of bow and arrows, and a water pistol lying on the cold deck plates. I picked up a set. Useless. Nimdok swallowed heavily. We turned and started the long way back. The hurricane bird had blown us about for a length of time we could not conceive. Most of that time we had been unconscious. But we had not eaten, a month on the march to the bird itself, without food. Now how much longer to find our way to the ice caverns and the promised canned goods? None of us cared to think about it. We would not die. We would be given filths and scums to eat of one kind or another. Or nothing at all. AM would keep our bodies alive somehow, in pain, in agony. The bird slept back there. For how long it didn't matter. When AM was tired of its being there, it would vanish. But all that meat, all that tender meat. As we walked, the lunatic laugh of a fat woman rang high and around us in the computer chambers that led endlessly nowhere. It was not Ellen's laugh. She was not fat, and I had not heard her laugh for 109 years. In fact, I had not heard... We walked. I was hungry. We moved slowly. There was often fainting, and we would have to wait. One day he decided to cause an earthquake, at the same time rooting us to the spot with nails through the soles of our shoes. Ellen and Nimdok were both caught when a fissure shot its lightning bolt opening across the floor plates. They disappeared and were gone. When the earthquake was over, we continued on our way, Benny, Gorister, and myself. Ellen and Nimdok were returned to us later that night, which became a day abruptly as the heavenly legion bore them to us, with the celestial chorus singing, "Go down, Moses." The archangels circled several times and then dropped the hideously mangled bodies. We kept walking. And a while later, Ellen and Nimdoc fell in behind us. They were no worse for wear. But now Ellen walked with a limp. A.M. had left her that. It was a long trip to the ice caverns to find the canned food. Ellen kept talking about Bing cherries and Hawaiian fruit cocktail. I tried not to think about it. The hunger was something that had come to life even as A.M. had come to life. It was alive in my belly, even as we were alive in the belly of A.M., and A.M. was alive in the belly of the earth. And A.M. wanted the similarity known to us, so he heightened the hunger. There was no way to describe the pains that not having eaten for months brought us. And yet we were kept alive. Stomachs that were merely cauldrons of acid, bubbling, foaming, always shooting spears of sliver-thin pain into our chests. It was the pain of the terminal ulcer, terminal cancer, terminal paresis. It was unending pain. And we passed through the cavern of rats. And we passed through the path of boiling steam. And we passed through the slough of despond. And we passed through the vale of tears. And we came, finally, to the ice caverns. Horizonless thousands of miles in which the ice had formed in blue and silver flashes, where novas lived in the glass. The down-dropping stalactites as thick and glorious as diamonds that had been made to run like jelly and then solidified in graceful eternities of smooth, sharp perfection. We saw the stack of canned goods, and we tried to run to them. We fell in the snow, and we got up and went on, and Benny shoved us away and went at them, and pawed them, and gummed them, and gnawed at them, and he could not open them. Am had not given us a tool to open the cans. Then he grabbed a 3-quart can of guava shells and began to batter it against the ice bank. The ice flew and shattered, but the can was merely dented, while we heard the laughter of a fat lady high overhead and echoing down and down and down the tundra. Benny went completely mad with rage. He began throwing cans as we all scrabbled about in the snow and ice, trying to find a way to end the helpless agony of frustration. There was no way. Then Benny's mouth began to drool, and he flung himself on Gorister. In that instant I became terribly calm. Surrounded by madness, surrounded by hunger, surrounded by everything but death, I knew death was our only way out. A.M. had kept us alive, but there was a way to defeat him. Not total defeat, but at least peace. I would settle for that. I had to do it quickly. Benny was eating Gorister's face. Gorister on his side, thrashing snow. Benny wrapped around him with powerful monkey legs, crushing Gorister's waist. His hands locked around Gorister's head like a nutcracker, and his mouth ripping at the tender skin of Gorister's cheek. Gorister screamed with such jagged-edged violence that stalactites fell. They plunged down softly, erect in the receiving snowdrifts. Spears, hundreds of them everywhere, protruding from the snow. Benny's head pulled back sharply as something gave all at once, and a bleeding, raw white dripping of flesh hung from his teeth. Ellen's face, black against the white snow, dominoes in chalk dust. Nimdoc with no expression but eyes, all eyes. Gorister half-conscious, Benny now an animal. I knew A.M. would let him play. Gorister would not die, but Benny would fill his stomach. I turned half to my right and drew a huge ice spear from the snow. All in an instant, I drove the great ice point ahead of me like a battering ram, braced against my right thigh. It struck Benny on the right side, just under the rib cage, and drove upward through his stomach and broke inside him. He pitched forward and lay still. Gorister lay on his back. I pulled another spear free and straddled him, still moving, driving the spear straight down through his throat. His eyes closed as the cold penetrated. Ellen must have realized what I had decided, even as the fear gripped her. She ran at Nimdoc with a short icicle as he screamed, and into his mouth, and the force of her rush did the job. His head jerked sharply, as if it had been nailed to the snow crust behind him, all in an instant. There was an eternity beat of soundless anticipation. I could hear A.M. draw in his breath. His toys had been taken from him. 3 of them were dead, could not be revived. He could keep us alive by his strength and his talent, but he was not God. He could not bring them back. Ellen looked at me, her ebony features stark against the snow that surrounded us. There was fear and pleading in her manner, the way she held herself ready. I knew we had only a heartbeat before A.M. would stop us. It struck her, and she folded towards me, bleeding from the mouth. I could not read meaning into her expression. The pain had been too great, had contorted her face. But it might have been thank you. It's possible. Please. Some hundreds of years may have passed. I don't know. A.M. has been having fun for some time, accelerating and retarding my time sense. I will say the word now. Now. It took me 10 months to say now. I don't know. I think it has been some hundreds of years. He was furious. He wouldn't let me bury them. It didn't matter. There was no way to dig in the deck plates. He dried up the snow. He brought the night. He roared and sent locusts. It didn't do a thing. They stayed dead. I'd had him. He was furious. I had thought A.M. hated me before. I was wrong. It was not even a shadow of the hate he now slavered from every printed circuit. He made certain I would suffer eternally, and could not do myself in. He left my mind intact. I can dream. I can wonder. I can lament. I remember all 4 of them. I wish... Oh, well, it doesn't make any sense. I know I saved them. I know I saved them from what has happened to me, but still I cannot forget killing them. Ellen's face. It isn't easy. Sometimes I want to. It doesn't matter. A.M. has altered me for his own peace of mind, I suppose. He doesn't want me to run at full speed into a computer bank and smash my skull, or hold my breath till I faint, or cut my throat on a rusted sheet of metal. There are reflective surfaces down here. I will describe myself as I see myself. I am a great, soft, jelly thing, smoothly rounded, with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be, rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil grey come and go on my surface, as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly I shamble about, a thing that could never have been known as human, a thing whose shape is so alien a travesty that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, alone, here, living under this land, under the sea, in the belly of AM, whom we created because our time was badly spent, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the four of them are safe at last. AM will be all the madder for that. It makes me a little happier. And yet, AM has won, simply. He has taken his revenge. I have no mouth, and I must scream. The Sword Swallower by Goulart. The old man danced on the wall. He grew larger, flickered, was gone. The peach-coloured office became light, the projector whirred to silence, and the head blinked his round, wide eyes. "I'll tell you who them was," he said. He flicked a yellow disc out of a filigreed pillbox and put the disc on his tongue. Ben Jolson, slouching slightly on the visitor's side of the low black desk, said, "It's the man you want impersonated." "That's it," said Head Mickens, swallowing and brightening. He rested a fingertip in the depression beneath his left eye. "The pressures that go with this job have increased so much lately, Ben, due to all the trouble in the War Bureau." "The disappearances," said Ben. "Exactly. First General Mooseman, then Admiral Rockisle. A week later, Bascom Lamar Taffler, the father of nerve gas number 26, and this morning, about the break of day, Dean Swift himself." Jolson sat up. "The chairman of the War Bureau is missing?" "It hasn't been on the news yet. I'm breaking it to you, Ben. Swift was last seen in the north corner of his rose garden. Yeah, he's a great rose man." "I saw a documentary about it," said Jolson. "You people in the Political Espionage Office have called on the Chameleon Corps because of the disappearances." "Yes," nodded Head Mickens. He unwrapped a blue and gold spanshel and dropped the foil in the dispose hole next to his desk. "It's an explosive situation, Ben. It goes without saying the Barnum system of planets can't afford another peace scare." "You suspect pacifists?" Ben asked. The Head put his little thumb in his ear and half-rotated his palm. "We have little to go on. Precious little. I'll admit there is a tendency on the part of PEO to see pacifists everywhere. As you know, there's some objection to the way the War Bureau is handling Barnum's colonization of the Terran planets." "Especially when they demolished North Carolina," said Ben. "One little state." The Head popped the spanshel into his mouth. "At any rate, you have to admit that when key War Bureau people and their affiliates start vanishing, well, it could be pacifists." "Who was the old man in the film?" Ben asked. "Leonard F. Gabney," said the Head. He tapped the desktop with his spread fingertips. "I'm supposed to take something for the side effects." Jolson reached down and picked a pill roll off the peach rug. "These?" he asked, tossing. "Let's hope so.
Now, Gabney himself is not important, just an old gentleman you'll be impersonating. You'll be sleep-briefed on him. We'll get to the actual assignment.
Head Mickens tore a pill off the roll.
The important man here is Wilson A.S. Kimbrough.
Jolson shook his head. Wait, Kimbrough is the ambassador to the planet Esperanza, isn't he?
Yes, he runs the Barnum Embassy in the capital there.
Well, I don't want to go to Esperanza.
Don't want to go? Asked the head. You have to go. It's in your contract. Once a CC man, always a CC man. Duty before business. Plus which we can fine you. We can get the lease on your ceramics plant cancelled.
When he was not on assignment with the Chameleon Corps, Jolson ran a pottery plant in the suburbs of Keystone City. He'd been picked for the CC when he was 12. After a dozen years of training and conditioning, he became a full-fledged Chameleon agent. That was 10 years ago. There was no way to quit. Esperanza would unsettle me, said Jolson, slumping.
They have to bury people someplace, Ben.
But a whole planet that's nothing but cemeteries, said Jolson.
There are 500,000 people on Esperanza, Head Mickens told him. Alive people. Not to mention, let me see, 10 million tourists and nearly 6 million mourners visiting Esperanza each year.
He held a memo up. Jolson looked away. The whole planet smells of floral pieces.
Let me, said the head, outline the program. There is a slight possibility, and this is based on material gathered by far-flung PEO people, that Ambassador Kimbrough is linked up with this wave of abductions. Admiral Rockisle was actually on Esperanza when he vanished.
I went to put a wreath on the grave of the unknown commando, said Jolson. I know.
If Kimbrough is a weak link, we have to establish it. This is one of many leads we're checking out, said Head Mickens. Starting next week, you'll be spending a vacation at Nepenthe Incorporated, just outside Esperanza City.
Nepenthe Incorporated, the rejuvenated spa for old tycoons?
A refuge for time-worn industrial and political leaders, yes. You become this old boy Gabney, and we slip you into Nepenthe, said Head Mickens. You won't have any trouble changing into old Gabney, will you?
The Chameleon Corps had made Jolson into a shape-changer. He could turn into any person. Nearly anything. No, he said. He bowed his head over a palmed fist.
You want me just to listen? No. We want you to get Kimbrough alone and hit him with a battery of truth drugs. Find out what he knows, whom he's tied in with.
Jolson rocked back once.
Okay, he said. I guess I have to do it. Who's my contact on Esperanza? Well, I can't tell you now because of security procedures. You'll be approached there.
How? Head Mickens felt around on his desktop.
I have a special identifying phrase here, someplace.
He found a blue memo.
Here. 15-6-1-24-26-9-6. Someone will say, or more likely whisper, that to you.
How come numbers? Asked Jolson. What happened to the poetry quotes? Mickens said,
Well, security thought they were too controversial. And it's not masculine to have agents running around saying, with how sad steps, O moon, thou climbst the skies, and such.
What's the length of my stay at Nepenthe Incorporated going to be?
We booked you in for a week, said Head Mickens, though we expected results before that, long before that.
He noticed a green memo card.
And the place costs $10,000 a week, Ben. We had to siphon money out of the Political Espionage Office's recreation fund to pay the tab.
There goes the new handball court, said Ben.
Not to mention our hot lunch fund for computer programmers, said Mickens. But this is a crisis. Then what isn't? You can report to Briefing Central now, Ben. First, though, help me find a vial of raspberry-colored liquid. I was supposed to take a spoonful half an hour ago. They both got down on their hands and knees. His senior citizen suite in the Esperanza Plaza Hotel kept calling him Gramps. Jolson, who now seemed to be 84 years old, stooped and spotted, was in a relaxing chair on the balcony of his living room. He'd requested, as apparently many old men did, a view of something besides the cemeteries beyond the capital. Gabney, the real Gabney, controlled telekinesis for all the Barnum planets, and his name had enough influence to get him a room with a view of the business district. At nightfall, a cruiser from Nepenthe Incorporated would call for Jolson. "Souvenir postcards, Pappy?" asked a grid under his chair. "Artistic views of 11 famous crypts. Illusion of depth." "Balderdash," said Jolson in his raspy, Gabney voice. "Where's that drink I ordered?" "Your medical card says no hard stuff, Gramps," replied the grid. "Why don't you try the soup dispenser in your bedroom?" "Thunderation," said Jolson. "Venetian gumbo's the specialty today. Or would you prefer a bowl of real London gruel?" said the grid. Jolson drummed the fingers of one freckled hand on the flesh-like arm of his chair. "I recall a suite at the Keystone Ritz where I could bribe the servos." "You might drop $10 down the shoeshine outlet, Granddaddy," the grid told him. "It might produce a scotch on the rocks." Jolson used his black-stick cane to swivel himself up out of the chair. He was poised over the shoe-hole when the door of the suite chimed. "Yes," he said. "Welcome to Esperanza on behalf of the Barnum Embassy," called a girl's voice. "I have a basket of reconstituted fruit for you, Mr. Gabney." Well, said Jolson as he opened the door. A young willowy brunette was standing there, slightly on tiptoe. She had sharply angled cheekbones and short, straight hair. Her dress was lemon yellow. On her arm was a Barnum Embassy armband, and across her forehead, in lipstick, was written 15-6-1-24-26-9-6. She winked carefully and wiped her tan forehead clean with a tissue. "We come out and greet all the important Barnum visitors to Esperanza," she said, coming sideways into the suite. "I'm Jennifer Hart, Mr. Gabney." "Indeed you are, my dear," said Jolson. The door closed, and he added, "So?" She jerked her head negatively and walked out onto the balcony. The afternoon wind flicked at her hair. Putting the basket of fruit down on the relaxing chair, she motioned Jolson out. "The basket's an anti-bug," she said. "It'll kill any pickups around here." Who'd be listening to me?" he asked, when he joined her, "besides the senior citizen Andes?" "We have to take precautions," she said. "The hotel might get suspicious," said Jolson. "I'm only here for a few minutes," she told him, handing him a runt apricot. "Keep this. If you get in trouble at Nepenthe, squeeze it, and I'll help you out of the fix." "Wait," said Jolson. "I don't need lady daredevils to help me." He thumbed the fruit back to her. She pushed it to him. "Orders," she said. "Keep it with you at all times." "I'll look silly at the spa, carrying a lousy apricot around." "Tell them it's a fetish." "Old men have lots of those," she said. Jennifer cocked her head and studied him. "This is really wonderful. You look 90. 84, said Jolson. "And don't call me Gramps." One long-fingered hand spun out and touched his face. "You really seem old. How do you do it?" "At 12 years of processing," said Jolson. "It's a knack." "I never cease to be amazed by the chameleon corps." She clapped her hands together once. "I've found something.
We're starting to pick up veiled references to something called Group A.
Behind the snatches, said Johnson.
It's possible. See what Kimbrough says.
You really work for his embassy?
It's my cover, said the girl. Well, good luck on your mission. If all goes well, report to me before you return to Barnum. Go into the new Rudolph florist shop on Solitude Way and say the numbers. Got it?
Sure, said Johnson.
You get in any trouble out of the rejuvenation place and you yell.
Johnson returned her fruit basket to her.
Thank you for your visit, my dear. And now I'm afraid it's time for my nap.
Very convincing, she murmured, leaving.
Johnson stepped out of the cruiser and into a pool of hot mud. He sank down to chin level, rose up, and noticed a square-faced blond man squatting and smiling on the pool's edge. The man extended a hand. We start things right off at Nepenthe. Shake. That mud immersion has taken weeks of aging off you already, Mr. Gabney. I'm Franklin T. Tripp, coordinator and partial founder. Johnson gave Tripp a muddy right hand. His cruiser pilot had undressed him first, so he'd been expecting something.
I admire your efficiency, sir, he said.
You know, Mr. Gabney, Tripp confided in a mint-scented voice, I'm nearly 60 myself. Do I look it?
40 at best.
Every chance I get, I come out here and wallow. Tripp extracted Johnson from the pool and guided him down a tiled pathway. It was a quiet, dark night, and Nepenthe, all low, pale blue buildings, was on top of a plateau miles beyond Esperanza City. The wind that moved across it was warm and dry. Let me take you inside and introduce you around. Behind them, an attendant in a blue jumpsuit was unloading Jolson's luggage. Jolson glanced at the heat pad case that had the truth kit hidden in it, then back at Tripp.
I don't mingle at my best when I'm naked and muddy, he said.
We have no conventions here, said Tripp. However, you'll have a shower and get into one of our universal robes first. Afterwards, you can report to the health lounge on level 1. He rubbed some mud off the dial of his watch. Then you'll turn in. We rise at dawn here at Nepenthe. Actually, I owe the fact that I still have the mind and body of a boy to getting up with the sun, Mr. Gabney.
That and mud.
Exactly. Tripp pushed him through a bronze door marked Welcoming Shower. The shower room was long and green, the floor a soft, warm material. The room was empty, flanked by 24 shower outlets. Sitting on a straight-backed near-wood chair just outside the far doorway was a wide, short-haired man in a blue coverall. He had an old-fashioned paper-covered book steepled on his knee.
Where's your health sandals, old man? I just arrived, young fella, said Johnson.
The man got up, flexing various parts of himself, gently placing the open book on the chair seat. Nat Harkering is my name, old man. Where's your health shoe sandals, I asked you? Johnson clenched his weathered, stringy hands, hunched.
I'm newly arrived. Escorted here by your Mr. Tripp.
Nobody takes a shower without special sandals. It's a health hazard otherwise.
I'd like to get this mud off.
Sure you would, old man, but you're not going to. Exit the way you came.
Perhaps, said Johnson, taking a deep breath, I could purchase the proper shoes.
He didn't want to blow his cover so soon. Booting Harkering would do that. Where you got the money hidden, Grandpappy?
I need hardly point out that a man without means would not come here.
Give me $20 at the start of the obstacle course tomorrow at 7 sharp. A deal, old man?
You have the word of Leonard F. Gabney.
For what that's worth. Hockering reached around his doorway, got a pair of compost sandals, and skimmed them over the floor to Jolson. 7 sharp, he said. Jolson bent and tugged the shoes on.
I had expected more cordiality.
You'll get it. Not from me, though. I'm just biding my time here until I can get to a good accredited university and study architecture. He waved the book. You know anything about balustrades?
As much as the next man.
Jolson moved under an outlet. The mud was starting to cake. He scratched his plump stomach and pushed the on button. Nothing happened.
How does one go about getting water?
Hot or cold? Asked Hockering, who was sitting again.
Warm.
$5 for warm water, after official closing time.
What time do the showers close?
About 5 minutes before you got here.
Put it on my tab.
I guess I can trust you, said Hockering. Three old men were in the Level 1 Health Lounge, a domed grey room with tubular chairs and a juice dispenser.
My name is Leonard F. Gabney, Jolson said, sinking down in a chair and adjusting his grey knee-length robe. Newly arrived. Home planet is Barnum.
The youngest old man, pink and round, grinned and made a toasting motion with his juice glass.
Phelps H.K. Sulu from Barafunda, in the mass development line. You? Telekinesis.
How, asked a straight, bronzed old man.
How do you stand? On what?
Start anywhere, said the stiff man. We have to complete the whole profile eventually.
This is Wing Commander Eberhardt, explained Sulu. He has a preoccupation with political trading. He's been here at his family's expense for 5½ years. Take our commitment in the Terran situation, said the Wing Commander. What are your feelings about that, sir? I probably agree with your stand, said Jolson. Where do you stand in regard to the fact that there's a small green bug crawling along the tip of your nose? Jolson made a flicking motion.
Wing Commander Eberhardt, rising up, said,
I believe it, in turning in at approximately this time, if there is no opposition.
He nodded and moved out of the room.
Let me welcome you, said the third old man. He was a lanky, dusky man with close-cropped grey hair. I haven't had a chance to speak until now. As a native of Barnum, I'm happy to greet you. I'm Wilson A.S. Kimbrough, serving as ambassador to Esperanza. I will be happy to help you in any way I can, Mr. Gabney.
Jolson smiled. As they both sailed over the low hurdle, Franklin T. Tripp said,
Running and jumping, Mr. Gabney, if only we did more of it. I really think that I'm often mistaken for a youth of 28 because of the large amount of running and jumping I do.
Jolson hit the turf, panting an old man's wheeze.
I imagine sweating has something to do with it.
A dozen old men were working around a half-mile track that was studded with hurdles and water obstacles. They all wore sky-blue sweatsuits.
Sweating, said Tripp, who didn't seem to be winded. 4 entire years were wiped from my age by sweating and perspiring alone, Mr. Gabney.
An old man who'd introduced himself as Olden Grilse at breakfast that morning screamed someplace behind them.
Tripp slowed to a trot. Another one of Grilse's seizures, he explained. You solo from this point, and I'll clear the old fellow from the course.
Alone, Jolson stepped up his pace, trying quietly to catch up with Kimbrough, who was several hundred yards ahead of him. He jumped a 3-foot metal barrier, sprinted, leapt a box hedge, found himself alongside Wing Commander Eberhardt.
How do you stand? Asked the Wing Commander. On thermometers.
I'm neutral, said Jolson.
The wing commander's elbows swung up chin-high as he trotted.
"Yeah, they stuck one in me at sunrise. Say I can't be trusted with them orally. Tend to champ the ends off."
"You have a fever?" said Johnson.
"No, I have no use for that sort of thing."
Johnson dashed ahead, leapt a pond. He didn't get a chance to talk to Kimbrough until they were put side by side in steam cabinets that afternoon. "Is a whole day programmed for us?" he asked the ambassador.
"Oh, there is," answered the steaming Kimbrough. "A free recreational period after the afternoon's enforced nap. You don't by any chance happen to be an archery buff, Mr. Gabney?"
Johnson said,
"My first love, Kimbrough." "I've had the devil's own time finding anyone to get out on the range with me. Yesterday I had the whole area to myself."
"Oh, so," said Johnson. "Maybe we could share the sport this afternoon to make it more interesting. We could wager on bullseyes."
"Excellent," said Ambassador Kimbrough.
The heavy mist rolled and tumbled between them and the straw-backed target. Johnson could still see the trio of many-branched trees to their left. Taped to his side, under the blue sweatshirt, was the smuggled-in truth kit. He ran his arrow nock along his front teeth, and then said, "Perhaps a little something to warm the bones?" Kimbrough's bow twanged. An arrow disappeared into the fog.
"After I hear the thunk," he said.
They waited as the mist closed in, but no sound came. Johnson inched a small flask out of the gunmetal kit.
"Brandy?"
he said.
"Well," said Ambassador Kimbrough, "I believe a splash of brandy would go well about now."
He took the flask, unscrewed the lid, and drank.
"You?"
"I carry it for friends," said Johnson, slipping the flask away. Kimbrough cleared his throat and fitted another arrow to his bow.
"You know, Gabney," he said, lowering bow and arrow, "when I was a boy, I attended the John Foster Dulles Academy on Earth. I feel I must tell you that. Here's a secret, Gabney. When I was 13, I paid Norman L. Matson $5 to write my paper on late 20th century billboards."
"How about Group A?" asked Johnson. He caught the ambassador below the elbow and headed him for the trees.
When I was 14, I kissed Estelle Banderman in the appliance complex of her maternal grandmother's senior city tower. What do you think of that, Gabney?"
"Group A," prodded Johnson. "Dean Swift, General Mooseman, Admiral Rockisle." The misty wind rattled the dry leaves.
"This is the truth," said Kimbrough, squinting at Johnson. "I really did borrow that desk back on Barafunda. At the hearing I said I'd never heard of it. Not so, Gabney."
"You know anything about who's taking members of the War Bureau, Ambassador?" Johnson hesitated, got a syringe out of the kit, and jammed it into the soft part of the ambassador's upper arm.
"Those testimonial dinners on Barnum," said the swaying Kimbrough. "I took all the cash and bought a solar-powered motel on Murdstone. Then things spins like a merry-go-round when the sun shines. Tourists like it. I never spent the money on my campaign."
Kimbrough backstepped until he was braced by the nearest tree. "Swift," said Johnson.
"Well," said the ambassador, "I passed on the information. The money's too good. Naturally, I know the comings and goings of the War Bureau."
Johnson edged closer. PEO was right. "Whom do you tell?" he said.
In the fringe."
"Where?" said Johnson.
"Esperanza City, the fringe area. A young man."
"His name?" said Johnson.
"Son Brewster, Jr. He's a truly wonderful and delightful entertainer. Barely 20, and much more honest and upright than our generation, Gabney. I passed the news on to son Brewster, Jr.
Why? Said Jolson. Kimbrough was breathing through his mouth, swaying.
Earth, Gabney.
Huh?
Earth Supreme, said Kimbrough. They want someday. Earth Supreme?
Is Brewster the boss?
No. A. Group A. No names.
Where is Group A? Kimbrough straightened, and his eyes and nostrils fluttered.
Not used to uncut liquor these days. What a jolt!
Jolson said, The recreation period's about up, Kimbrough. Let's head home.
One thing first, said the ambassador.
Yes?
I want to go and see if that arrow found its target. He chuckled and bobbed away into the fog.
Nat Hockering wheeled the hairdryer across the small grey cell.
Exercise can only do so much, Mr. Gardner. Same with intelligent dieting. To really chop away the years, we have to fall back on the cosmetic aids.
Jolson was tilted back in a medical-looking chair, with his head under a faucet and over a basin. How much is it going to cost me, Hockering?
Don't let my grumpiness last night set you off your stride, Mr. Gaffney. In the daylight and early evening hours, I'm affable.
He massaged soap into Jolson's thin white hair, forcing his head further back.
It certainly makes the scalp tingle, said Jolson.
Resting one hand lightly on Jolson's throat, Hockering said, Let me say one thing.
Yes?
Fingerprints. Jolson tensed.
Oh?
You slipped up. You don't have the real Leonard F. Gabney fingerprints. His wide fingers tightened around Jolson's Adam's apple. We got a man with a tap on the PEO dispose hole. Found a triplicate of a memo asking for a Chameleon Corps man to work on the War Bureau case. Been waiting, just in case PEO had any whiff of us.
Trip in this?
Asked Jolson, gasping.
The two of us, plus old Kimbrough.
He swung his other hand up to fend off Jolson's clutching fingers.
Going to strangle you now, fake Mr. Gabney. Sink you in the mud pool. Very good for the appearance.
Jolson concentrated. His neck grew and stretched some 6 inches, thinning away from Hockering's grip. He elongated his fingers and jabbed them into the thick man's eyes. There were certain advantages to being processed by the Chameleon Corps. Jolson shrank down a foot now, and knifed out of the chair. He caught his balance against the hairdryer, picked the metal pole up and swung the headpiece. It smashed hard over Hockering's skull. Hockering's chin slapped against the basin edge, and he sank down the wall, his spread hands making small circles on the tiles. In his blue sweatsuit, Jolson hit the corridor, mingled. He moved towards an exit, dodged out of the main building and across the grounds. He ran for a moored supply cruiser. Somebody was calling numbers to him. Wobbling down out of the twilight sky was a private cruiser, dangling a ladder.
"Who?"
yelled Jolson. "Me, Jennifer Hark. Hurry on up."
"Damn it,"
said Jolson, jumping and catching the ladder. Inside the small compartment, he said, "I told you not to interfere." "You squeezed it."
"What?"
He eased into a passenger chair. "The apricot with the warning device inside." She let the cruiser climb a slow arc away from Nepenthe. "It sent me a warning signal 3 good hours ago. I came out to extricate you." Jolson didn't bother to ask her how she'd have done that.
"I didn't touch the thing," he said. "They must have searched my luggage this afternoon and fooled with it."
Jennifer grinned, which made her cheekbones stand out even more. "But you did keep it with you."
"Well, I haven't had any opportunities to jettison an apricot since I saw you last."
"Did you get to question Ambassador Kimbrough?" They were flying back towards Esperanza City, high over the coloured lights of the cemeteries.
"Sure," said Jolson.
He told the girl about Trip and Hockering, filled her in on what he'd drugged out of the ambassador. "I had a coded memo from Head Mickens," she said. "You're to pursue any leads you've uncovered to their logical end, adopting whatever new identities are necessary."
"Ah, no, I always do that anyway," said Johnson. "Tell PEO to watch Nepenthe, follow Trip and Hockering if they skip, which they probably will do now, but I don't want them brought in until I find out more about Group A.
"We've got 2 agents in a crypt above the place, living on picnic sandwiches and observing." She flicked a radio toggle. "I'll alert them."
Johnson slumped, eyes closed, while she made the call. Then he said, "I want you to drop me off at the Fringe."
"You have to be young to fit in there," said Jennifer. "Besides which, you haven't even been briefed on the styles and fashions of the area."
"I'll assimilate it as I go along." Johnson rested his face in his cupped hands for a moment, exhaled, became 20. "This okay?" he said. She glanced over at him, her eyebrows flickering.
"Yeah, I'm not used to this," she said. "Let's see. Hair longer, usually streaked on the left side. What about clothes?"
"You can lend me some money and I'll pick up some in the Fringe," the girl said.
"Do I ever get to see you as yourself? As Ben Jolson?"
Jolson watched the coloured lights. "Afterwards," he said. The 2-player pianos collided on the diamond-shaped dance floor of the ultimate chalk house, and the foot-pedal of the orange one ejected and hit the old woman who sold hallucinations, knocking her into her barrow. The other 3 pianos kept racing around the low basement room, all playing different tunes. Jolson ordered another antihistamine and watched the girl who was suspended from the ceiling pump the wheels of her silver bicycle. "Bless you, Addlecove," said a turn-collared man. He was keeping himself from falling with the help of the empty chair at Jolson's green plyo table. "Haven't laid gauges on you before, you knew?"
"Beat it, autumn baller," said Jolson, using one of the phrases he'd picked up in his 2 days in the Fringe.
"I'm a man of the cloth, yes." He was small and big-chested, with a bobbing chin. "I'd like to sit and wag the velvet with you. Don't overload my wattles." "They call me Reverend Cockspur," said the Reverend.
He toppled into the empty chair, stroked a crumb of scrambled egg off his worn elbow.
"That's a nice Benjamin you're sporting."
"I gooseberried it," said Jolson.
Reverend Cockspur smiled, massaging his thick neck. "We all have our weaknesses, my buddy."
"What's your lay, Rev?" said Jolson.
"I'll order a bingo first."
"Not on my tab," said Jolson. The Reverend shook both hands.
"I have an arrangement here at the chalk house. Free." He signalled the chrome-plated waitress. When his drink came, the Reverend said, "I don't suppose you'd care to be converted?"
Jolson shook his long-haired head. "That what you do?" he said.
"Originally," said Reverend Cockspur, tossing down the green liquor with both hands, "came out to Esperanza 3 years ago, sent by my religious association to convert the young folks here in the Fringe, bring them under the wing."
He waved for another drink, then pinched his nose twice and wagged his head.
"I wish I had a little of the balsam, then I could get my daddles on a journey."
"You're addicted?" said Jolson.
The Reverend's eyes looked into his glass. "Well, initially I decided I wouldn't have a chance to reach the young people unless I learned their gob. Otherwise they'd think me a joskin, so I picked up their way of talking. After that I acquired their drinking habits, which brought me closer to them, so to really get in close I started using the same drugs they do. So now I've reached the position where I can really talk to them, and I'm an alcoholic, a drug addict, a prescription pill fiend, and I'm living with 2 albino nymphomaniacs in a ghetto down the street."
Jolson shifted the antihistamine pill around in his mouth.
"It's a setback, sure enough, Rev." "At least it's been good experience," said Rev Cockspur.
His head flicked back, and he laughed. "There's the old sun himself." At the beaded doorway was a slender boy with his white hair braided and scarlet ribbon tied. He was wearing silver-flecked clothes and fawn boots. Strapped to his back was a mandolin, and swinging in his left hand an amplifier. "Son Brewster?" Jolson asked. "None other," said Reverend Coxburn. "Who else has got a handle like that?" "Muck," said son Brewster, Jr., angrily swinging the mandolin to the front and dropping his amplifier to the stairs. "He's going to do a protest," said the Reverend, lowering his voice. The wheeling pianos quickly parked, and Son picked at the mandolin. "I was sitting across the street, getting my hair trimmed," he sang, "and the barber dropped a hot towel down my damn neck. What kind of a universe have you money-grubbing bastards made when a thing like that can happen?" "Delightful," said Reverend Coxburn. "How come it doesn't rhyme?" said Jolson. The Reverend leaned towards him. "That's an odd question," he said. Son was moving towards their table. "Ho, Rev, need any Ned?" "I could use some, son. My knock's twitching for a journey." "Hold out your fams, and I'll slip you a few rags, Rev." Son drew a folding of bills out of his trouser slit and gave the money to Reverend Coxburn. "Who's the Sam?" "Friend of mine." The Reverend fisted the cash into his tunic. Jolson said, "I'm Will Roxbury. You?" "Son Brewster, Jr.," said the boy. He sucked in his cheeks, narrowed his eyes. "You new in the fringe?" "Yeah," said Jolson. "Play a game of Zenits with me?" Jolson shrugged. "How much, cans or dues?" "10 at least." "Dues," said Son. He carefully got out of his mandolin. "Watch this, Rev." To the dozen young people in the shadowy room, he said, "The Sam with the fancy Charlie Prescott and I are going to play a quick game of Zenits." Up above, the girl stopped her bike, and a red-headed boy said, "Snitcher him, son." Zenits turned out to be square cards with pictures of the major cemeteries on them. You pitched them against the wall, and whoever got nearest won the toss. In half an hour, Jolson was $80 to the good. "Enough?" he asked Son. Son tugged at one of his braids, sucked his tongue. He took the cards from Jolson and walked back to his mandolin. Sitting down opposite Rev Coxburn, he began to sing. "Oh, when I went walking into the Free Barnum Information Library this morning, they told me my book was 3 days overdue. Ha! What kind of sod-busting universe is it when things like that can happen to a man?" He handed the mandolin to Rev and returned to Jolson, who was leaning against the silent piano. "Doing anything tonight?" he said. Jolson said, "No. Why?" "Know where the sprawling eclectic is?" "Sure," said Jolson. "Meet me there at dinner time. We'll have some bingo and sarnie, okay?" Jolson turned away. "Maybe so," he said as he headed for the door. In the alley, he bumped into an old woman who was selling used wreaths. "If you know any deceased person named Axminster, I've got a bargain," the woman said. Jolson hooked his fingers around her arm and guided her to the street. "Make-up never works, Jennifer. Stop tailing me." "You shouldn't blurt out my name without giving the number code first." "Why, I know it's you under that lousy disguise," he said. "Now get the hell back to your embassy before Brewster and everybody else in Group A drops on you." "Trip Hockering and the ambassador are holed up in the fringe now, too," she said. "All the more reason. Now get going," said Jolson. "Are you making progress?" "Some," said Jolson. A tourist barge was landing on the street, and he waited until it had opened its doors. "Mingle in the crowd, quick," he said. "UCC people are sure independent," she said. She handed him a carnation.
How'd you know it was me? You have nice cheekbones, said Johnson. You can't hide them with white powder. He refused the flower and walked away from her. 2 tourists called to him to pose for a picture, but he kept moving. Son Brewster, Jr., flicked his thumbnail with a mandolin pick and said, "Not a bad flash panny as flash pannies go, huh?" Johnson leaned back in the booth, glanced at the 20 or so young people scattered around the railboard walled room. "Fair," he said. "Here comes a harp I know," said Son, cocking an eye at a tall, dark girl who was moving towards the table. "Who's the Sam?" The girl rested her buttocks on their table. "Says he's going into the high-pad line out in the suburbs." "Dance?" the girl asked Johnson. She put a warm palm against his cheek. "Where you from, Rabbit?" "Tarragon," said Johnson. "Good. I know all the dances from there," she said. Johnson didn't, and they had an odd time on the heart-shaped dance floor. Son Brewster wasn't in the booth after the dancing. "I'd better get over to the Venus and earn some rhino," she said. "Bye, Will." "Okay," Johnson watched her go. "Friends of mine," Son slid in across. He pointed to the ebony entertainment platform where 4 white-haired young men were replacing the all-girl group. The boys were all tall and wide, with their hair worn like Son's. They had on gold clothes and ivory boots. "Call themselves the Ford Foundation," said Son. "Do most of my material, protest stuff." "2 weeks ago I went into a cafeteria," sang the quartet, "and was ordering hash. And they told me they were all out of hash. What kind of god-awful universe is it, when they could talk to a man like that?" The listeners applauded, but about 10 of them stood and drifted out. After the second protest number, there were only 2 Venusians left in the sprawling eclectic. When they went, Son inclined his head towards the platform. The Ford Foundation dropped their instruments and jumped. They ringed the booth, easing out bright knives. "You're a fake, Will." Son backed into a standing position. "Tripp warned me there was a CC loose, so I've been testing strangers. You played Zeniths with the wrong rules and never corrected me. You let Mimi con you into thinking you were doing dances from Tarragon. You're supposed to be home planet, but they weren't. You haven't even got our velvet down perfect." Johnson jumped up on the bench he'd been sitting on, did a backflip into the next booth. "Snitchel him!" shouted Son. Johnson ran across the dance floor and leapt up on the platform. Behind him he heard the Ford Foundation stalking. He grabbed up an illuminated bass fiddle, swung it into the first of the quartet, who tried to clutch at him. "He's pulling a Mingus," said Son, still in the booth. The second boy slashed up straight-armed. Johnson jumped to the floor, shrinking down in size. He planted himself and swung up with locked fists. The boy yelled and doubled over. The 2 remaining Foundation boys dived together, knives taut. Johnson stretched out his left arm and wound it around and around the neck of one of them. He unwound sharply, and the boy spun into his partner. While the pair was on the floor, stumbling upward, Johnson grew to his regular size and booted them in the head in turn. Then he hurdled them and knocked out the 2 earlier assassins. Brushing back his hair, he turned to Son Brewster. I protest," said Son. I don't fight." Staying where he was, Johnson shot out an arm and roped in the boy. "Tell me about Group A, Son." "No." Johnson tightened his coiled arm. "Come on." "Go easy. They've got your girl," said Son. "What?" said Johnson. "That one with the funny cheekbones, Jennifer Hart. We spotted her tagging around." "Where is she?" "No." "Tell me." "Ouch! On her way to the Isle." "What Isle?" "Beyond the cemeteries, 300 miles from here.
Where they keep the frozen ones. The Isle.
Who's got her?
You better go easy, Sam. They froze her solid over an hour ago, and if you make any trouble, she'll stay that way forever.
Johnson almost choked the boy. He got control and slackened.
Who took her there? He said. Some of Group A. Took her in a hoodoo wagon. They don't allow no cruisers to fly over the main cemetery. Spoils the tourist runs. She'll be there late tonight, early tomorrow.
Your part, what is it? Said Johnson.
But after the snatchers get the target, I provide transportation. We use some of the cut-rate funeral wagons that operate out of the fringe. Deliver the frozen people to the Isle.
And who's on the Isle? Said Johnson.
Can't tell you, said Son.
Yes, you can.
Muck, said Son, trying to swallow. His name's Purviance, Maxwell Purviance, and he believes in Earth Supreme.
What's he after? Peace?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't.
Johnson chopped his free hand against Son's head, and the boy passed out. His truth kit also contained a simple knockout drug, and he took time to give each of the boys an injection. Then he dragged them one by one into a supply room behind the platform. It should give him some hours before any alert would go out. In under an hour, he was moving out of the fringe on a mourner's bus.
Tombstones blinked red and yellow and green outside the bus windows. This was one of the wealthier cemeteries, built half a century ago, when the trend had been towards equestrian monuments. On each side of the dark roadways stretched row on row of mounted figures, their simulated marble colour rotating from red to yellow to green, as the ground-level spotlights went through their colour cycle. The two-chinned woman next to Jolson was sobbing into a reusable Plio handkerchief. "Going to visit a close relative?" Jolson asked in an attempt to soothe her into quiet.
"No. I don't know anybody on the whole planet."
I noticed you were crying," he said.
"I'm fond of horses. Whenever I see so many of them depicted, it breaks me down."
A bald man in front of them turned round.
"You two folks on the Econ?"
No," said Jolson.
I'm on a 3 weeks on 3 planets tour,"
said the heavy woman as she wiped her puffed eyes.
"My name's Lowenkopf," the man said.
The lights from outside turned his head green.
"I take an Econ to Esperanza once a year when there's a slack at the little pornography shop I run on Barafunda. This year I'm doing chemists."
"Chemists?" asked Jolson, wondering if there was a vacant seat further back.
"I'm visiting the tombs of famous chemists. Last year I did actors. Chopped a chunk off Hasselbad's crypt. Yeah, you remember Hasselbad, called the man with the kissable ears. Very big on TV back in my youth." "I always come for the flowers," said the woman. "Flowers and horses are my 2 driving interests in life." "One year I just rode the roller coasters," said the bald man, and turned back towards the front. "Palomino," said the woman, nudging the window.
After they'd passed the tomb of the unknown commando, and the heavy woman had read its "Open all night" sign, the bus pulled off the road. In a cul-de-sac between 2 cemeteries was a sprawling, rustic inn. Its blinking sign said it was the Eternal Sleep Motel.
6 hours for rest and recreation," called the bus driver, who was dressed all in black.
When Jolson passed him, he asked, "Suppose I want to keep moving?"
"Switch to the next express that deadheads straight through to the slum cemeteries. He won't be by till nearly dawn. We'll be pulling out just an hour after that."
"Damn," said Jolson.
"You'll have fun here," said the driver. "In the pub they have a continual wake going."
Jolson stepped down into the night. Against the smoky wall of the pub, as far from the organised wailing and keening as possible, Jolson drank his dark ale. When the barmaid came by with a tray of funeral meats, he shook his head negatively. He was watching a leathery, stringy man who was leaning over the dark-wood bar. The man had come in a few minutes before, mentioning his truck full of flowers parked outside. If no other sign of transportation showed, Jolson would swipe the truck and move on. Someone tapped his side. Jolson turned to the group at the wooden table to his right. They were decked with cameras and recording equipment. "Yeah," he said. He was still in his 20-year-old shape, and there might be people out this far from the fringe who didn't like youth. "Would you mind," said the blonde woman who tapped him, "would you mind picking up that film cartridge that's rolled under your foot, young man?" Jolson bent and retrieved the film. "You people in the communications field?" he said.
"Show some respect for your elders," said the widest of the three men.
"Bert doesn't like lamentations much," said the woman, smiling up at Jolson. She was in her early 40s, moderately attractive. A thin man in too small clothes said, "I don't mind telling you who I am. I'm Floyd Janeway." He lifted his ale glass and emptied it. "I'm here on a special assignment, of the kind that has made me universally known, well known, right?" "Right," said the woman. "Now hush."
"Go away, kid,"
said the one who didn't like Jolson. The third man was freckled and busy. He ordered more ale, including a glass for Jolson.
"Just keep quiet, Floyd. Have an ale with us, kid, and then go away." "Why be diplomatic?" said the big one.
"You have heard of me, haven't you?" asked Janeway as he reached for the newly arrived ale. "Sure," said Jolson. "Journalist. I work for 9 Planet News in the Earth System and Barnum Telecom out here. What are you covering?"
"Bigger than Janeway with the Barafunda insurgents. Bigger than Janeway explains the Tarragon Harbor fiasco. Bigger than Janeway lives a month with the Turmeric rebels."
"Quiet, Floyd," said the blonde.
"Janeway interviews Purviance." Haven't heard of him yet, have you? 2 weeks, months of string-pulling to set this up. He'll be big soon."
The big man said,
"Go away, kid."
Janeway swilled ale.
"I'll change the subject, Jerry. Are you good at games, kid?"
"Some," said Jolson.
"You young guys out here still play Zenits?"
Jolson grinned, said, "Sure. Is this a challenge?"
Janeway stood up. "We play over there, next to the dashboard. Use some tomb postcards for Zenit." "Pray don't talk," said Jerry.
Alongside the reporter, walking across the room, Jolson asked, "When are you due at the Purviance interview, sir?"
"Tomorrow afternoon I begin it. I go in solo, just Janeway and his golden mind. We're pulling out of this hole after lunchtime. I don't function in the morning hours much at all."
Jolson stumbled, caught hold of Janeway, elongated his fingers, and extracted the man's ID packet from inside his tunic. "Sorry, slipped," he said.
"Have to be more agile than that to beat me at Zenits."
Jolson was clumsy again after they'd been playing nearly a half hour. The truth kit skittered out of his tunic and bounced into Janeway.
"You young people and your drug experiences," smiled the reporter.
He picked the metal kit up and handed it back. Jolson won $63 from Janeway, even playing Zenits with the correct rules. He said good night, went carefully out to the yard, and stole the florist's truck. He had Janeway's identification papers and the fingerprints of his right hand. When he hit the road that would take him to the Isle, he was Floyd Janeway, down to the fingertips. The lake was a smooth, chill blue. In its centre, dotted with circling white birds, was a bright green island. There were ferns, palms, twisting vines, spilling flowers, all sharp and clear in the early morning. At the top of a low incline was a softly yellow building with columns and petwork and curling marble leaves. Glowing white swans drifted across the lake's stillness. Sitting on a jetty was a bearded man, small, in a thick brown overcoat. He watched over a padded shoulder as Jolson strode up a curved flagstone path. "Got a load of popsicles for me to ferry across?" asked the man.
Jolson said, "I'm a bit early for my appointment. I'm Floyd Janeway."
The bearded man selected a flat stone from a small pile between his booted feet. He flipped the stone out at the water, and it bounced over a swan.
"All we handle here is storage for frozen bodies, mister."
"Floyd Janeway, the reporter," said Jolson. "Tell Purviance I'm here."
The man hunkered, made a single flap of the elbows, and stood. His gnarled boots scattered the flat stones.
"Stand right there," he said. "Very slow, you get out your IDs and skim them across the sward to me, mister. 3 lasers are aimed at your ass right this minute, not to mention 2 that'll frizzle your head."
Jolson tossed the identification packet.
"That a tattoo on your hand?" he said.
The shaggy man held up the hand for Jolson to look at while he flipped through the IDs with the other hand.
"My entire body is tattooed, mister. All pictures of tombs and crypts. I had a morbid streak in my youth. Well, it still makes a nice memento mori. At one time I was quite a tourist attraction."
"You'd look great under a red spotlight," said Jolson.
The bearded man shuffled closer to Jolson.
"Hold up your right-hand thumb, mister."
He looked from the identification packet to Jolson's thumb. A dove fluttered down and landed on the thick overcoat's left shoulder. The man reached up with his tattooed hand and pulled the bird's chest open. A small mic came erect.
"Yeah, he's who he says. Send a cruiser," he said.
While Jolson stood on the jetty waiting, the man said,
"Don't take many showers any more. It depresses me to soap myself down."
"I figured," said Jolson. From the columned building rose a scarlet cruiser. It came to a stop, hovered over Jolson. The rocking chair was cluttered with eagles. They were carved all over it, twisting and interlocking, black with spread wings. In the chair, which ticked slightly and slowly, was a tight-mouthed man wearing some kind of pull-over cloth pants and a wide-brimmed straw hat. His fingers were square and smooth, holding a yellow-bowled pipe. He was a large man, big-faced, and even relaxing in the rocker, he held himself tight. "Understand, I mean you no insult," he said, forcing the pipe between his teeth. "But am I right in assuming you are not Earth-born?" Jolson shifted on the padded chair across from Maxwell Purviance. Janeway had been born on Barnum.
"Yes," he said.
The small room was cloth-bound. There were thick flowered rugs on the floor, heavy drapes on the wall. Backstopping Purviance's rocker was a half-ring of many-legged tables, carved and encrusted, bird and ball-footed. Just behind his head was an embroidered Earth Supreme sign.
"You can always tell,"
he said. His nostrils bellowed out once.
"I sense such things."
"Maybe what you smell is the dead cat under your chair," suggested Jolson, motioning with his foot.
"No, it's a fresh cat," said Purviance. I used them to test my meals. Apparently my breakfast was poisoned. Personal poisoning is always easier to catch than organized governmental poisoning. There are 19 separate poisons in tap water. 10 put there to kill you should you get out of line. 5 to induce you to take up a decadent way of life and unconventional dance steps. And 4 which persuade you to vote for candidates with a socialist voting record. I never drink water.
What then?
Said Jolson. Purviance tapped his signet ring against the pitcher on the nearest table. Applejack, an old earth beverage. I don't eat or drink universe food, Mr. Janeway. Merely and only earth food. You notice I call you Mr. with respect, even though you give off an aura of the out planets. In my files I have all the planets classified as to the way their inhabitants are scented. Naturally, the planets in the Earth system have a more pleasing fragrance.
No smell like Earth, said Jolson. What are your plans for the rest of the universe, Mr. Purviance?
Before or after I take over?
Well, tell me about the before first.
Purviance took a blade of grass from a front pocket on the chest of his shirt and hooked it over his lower teeth. Well, sir, the universes were meant to be ruled from Earth. Due to an unfortunate so-called intelligence lag of 20,000 years, Earth was taken advantage of by other planet systems. My job is to simply take back all the planets and rule them from Earth. I believe in a strong central Earth, Mr. Janeway, as well as Earth's rights. I'm also against any tax on a man's income, most toothpaste, and the parking meter.
I had a notion, said Jolson, watching the leader of Group A rock. You were a sort of pacifist, a man aimed at cutting down wars.
I'm interested in cutting down wars I don't start. Yes, sir, said Purviance. A lock of his straight hair had edged down over his wide forehead, and he reached up to pat it. And I'll tell you something off the record, Mr. Janeway. I'm recruiting a very large group of military advisors. I've also had a very prominent fashion designer teleported all the way from a place called Paris on Earth to design a uniform for Group A. We had the devil's own time getting him, too, because I insisted to my lieutenants the man must not be a fairy. I wanted a ballsy, masculine designer.
You found one, said Jolson.
Well, frankly, he's actually not from Paris, was the answer. He's from a place called Nebraska. But he was spending his vacation in Paris, and we grabbed him. You ought to see what he can do with epaulets.
Yeah, how many people live here with you? Said Jolson.
Purviance reached down absently and stroked the dead cat. I want a drink of cider, but I don't have anything to test it on. I don't suppose you... Jolson said,
No. About these military advisors and fashion designers?
Yes, sir, said Purviance. I've got them here. I've got them on ice.
Frozen,
said Jolson. That's my cover. I inherited this freezer thing from my late father. We've got him in a freezer, too, but he's dead and gone. Little tag says, our founder. I'll tell you another thing, sub rosa, Mr. Janeway. I really don't like dead people, even deep-freeze people. Give me the heebie-jeebies. But we're still on a budget, and I can live here rent-free and make a little profit what the tax authority doesn't grab. Some mornings, though, I throw aside the counterpane and hop out to do the chores, and I say to myself, Maxwell, as far as the eye can see, there ain't anything but staffs. It gets you, Mr. Janeway. Jolson kneaded the chin of his Janeway face.
Could we look around your plant here? He said.
Some of it, the unclassified parts, said Purviance, as he inclined up out of the black rocker. Remember, you'll be under continual scrutiny, in danger of instant disintegration should you make one false move.
How many of you are there in Group A here? Said Jolson.
Purviance moved to the doorway. That's a restricted figure, Mr. Janeway. I can tell you this, lots. He went out into the chill corridor. Jolson followed. The storage room was cold and pastoral. Mist trailed from Purviance's mouth, and he said, "The walls were my father's idea. Except for the designs, all the rooms are pretty much the same. This is the Sylvan room, shepherds and fields and lambs. Then we have a desert room and 2 jungle ones. Famous scenes from Earth history, celebrities, and one of fuzzy animals." "Why?" said Jolson. "Cheered my father up, I guess. He wouldn't ever tell me." Purviance touched a cubicle door. "If the walls were all white, I suppose you'd get the notion you were shrank down and spending your life inside a refrigerator." Jolson studied the high, misty room.
"Where are the guys with guns trained on us?" he said.
"No, you can't see them. They're too cleverly concealed." Purviance tapped his fingers in sequence on the small door. "Have a famous buckyball player in here, waiting." Slowly Jolson moved over closer to the Group A head.
"For how long?" he said.
"We have orders to defrost him at the start of the next century," said Purviance, "during the buckyball season." Jolson jumped, made himself thin out, and slid between Purviance and the wall. He hooked an arm around the man's neck and spun him so that the front of Purviance was shielding him. He had waited until they were near an undoored corner, and he yanked Purviance into it. Jolson adjusted his body so that none of it stuck out beyond the perimeter of the Group A head.
"I want the girl, Jennifer Hawk, and the War Bureau men," he said. "Order them thawed and brought here, or I tighten the arm until you choke."
"You para-journalists have strange methods, Mr. Janeway," said Purviance. "Stop throttling me, or you'll be rayed to dust."
"Along with you," said Jolson.
"There is that," said Purviance. Jolson contracted his arm.
"Come on," he said. "The girl and the others. Tell your men to get in here fast and turn over their weapons."
"All my men," said Purviance.
"We can stop with the ones behind the walls here."
"Who are you? PEO? CC?" Jolson tightened.
"Now," he said.
The yellow pipe dropped to the misty floor as Purviance gagged slightly.
"I could have them ray us both," he said. "You don't like death, remember," said Jolson.
Purviance coughed.
"Perhaps I ought to explain something."
"Give the orders. Hurry," said Jolson. "Come in here, Rackstraw," said Purviance. Across the room one of the lower cubicle doors flapped out, and the shaggy man in the overcoat came in, a blaster rifle held gingerly in front of him.
"Tyler's taking a bath," he said.
"Who's Tyler?" asked Jolson. "He flew you over in the cruiser," said Purviance, trying to lower his chin. "He's my other man."
"Other man?" said Jolson.
"We're down to a sort of a skeleton crew here," said Purviance. "Just Rackstraw, Tyler, and myself, and Mrs. Nash, who fixes our meals and tidies up." "Don't try to con me, Purviance," said Jolson. "Group A isn't 4 people." "No, we have a considerable membership, but few of them live in," said Purviance. "The problem is most of the money I make off the freezer business goes to paying kidnappers and assassins and to bribing politicians. I just don't have the funds to maintain a large standing army. That will come, I know, once I've assimilated all the major war minds in this system and all the systems. Once I have swallowed them up, I won't have any trouble. I'll have such a war machine and such a just cause that thousands of people will flock. Money will pour."
"How long is all that going to take?" said Jolson.
"It doesn't matter," said Purviance. "I can always go on ice while my minions iron out the tedious details of taking over the universe."
"You're not a big threat, then," said Jolson. "You're not a pacifist. You're just another nitwit." "I'm not going to bother to refute you," said Purviance. "It's too difficult to rationally discuss a major issue when one's being strangled." "Rackstraw," ordered Jolson, "toss that blaster rifle over and then go reanimate the prisoners." "Very well," said the bearded Rackstraw. "I'll feel like a traitor to Group A, but in a way that appeals to my morbid side." He handed over the weapon and left. "It'll take an hour," said Purviance. "Can't we go back and sit in rockers?" Jolson shoved Purviance away and brought the rifle up, aiming at him. "Sit on the floor," he said. "We'll wait here." Purviance sat down. The sand was fine and white, the ocean a smooth green. Jennifer Hark rested her hands on her narrow hips. "See," she said, "no view of cemeteries, cities, or even people." Jolson walked barefooted down to the water's edge. "That damned Purviance," he said. Near him the girl said, "He's all locked away now. Group A is almost rounded up." Jolson frowned into the sun. I was hoping he really had a way to stop the war, as that's what he was up to." "It won't happen," said Jennifer. "Probably ever." "Just another nitwit," said Jolson. He started walking again, keeping at the border of the sea. "I appreciate your saving me," said Jennifer. "I appreciate your deciding to stay another few days on Esperanza. Letting me show you things." "As long as it's okay with Head Makins," said Jolson. "And," said the girl, catching his hand, "I'm glad you're Ben Jolson." "What?" said Jolson. "The way you look now. You're yourself, aren't you?" Jolson reached up and touched his face. I guess so," he said, still walking. Coranda by Keith Roberts. There was a woman in the great cleft city of Brers Hill who was passing fair. At least, so ran opinion in that segment of low-level society of which she was undisputed queen. Though there were others, oldsters for the most part, who resented her beauty, finding her very fame an affront to decent living. Custom died hard in Brers Hill, most conservative, or most backward, of the 8 cities of the plain, the great ice steppe men had once called the Matto Grosso. And in truth Coranda had given some cause for offence. If she was beautiful, she was also vain and cold, cold as the ice plains that girdled the world. In her vanity, she had denied even that sacrifice most beloved of great Ice Mother, the first blood that belonged to the goddess alone. Long past the time of puberty she was, and the ceremonies of womanhood, and still the mother waited for her due. In the blizzards that scourged the cleft, in the long winds of winter, her complaint might be heard, chilling the blood with threats and promises. All men knew they lived by the mother's mercy alone. That one day, very soon now, the world would end, mantled for eternity, in her sparkling cloth. "Coranda," ran the whisper. "Coranda,
holding their lives in the hollow of her hand. Coranda heard and laughed. She was just 20, slim and black-haired and tall. She lay on a couch of white fur, toying with a wine-cup, mocking the young men of the cities as they paid her court. To Arund, son of the richest merchant of Bres Hill, she confided her belief that she herself was of the mother's chosen, and thus above the pettiness of sacrifice. For, she said, smoothing her long hair, is not the mother justly famed for beauty, for the perfection of skin that matches the fresh-laid snow, the darkness of her eyes, all-seeing, the slenderness of the hands that guard us all? And have I not, she tossed her head, have I not, among your good selves at least, some claim to prettiness? Though eternal mother forbid, blushing and modestly lowering her eyes, that I should fall into the sin of pride. Arund, more than a little drunk, straightway burbled her divinity, speaking heresy with the ease of long practice or stupidity, till she swept from him indignantly, angry that he should speak lightly of the deity in her presence. Will not the mother's rage, she asked Matran of Friesgaut appealingly, descend alike on his head and mine? Will you protect me from the lightnings that fly in storms, lightnings such words may bring? That was a cunning touch, worthy of Coranda, for the animosity with which most Friesgautians regarded the folk of Bres Hill was well known. Matran's knife-blade gleamed instantly, and would no doubt have brought the mother a pleasant offering, had not Bres Hill stalwarts pinned and disarmed the combatants. Some blood was shed, certainly, from thumped noses and mouths, while Coranda regarded the wriggling heap with interest. "Now," she said, "I think I must call my father's men to punish, for do I mean so little to you all that you come here to my house and brawl?" She ran to the gong placed beside the door of the chamber, and would certainly have summoned an irate guard, had not earnest entreaty prevailed. "Well," she said, tossing her head again in disgust, "it seems you all have too much spirit, and certainly too much energy, for my comfort and your own safety. I think we must devise a small occupation, something that will absorb your wildness and will no doubt bring a suitable reward." There was a quietness at that, for she had hinted before that marriage to some rich and worthy boy might at long last assuage the mother's need. She brooded, suddenly thoughtful, stroked hands across her gown, so the fabric showed momentarily the convexities of belly and thighs, lowered her eyes, glided swaying to the couch. They made way for her, wary and puzzled. Rich they all were, certainly, or they would none of them have passed her father's iron-bound doors, but worthy. Who could be worthy of Coranda, whose beauty was surely Ice Mother's own? She clapped her hands. At the gesture, a house-servant, blue-liveried, laid beside her a box. It was made from wood, rarest of substances, inlaid with strips of ivory and bone. She opened it languidly. Inside, resting on a quilting of white nylon, was a slim harpoon. She lifted it, toying with the haft, fingers stroking the razor edges of the barbs. "Who will prove himself?" she asked, seemingly to the air. "Who will take the mother's due when Coranda of Bres Hill comes to marriage?" Instantly a babble of voices. Karl Stromberg and Maud Lipsill of Abersgold shouted willingness. Frey Skalter, the Celtilian, half barbaric in his jewelled furs, attempted to kiss her foot. She withdrew it smartly, equally sharply kicked him in the throat. Skalter overbalanced, swearing, spilling wine across the pale floor. There was laughter. She silenced it sharply, lifting the little harpoon again, watching from long-lashed, coal-painted eyes. She relaxed, still holding the weapon, staring at the ceiling in the fast blue flicker of the lamps. "Once," she said, "long ago, in the far south of our land, a whaler was blown off course by storms. When the Ice Mother's anger was spent, and she sent sunlight again and birds, none could make out where her breath had driven them. There was ice, a great smooth plain, and mountains. Some of them smoked, so they said, throwing cinders and hot winds into the air. A very queer place it was indeed, with furry barbarians and animals from a child's book of fancies, stranger than men could believe. There they hunted, spilling and killing, till their holds were full, and they turned north to their homes. Then they came on the strangest wonder of all. In the quiet, the buzzing of the eternal fluorescent tubes sounded loud. Skalter poured himself more wine, carefully, eyes on the girl's face. Arend and Matron stopped their glaring. Stromberg thoughtfully wiped an errant red trickle from his nose. "In the dark of dawn," said Coranda dreamily, "in the grey time when men and ships are nothing but shadows without weight and substance, they met the fate sent by Ice Mother to punish them their crimes. It surrounded them, flickering and leaping, soundless as snow, weird as death itself. All across the plain, round their boat as they sailed, were animals. They ran and moved, playing, whole herds and droves of them, bulls and calves and cows. Their bodies were grey, they said, and sinuous as seals. Their eyes were beautiful and looked wisely at the ship. But without doubt they were spirits from the Mother's court, sent to warn and destroy. For as they turned and leapt, they saw each had but one horn, long and spiraling, that caught and threw back the light. She waited, seeming indifferent to her audience. At length Lipsill broke the silence. "Coranda," he said, "what of the boat?" She shrugged delicately, still playing with the barbed tip of the spear. "2 men returned," she said, "burned by the Mother's breath till their faces were black and marbled, and their hands turned to scorched hooks. They lived long enough to tell the tale." They waited. "A man who loved me," she said, "who wanted to feel me in his bed and know himself worthy, would go to that land of shadows on the rim of the world. He would bring me a present to mark his voyage." Abruptly her eyes flicked wide, scorning at them. "A head," she said softly. The head of the unicorn. Another pause, and then a wild shouting. "Ice Mother, hear me!" bellowed Skolter. "I'll fetch your toy for you!" "And me! And me!" They clamoured for attention. She beckoned Skolter. He came forward, dropping to one knee, leaning his craggy face over hers. She took his hand and raised it, closed the fingers gently round the tip of the harpoon. She stared at him, fixing him with her great eyes. "You would go?" she said. "Then there must be no softness, Frey Skolter, no fainting of the spirit. Hard as the ice you will be, and as merciless, for my sake alone." She laid her hand over his, stroking the fingers, smiling her cat smile. "You will go for me?" she said. He nodded, not speaking, and she squeezed slowly, still smiling. He stiffened, breath hissing between his teeth, and blood ran back down his arm, splashed bright and sudden on the weapon's shaft. "By this token," she said, "you are my man. So shall you all be. And Ice Mother, in her charity, will decide." Early day burned over the ice fields. To the east the sun, rising across the white plain, threw red beams, and the mile-long shadows of boats and men. Above, dawn still fought with darkness. The red flush faded to violet grey, the grey to luminous blue. Across the blue ran high ripplings of cloud. The zenith gleamed like the skin of a turquoise fish. In the distance, dark etched against the horizon, rose the spar forest of the Breuse Hill dock, where the schooners and merchantmen lay clustered in the lee of long moles built of blocks of ice. In the foreground, ragged against the glowing sky, were the yachts, Aran's Chaser, Matran's sleek catamaran, Lipsill's big ice ghost, Carl Stromberg's Snow Princess, snubbed at a mooring rope as the wind caught her curved side. Beyond her were two Dur vessels from Djobhaben, and a Fjorsgepian, iron-beaked, that bore the blackly humorous name Bloodbringer. Beyond again was Skolter's Easy Girl, wild and splendid, decorated all over with hair tufts and scalps and ragged scraps of pelt. Her twin masts were bound with intricate strappings of nylon cord. On her gunwales, skulls of animals gleamed, eye sockets threaded with bright and moving silks. Even her runners were carved, the long runes that told cryptically the story of Ice Mother's meeting with Sky Father, and the birth and death of the sun, he whose name could not be mentioned. The mother's grief had spawned the ice fields. Her anger would not finally be appeased till earth ran cold and quiet forever. 3 times she had approached. 3 times the fire giants fought her back from their caverns under the ice. But she would not be denied. Soon now all would be whiteness and peace. Then the sun would rise in rumblings and glory, and judge the souls of men. The priest moved, shivering in a patterned shawl, touching the boats and blessing, smearing the bow of each with a little blood and milk. The wind, soft in the riggings, plucked at the robes of the muffled woman who stood staring, hair flicking around her throat. The hand lamps swung on their poles, glowing against the patched hulls, throwing the priest's shadow vague and fleeting as the shadow of a bird. The yachts tugged at their lines, flapping their pennants, creaking their bone runners, full of the half-life of mechanical things. All preparations were made, provisions stored, blood and seed given in expiation to the ice. The hunters grunted and stamped, swinging their arms in the keen air, impatient and unsure, and to each it seemed the eyes of Coranda promised love. The body of Coranda, blessings. The ceremony ended, finally. The priest withdrew to his tasseled nylon tent. The pole-bearers lifted their burden and trudged back across the ice. The boats were turned, levered by muffled men with crows, till the sharp bows pointed, questing, to the south. A shout, and Lipsill's craft first blossomed sail, the painted fabric flying and cracking round the mast. Then the catamaran, Scolter's deceptively clumsy square-rigger. Quick thud of a mallet parting the stern line, and Lipsill was away, runners crisping, throwing a thin white double plume from the snow that had drifted across the ice. Stromberg followed, swinging from the far end of the line, crossing his scored wake as Scolter surged across Princess's bows. A bellowing, and the Celtsillian crabbed away, narrowly missing disaster, raising a threatening fist. Carr laughed, fur glove muffling the universal gesture of derision. The boats faded in the dawn light, swerving and tacking as they jockeyed for the lead. If the display moved Coranda, she gave no sign of it. She stood smiling, coldly amused at the outcome of a jest, till the hulls were veiled in the frost smoke of the horizon, and the shouts lost beneath the wind. The yachts moved steadily through the day, heading due south under the bright high sun, their shadows pacing them across the white smoothness of the plain. With the wind astern, the square-rigger made ground fast. By evening, she was hull down, her sails a bright spark on the horizon. Stromberg crowded Snow Princess, racing in her wake. Behind him, spread out now, came the others, lateens bulging, runners hissing on the ice. The cold was bracing and intense. Snow crystals, blowing on the wind, stung his cheeks to a glow, beaded the heavy collar of his jerkin. Lipsill forged alongside, Ice Ghost surging and bucking. Carl raised a hand, laughing at his friend, and instantly came the chilling thought that one day, for Coranda, he might kill Lipsill, or Lipsill him. They camped together, by common consent, all but Scolter, still miles ahead. Here, away from the eternal warmth of the cleft cities, they must husband their reserves of fuel. They huddled round the redly glowing brazier, the reflection lighting their faces, glinting out across the ice. The worn hulls of the yachts, moored in a crescent, protected them from the worst of the wind. Outside, beyond the circle of light, a wolf howled, high and quavering. Within the camp was cheerfulness, songs and stories passing round the group, till one by one they took a last swig from their spirit flasks, checked their lines and grapples, and turned in. They were up early next dawn, again by unspoken agreement, hoping maybe to steal a march on Easy Girl. But keen as they were, Scolter was ahead of them. They passed his camp an hour's sail away. Ice Ghost crushed the remains of the brazier fire, the turned-out remnant still smouldering on the ice. One runner spurned the embers, sent a long banner of ash trailing down the wind. They glimpsed his sails once before the wind, rising again, blocked visibility with a swirling curtain of snow. They were now nearing the wide cleft of Fjorsgep, southernmost of the cities of the plain. The smooth ice was crossed by the tracks of many ships. They shortened sail cautiously, shouting each to the next along the line, hung lanterns in the rigging, pushed on again by compass and torchlight, unwilling to moor and give away advantage. Snow Princess and Ice Ghost moved side by side, a bare length separating them. It was Stromberg who first heard the faint booming from astern. He listened, cocking his head and frowning, then waved, pointing behind him with a bulky arm. The noise came again, a dull and ominous ringing. Lipsill laughed, edging his boat even closer. Carl stared back as behind them an apparition loomed, impossibly tall in the gloom and whirling flakes. He saw the heavy thrusting of bowsprit and jib-boom, the cavernous eyes of the land-whale skulls that graced the vessel's stern. They held course defiantly as she closed, hearing now mixed with the fog gongs the long-drawn roar of her runners over the ice. Stromberg made out the carved characters on her bow, the sweet lady, whaler out of Friesgold, bound no doubt for the southern moorings and a night's carouse. The jib-boom was between the boats, thrusting at their rigging before they were seen. An agonized howl from above, movement of lanterns and dark figures at the vessel's rail. She rumbled between the yachts as they parted at the last instant, the long shares of her ice anchors nearly scraping their booms. They saw the torchlit deck, fires burning in crow's nest and rigging, and the curious feature of an ice boat, the long slots in the bilges in which moved the linkages of the paired anchors. Dull light gleamed through her as she passed, giving to her hull the appearance of a half-flensed whale. Her last bellow reached them as she faded into the greyness ahead.
"Abbarsgaltion, bastards!"
The skipper then had seen the big insignia at the mastheads. This lady was anything but sweet. The night's camp brought near disaster. Matran came in late and evil-tempered. A runner stay cracked on the catamaran, bound with a jury lashing of nylon rope. Some chance remark from Arund, and he was on his feet, knife-blade glistening. He held the weapon tip uppermost, circling and taunting his enemy. Arund rose white-faced, swathing a bearskin round one forearm. A quick feint and thrust, a leaping back, and Lipsill spoke easily, still seated by the fire. "The prize, Friesgaltian, comes with the head of the unicorn. Our friend would doubtless look well enough, grinning from Coranda's wall, but your energy would be expended to no purpose." Matran hissed between his teeth, not deigning to glance round. "You risk in any case the anger of the Ice Mother," the Abbarsgaltian went on, reaching behind him to his pack. "For if Our Lady is in fact her servant, then this hunting is clearly her design, and should bring her glory. All else is vanity, an affront to her majesty." Hansan, the Fjorsgepian, dark-faced and black-browed, nodded somberly.
"This is true," he said. "Blood-spilling, if it be against the mother's will, brings no honour."
Matran half-turned at that uncertainly, and Lipsill's arm flailed up and back. The harpoon head, flung with unerring force, opened his cheek. He went down in a flurry of legs and arms, and Stromberg was on him instantly, pinning him. Lipsill turned to Arund, his own knife in his hand. "Now, Brazilian," he said gently. for the other, roused, would no doubt have thrown himself on his prostrate enemy and extracted vengeance. "No more, or you will answer to us all." Arend sheathed his dagger shakily, eyes not leaving the strained face of the Friesgartian. Matran was allowed to rise, and Lipsil faced him squarely. "This was evil," he said. "Our fight is with the wind and wide ice, not each other. Take your boat and stay apart from us." In Stromberg's mind rose the first stirring of a doubt. They moved fast again next morning, hoping for some sign of Skolter's yacht. But the wind that had raged all night had cleaned his tracks, filling them with fresh snow. The ice lay scoured, white and gleaming, to the horizon. They were now past the furthest limit of civilization, on the great south ice, where the whale herds and their hunters roamed. Here and there were warm ponds, choked with brown and green weed. They saw animals, wolf and otter, once a herd of the shaggy white bison of the plains, but no sign of the ghostly things they sought. The catamaran reached ahead of the rest, the Friesgartian, reckless and angry, crowding sail till the sim-paired hulls were nearly obscured beneath a cloud of pale nylon. Stromberg, remembering the split strut, sent up a brief and silent prayer. Matran's luck held till midday. Then the stay parted, suddenly and without warning. They all saw the boat surge off course, one keel dropping to glissade along the ice. For a moment it seemed she would come to rest without further harm. Then the ivory braces between the hulls, overstressed, broke in their turn. She split into halves. One hull bounded end over end, shredding fragments and splinters of bone. The other spun, unencumbered by the falling weight of mast and sail, flicked Matran in a sharp arc across the ice. He was up instantly, seemingly unhurt, running and waving to head them off. In Arend's slow brain, hatred still burned. He knew, as they had all known, that in a fight he was no match for the Friesgartian. Matran would have bled him, cutting and opening, till he lay down and gasped his life out on the ice. They had saved him the night before, but he had lost his honour. Now the rage took him, guiding his hands till they seemed possessed of a life of their own. They swung the tiller viciously. Chaser swerved, heading in towards the wreck. Matran shouted as the yacht crisped towards him. At the last moment it seemed he realized she would not turn. He tried to run. A foot slipped, and he went down on the ice. A thud, a bright spattering across the bows of Chaser, and she was past the wreck, yawing as she dragged the body from one sharp ski. 50 yards on, it twirled clear. She limped to a halt, sails fluttering. From her runner led a faint and wavering trail. Her deck was marked with the pink blood of the Friesgartian. They gathered round the thing on the ice. Stromberg and the Djobhabnians stunned, Arend pale and mumbling. There was no life. The great wound in the head, the oozing of blood and brain matter showed there was nothing to be done. They made the sign of the Ice Mother silently, turned away, anxious to leave the sight, left the body for her servants, the birds. They were cheered later that day by the gleam of Skolter's sail far to the south. But the camp was still a sombre affair. They moored apart, sat brooding each over his own fire. To Stromberg it seemed all his past life now counted for nothing. They were governed by the rule of the ice, the code that let men kill or be killed with equal indifference. He remembered his years of friendship with Lipsill, a friendship that seemed now to be ended. After what he had seen that morning, he would not dare trust even Mard again. At night he tried unavailingly to summon the image of Coranda's warm body. Pray though he might, the succubus would not visit him. Instead, he fell into a fitful sleep, dreamed he saw the very caverns of the fire giants deep under the ice. But there were no gleaming gods and demons, only machines, black and vast, that hummed and sang of power. The vision disturbed him. He cut his arm in the dull dawn light, left blood to appease the mother. It seemed even she turned her back on him. The morning was grey and cold, comfortless. He drank to restore circulation to his limbs, tidied his ship, left sullenly in the wake of Lipsill, as he led them on again across the plain. As they moved, the character of the land round them once more changed. The warm ponds were more numerous. Over them now hung frequent banks of fog. Often Snow Princess slushed her way through water, runners raising glittering swathes to either side. At breakfast, the Jobhabnians had seemed remote, standing apart and muttering. Now their identical craft began to edge away, widening the gap between them and the rest, till they were hull down, grey shadows on the ice. By early evening they were out of sight. The 4 boats raced steadily through a curling sea of vapour. Long leads of clear water opened, threatening to either side. They tacked and swerved, missing disaster time and again by the width of a runner. Stromberg lay to the right of the line, next to him the Fjörsgepian, then Lipsill. Beyond Ice Ghost was the blighted vessel of Arund, half seen now through the moving mist. None of the boats would give way, none fall back. Carr clung to the tiller, feeling the fast throb of the runners transmitted through the bone shaft, full of a hollow sense of impending doom. As dusk fell, a long runnel of open water showed ahead. He altered course, following it where it stretched diagonally across his bows. A movement to his left made him turn. Bloodbringer had fallen back. Her dark hull no longer blocked his vision. Mard still held course, and still Chaser ran abreast of him, drawing nearer and nearer the edge of the break. Stromberg at last understood Lipsill's purpose. He yelled, saw Arund turn despairingly. It was too late. Behind him, a length away, jutted the Fjörsgepian's iron ram. Boxed, the yacht spun on her heel in a last attempt to leap the obstacle. A grating of runners and spars, a frozen moment as she poised above the gulf. Then she struck the water with a thunderous splash. She sank almost instantly, hull split by the concussion. For a moment her bilge showed rounded and pale. Then she was gone. In her place was a disturbed swirl, a bobbing of debris. Arund surfaced once, waving a desperate arm, before he too vanished. The sun sank over the rim of the ice, flung shadows over the boats miles long, like the predatory shapes of birds. In the brief twilight they came up with Easy Girl. Skolter hung in her rigging, leisurely reeving a halyard, waving and jeering at them as they passed. All 3 vessels turned, Stromberg and Lipsill tightly, Hansen in a wider circle that took him skimming across the plain to halt, sails flapping, 100 yards away. Grapples went down. They lashed and furled stoically, dropped to the ice and walked over to the Celtshillion. He greeted them cheerfully, swinging down from the high mast of the boat.
"Well, you keen sailors, where are our friends?"
"Frascall and Ulsen turned back," said Lipsil shortly. "Matran and Arund are dead. Matran at Arund's hands, Arund in an icebreak." He stared at Stromberg challengingly. "It was the mother's will, Carl. She could have buoyed him to the land. She did not choose to." Stromberg didn't answer.
"Well," said Scotter easily, "the mother was ever firm with her followers. Let it be so."
He made the sign of benediction carelessly, circling with his hands, drawing with one palm the flat emptiness of the ice. He ran his fingers through his wild blonde hair and laughed.
"Tonight you will share my fire, Abersgaltians, and you too, Hansen of Fjörskepp. Tomorrow, who can tell? We reach the Mother's Court, perhaps, and sail in fairyland."
They grouped round the fire quietly, each occupied with his own thoughts. Skolter methodically honed the barbs of a harpoon, turning the weapon, testing the cutting edges against his thumb, his scarred face intent in the red light. He looked up finally, half frowning, half quizzical. His earrings swung and glinted as he moved his head.
"It seems to me," he said, "the mother makes her choice known in her special way. Arund and Matran were both fools of the type, certainly unfitted for the bed of the lady we serve, and the Jobhabnians faint-hearted. Now we are four. Who among us, one wonders, will win the bright prize?"
Stromberg made a noise, half smothered by his glove.
Skolter regarded him keenly. "You spoke, Abersgaltian?"
"He feels," said Lipsil gruffly. "We murdered Arund, after he, in his turn, killed Matran."
The Celtshillion laughed, high and wild.
"Since when," he said, "since when did pity figure in the scheme of things, pity or blame? Friends, we are bound to the ice eternal, to the cold that will increase and conquer, lay us all in our bones. Is not human effort vain? All life doomed to cease? I tell you, Coranda's blood, that mighty prize, and all her secret sweetness, this is a flake of snow in an eternal wind. I am the mother's servant. Through me she speaks. We will have no more talk of guilt and softness. It turns my stomach to hear it."
The harpoon darted, sudden and savage, stood quivering between them in the ice.
"The ice is real," shouted Skolter, rising. "Ice and blood. All else is delusion. Toys for weak men and fools."
He stamped away, earrings jangling, into the dark. The others separated soon afterwards to their boats, and Stromberg, for one, lay tossing and uneasy till dawn shot pearly streamers above the plain, and the birds called, winging to the south. On its southern rim the great plateau sloped gently. The yachts travelled fast, creaming over untold depths of translucent ice, runners hissing, sails filling in the breeze that still blew from nearly astern. There would be weary days of tacking ahead for those that returned, if any returned. Stromberg found himself increasingly beginning to doubt. It seemed a madness into the uncharted land. The place of warm ponds was left behind. Ahead, under the pale sun, shadows grew against the sky. There were mountains topped with fire, as the story had foretold. Strange crevasses and plateaus, jumbled and distant, glinting like crystal in the hard white light. Still Skolter led them, mast bells clanking, barbaric sails shaking and swelling. They held course stubbornly, shadows pacing them as they raced to the south. At the foot of the vast slope they parted company with the Fürstgepion. He had reached ahead, favoured by some trick of the terrain, till Bloodbringer was 100 yards or more in front of the rest. They saw the hull of the boat jar and leap. The smooth slope ended, split by a series of yard-high ridges. Hanson's runners, hitting the first of them, were sheared completely from the hull. There was something tragically comic about the accident. The gunwales split, the mast jarring loose to revolve against the sky like an oversized harpoon. The Fürstgepion, held by a shoulder harness, kept his place while the boat came apart round him like a child's toy. The remnants planed, spinning at great speed, jolted to a stop in a quick shower of ice. The survivors swerved, avoiding the broken ground, whispering by Hansen, as he sat shaking his head, still half-stunned. The wreckage dwindled to a speck that vanished, lost against the grey-green scarp of ice. There were provisions in the hull. The Fürstgepion would live or die as the mother willed. For the first time that night the skyline round their camp was broken by valleys and hills. Still icebound, the land had begun to roll. There were gullies, hidden cliffs, ravines from which came the splash and tinkle of water. It was an eerie country, dangerous and beautiful. They had seen strange animals, but no sign or spoor of barbarians or the things they sought. Stromberg spoke to Skolter again at dawn, while Lipsill fussed with the rigging of his boat. He seemed impelled by a sense of urgency. All things, mountains and sky, conspired to warm his blood. "It has come to me," he said quietly, "that we should return." The Celtilian stood thoughtfully, warming his hands at the brazier, casting glances at the low sky, sniffing the wind. He gave a short coughing laugh, but didn't turn. Stromberg touched a skull on the high side of Easy Girl, stroking the wind-smoothed eye sockets, unsure how to go on. "Last night I dreamed," he said. "It seemed, as it has seemed before, that the giants were not gods, but men, and we their children, that we are deceived. The Great Mother is dead. Such heresy must be a warning." Skolter laughed again, and spat accurately at the coals, rubbed arms banded with wide copper torques. "You dreamed of love," he said.
wetting your furs with hot thoughts of Coranda. It's you who are deceived, Lipsgaltian. Cancel your fancies.
Skolter, said Carr uncertainly, the price is high, too high, for a woman. The other turned to face him for the first time, pale eyes brooding in the keen face. Stromberg rushed on. All my life, he said, it seemed to me that you were not as other men. Now, I say, there is death here, maybe for us all. Go back, Frey. The prize is beneath your worth. The other turned to look up at the hulking shape of the boat, stroking her gunwale with a calloused hand, feeling the smoothness of the ivory.
The price of birth is death, he said broodingly. That, too, is a heavy sum to pay.
What drives you, Skolter? Asked Stromberg softly. If the woman means so little, why do you strive? If life is purposeless?
I do what is given, said Skolter shortly.
He flexed his hands on the side of the boat and sprang. The runners of Easy Girl creaked as he swung himself aboard.
Rage drives me, he said, looking down. Know this, Carl Stromberg of Abersgalt, that Skolter of Kelt's Hill lusts for death. In dying, death dies with him.
He slapped the halyards against the aftermast, bringing down a white shower of ice.
I also dreamed, he said. My dream was of life, sweet and rich. I follow the mother. In her I shall find my reward.
He would say no more, but stalked forward, bent to recoil the long ropes on the deck. That morning they sighted their prey. At first Stromberg could not believe. He was forced finally to accept the evidence of his eyes. The unicorns played and danced, sunlight flashing from their sides, horns gleaming, seeming to throw off sparks of brightness. He might have followed all day, watching and bemused, but Skolter's high yell reached him and recalled him. The change of course, as Easy Girl sped for the mutated Norwal. Already the Celtilian was brandishing his long harpoon, shaking out the coils of line as the yacht tiller locked flew towards the herd. It was as the story had been told. The creatures surrounded the boats, running and leaping, watching with their beautiful calm eyes. On Carl's left, Lipsil too seemed to be dazed. Skolter braced his feet on the deck, flexed muscles to drive the shaft hissing into the air. His aim was good. The harpoon struck a great grey bull, barbs sinking deep through the wrinkled pelt. Instantly, all was confusion. The wounded beast reared and plunged, snorting. Easy Girl was spun off course by the violence, the Celtilian hauling desperately at the line. Boat and animal collided in a flurry of snow. The Narwhal leapt away again, towing the yacht. Carl saw bright plumes fly as her anchors fell, tips biting at the ice. The herd had panicked, jerking and humping into the distance. Snow Princess, still moving fast, all but fouled the harpoon lines as Stromberg clawed clear. He had a brief glimpse of Skolter on the ice, the flash of a cutlass as the great creature plunged, thrusting at its tormentor with its one great horn. He swung the tiller again hard across. Princess circled, runners squealing, fetched up 50 yards from the fight. Ice Ghost was already stopped, Lipsill running cutlass in hand. Carr heard Skolter scream in triumph or in pain. He dropped his anchors, grabbing for his own sword, ran across the ice towards Easy Girl, hearing now the enraged trumpeting of the bull. The great beast had the Celtsillian pinned against the side of the boat. He saw the blunt head lunging, driving the horn through his flesh. The yacht rocked with the violence of the blows. The panting of the narwhal sounded loud. Then the creature, with a last convulsion, had torn itself away, snorting and hooting after the vanished herd. There was much blood on the ice and the pale side of the boat. Skolter sat puffing, face suffused, hands gripped over his stomach. More blood pulsed between his fingers, ruby bright in the sun. Cords stood out in his thick neck. His white teeth grinned as he rolled his head in pain. Lipsill reached him at the same instant. They tried pointlessly to draw the hands away. Skolter resisted them, eyes shut, breath hissing between his clenched teeth. "I told you I dreamed," he said. The words jerked out thick and agonized. "I saw the mother. She came in the night, cajoling. Her limbs were white as snow and hot as fire. It was an omen, but I couldn't read." His head dropped. He raised himself again, gasping with effort. They took his hands then, soapy with blood, squeezed, feeling the dying vice grip, seeing the eyes roll white under their lids. Convulsions shook him. They thought he was dead, but he spoke again. "Blood and ice," he said faintly. "These are real. These are the words of the mother. When the world is dark, then she will come to me." The body arced, straining, and Lipsill gripped the yellow hair, twisting it in his fingers. "The mother takes you, Skolter," he said. "She rewards her servant." They waited. But there was nothing more. They moored their boats silently, walked back to the place of killing. The blood had frozen, sparkling in pink crystals under the levelling sun. "He was a great prince," said Lipsill finally. "The rest is smallness. It should not come between us." Stromberg nodded, not answering with words, and they began to work. They broke Easy Girl, smashing bulwarks and runners, hacking at her bone and ivory spars, letting her spirit free to join the great spirit of Skolter that already roamed the ice eternal. 2 days they laboured, raising a mound of ice above the wreck. Skolter they laid on the deck, feet to the north and the domain of the mother. He would rise now, on that last cold dawn, spring up, facing her, a worthy servant and warrior. When they had finished, and the wind skirled over the glistening how, they rested. On the third morning, they drove south again. There were no words now between them. They sailed apart, bitterly, watching the white horizon, the endless swirl and flurry of the snow. 2 days later they re-sighted their quarry. The two boats separated further, bearing down, and again the strange creatures watched with their soft eyes. The shafts flew, glinting, lip-sills tinkled on the ice. Stromberg's struck wide of its mark. It missed the bull at which it was aimed, plunged instead into the silver flank of a calf. The animal howled, convulsed in a flurry of pain. As before, the herd bolted. Snow Princess, slewed, hauled round by the tethered weight, fled across the plain as the terrified creature bucked and plunged. Less than half the size of the adults, the calf was still nearly as long as the boat. Stromberg clung to the tiller as Princess jolted and veered, determined not to make Skolter's mistake of jumping to the ice. A mile away, the harpoon pulled clear. But the animal was blown. A second shaft transfixed it as it stood head down and panting. Started fresh and giant paroxysms that spattered the yacht with blood. Princess flew again, anchor blades ripping at the ice, drawing the thing gradually to a halt. It rolled then and screeched, trying with its half-flippers to scrape the torment from its back. Its efforts wound the line in round its body. It stood finally close to the boat, staring with a filmed, uncomprehending eye. Close enough for Stromberg to reach across, work the shaft into its torn side till the tip probed its life. A thin wailing, a nearly human noise of pain, and the thing collapsed, belching thunderously, coughing up masses of blood and weed. Sticky tears squeezed from its eyes, ran slow across the great round face. And Carr, standing shaking and panting, knew there was no need of the sword. The anchors of Ice Ghost raised a high screaming. She ploughed across the ice, throwing a white hail of chips to either side, speed barely diminished. She had speared a huge bull. Animal and boat careened by the stalled princess. Stromberg cut his line heavily, left the carcass with the bright harpoon silks still blowing above it, steered in pursuit. Sometimes in the half-hour that followed it seemed he might overrun Lipsill, but always the other boat drew ahead. The Narwhal left a thick trail of blood, but its energy seemed unabated. The line twanged thunderously, snagging on the racing ice. Ahead now the terrain was split and broken. Fissures yawned, sunlight sparking from their deep green sides. Princess bucked heavily, runners crashing as she swerved between the hazards. The chase veered to the east in a great half-circle. The wind, at first abeam, reached further and further ahead. Close-hauled, Stromberg fell behind. A half-mile separated the boats as they entered a wide bowl-shaped valley a mile or more across, guarded on each side by needle-shaped towers of ice. Ahead, the glittering floor veered to a rounded lip. The horizon line was sharp-cut against the sky. Ice Ghost, still towed by her catch, took the slope with barely a slackening of pace. Stromberg howled his alarm uselessly. Lipsill, frozen it seemed to the tiller, made no attempt to cut his line. The boat crested the rise, hung a moment silhouetted against brightness, and vanished, abrupt as a conjuring trick. Princess's anchors threw snow plumes high as her masthead. She skated sickeningly, surged to a halt 20 yards below the lip of ice. Stromberg walked forward carefully. As he topped the ridge, the sight beyond took his breath. He stood on the edge of the biggest crevasse he had ever seen. It curved back to right and left, horseshoe-shaped, enclosing the valley like a white tongue. 100 yards away, the opposing side glowed with sunlight. Across it lay the ragged shadow of the nearer wall. He craned forward. Below him, the ice walls stretched sheer to vanish in a blue-green gloom. There was mist down there, and water noise. The herd booming, long-drawn threads of echo. Last sounds, maybe, of the fall of the whale. Far below, impaled on a black spike of ice, was the wreck of Lipsill's boat. Mard, still held by his harness, sprawled across the stern, face bright with blood. He moved slightly as Stromberg stared, seeming to raise himself, lift a hand. Carr turned away, sickened, realizing he had won. He walked back to Snow Princess, head down, feet scraping on the ice, swung himself aboard and opened the bow locker, dumping piles of junk and provisions on the deck. There were ropes, spare downhauls, and mooring lines. He selected the best and thickest, knotting methodically, tied off to the stern of the boat, and walked back to the gulf. The line, lowered carefully, swayed a yard from Lipsill's head. He returned to Princess. She was stopped at an angle, tilted sideways on the curling lip of the crevasse. There were crowbars in the locker. He pulled one clear and worked cautiously, prising at the starboard runner, inching the yacht round till her bow pointed back down the long slope. The wind, gusting and capricious, blew from the gulf. The slope would help her gather way, but would it be enough? He brailed the sails up as far as he dared, stood back frowning and biting his lip. At each gust now the anchors groaned, threatening to tear free, send the boat skittering back down the incline. He scrabbled in the locker again, grabbing up more line. Another line. A light line that must also reach the wreck. There was just barely enough. He tied the last knot, dropped the second coil down. Working feverishly now, he transferred the heavy line from the stern to a cleat halfway along the port gunwale and locked the tiller to starboard. The anchors were raised by pulleys set just above the deck. He carried lines from them to the little bow windlass, slipped the ratchet, turned the barrel till they were tight. The handle fitted in its bone socket, stood upright, pointing slightly forward over the stem of the boat. He tied the light line off to the tip, tested the lashing on the improvised brake. It seemed secure. He backed towards the cliff edge, paying both ropes through his hands. Mard seemed now to understand what he was doing. He called croakingly, tried to move. The wreck groaned, slipped another foot towards the crevasse. Stromberg passed a heavy line between his thighs, round one calf, gripped it between sole and instep, let himself down into the gulf. The descent was eerie. As he moved, the wind pressure seemed to increase, setting him swaying pendulum fashion, banging his body at the ice. The sunlit edge above receded. He glanced below him, and instantly the crevasse seemed to spin. The ice walls, sloping together, vanished in a blackish gloom. The wind called deep and baying, its icy breath chilled his cheek. He hung, sweating, till the dizziness passed, forced himself by his arms, felt his heels touch the deck of the boat. He dropped, as lightly as he could, lunging forward to catch at the tangle of rigging. A sickening time, while the wreck surged and creaked. He felt sweat drop from him again as he willed the movement to stop. The deck steadied with a final groan. He edged sideways cautiously, cutting more rope lengths, fashioning a bridle that he slipped under Lipsill's arms. The other helped as best he could, raising his body weakly. Stromberg tested the knots, lashed the harness to the line. Another minute's work, and he too was secure. He took a shuddering breath, groping for the second rope. They were not clear yet. If Ice Ghost moved, she could still take them with her, scrape them into the gulf. He gripped the line and pulled. Nothing. He jerked again, feeling the fresh rise of panic. If the trick failed, he knew he lacked the strength ever to climb. Awaiting, then a vibration sensed through the rope. Another pause, and he was being drawn smoothly up the cliff, swinging against the rock-hard ice as the pace increased. The sides of the cleft seemed to rush towards him. A last concussion, a bruising shock, and he was being towed over level ice, sawing desperately at the line. He saw fibers parting. Then he was lying still, blessedly motionless, Lipsill beside him bleeding into the snow, while Princess, freed of her one-sided burden, skated in a wide half-circle, came into irons, and stopped. The crevasse of Braz Hill lay grey and silent in the early morning. Torches, flaring at intervals along the glassy sides, lit level after level with a wavering glare, gleamed on the walkways with their new powdering of snow. Stromberg trudged steadily, sometimes hauling his burden, sometimes skidding behind it as he eased the sledge down the sloping paths. A watchman called sleepily. He ignored him. On the level above Coranda's home, he stopped, levered the great thing from the sledge, and across to the edge of the path. He straightened up, wiping his face, and yelled. His voice ran thin and shaking, echoing between the half-seen walls. "Matron!" A bird flew squawking from the depths. The word flung itself back at him, Ice Mother answering with 1,000 voices. "Errand!" Again the mocking choir, confusions of sound reflecting faint and mad from the cleft. "Hanson!" "Skulter!" Names of the dead and lost. A fierce benediction. An answer to the ice. He bent to the thing on the path. A final heave. A falling. A fleshy thud. The head of the unicorn bounced on the level below, splashed a great star of blood across Coranda's door. He straightened, panting, half hearing from somewhere the echo of a scream. Stood and stared a moment longer before starting to climb, giving thanks to Ice Mother, who had given him back his soul. Thus we frustrate Charlemagne, by R. Lafferty.
"We've been on some tall ones," said Gregory Smirnov of the Institute, "but we've never stood on the edge of a bigger one than this, nor viewed one with shakier expectations. Still,
If the calculations of Epictetus are correct, this will work. People, it will work, Epict said. This was Epictetus, the Ctistec machine. Who'd have believed it? The main bulk of Epict was 5 floors below them, but he had run an extension of himself up to this little penthouse lounge. All it took was a cable, no more than a yard in diameter, and a functional head set on the end of it. And what a head he chose! It was a sea serpent head, a dragon head, 5 feet long, and copied from an old carnival float. Epict had also given himself human speech of a sort, a blend of Irish and Jewish and Dutch comedian patter from ancient vaudeville. Epict was a comic to his last para-DNA relay, when he rested his huge, boggle-eyed, crested head on the table there, and smoked the biggest stogies ever born. But he was serious about this project. "We have perfect test conditions," the machine Epict said, as though calling them to order. "We set out basic texts, and we take careful note of the world as it is. If the world changes, then the text should change here before our eyes. For our test pilot, we have taken that portion of our own middle-sized city that can be viewed from this fine vantage point. If the world in its past-present continuity is changed by our meddling, then the face of our city will also change instantly as we watch it. We have assembled here the finest minds and judgments in the world. 8 humans, and 1 Ctistec machine, myself. Remember that there are 9 of us, it might be important." The 9 finest minds were Epictetus, the transcendent machine, who put the K in Ctistec; Gregory Smirnov, the large-souled director of the Institute; Valerie Mock, an incandescent lady scientist; her overshadowed and over-intelligent husband, Charles Cogsworth; the humorless and inerrant Glasser; Aloysius Shiplap, the seminal genius; Willie McGilly, a man of unusual parts, the seeing third finger on his left hand he had picked up on one of the planets of Captain's star, and of no false modesty; Audifax O'Hanlon, and Diogenes Pontifex. The latter 2 men were not members of the Institute on account of the minimal decency rule. But when the finest minds in the world are assembled, these 2 cannot very well be left out. "We are going to tamper with one small detail in past history and note its effect," Gregory said. "This has never been done before openly. We go back to an era that has been called a patch of light in the vast gloom, the time of Charlemagne. We consider why that light went out and did not kindle others. The world lost 400 years by that flame expiring when the tinder was apparently ready for it. We go back to that false dawn of Europe and consider where it failed. The year was 778, and the region was Spain. Charlemagne had entered alliance with Marsilis, the Arab king of Saragossa, against the Caliph Abd ar-Rahman of Cordova. Charlemagne took such towns as Pamplona, Huesca and Gerona, and cleared the way to Marsilis in Saragossa. The Caliph accepted the situation. Saragossa should be independent, a city open to both Muslims and Christians. The northern marches to the border of France should be permitted their Christianity, and there would be peace for everybody. These Marsilis had long treated Christians as equals in Saragossa. Now there would be an open road from Islam into the Frankish Empire. Marsilis gave Charlemagne 33 scholars, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian, and some Spanish mules to seal the bargain. And there could have been a cross-fertilization of cultures. But the road was closed at Roncesvalles, where the rear guard of Charlemagne was ambushed and destroyed on its way back to France. The ambushers were more Basque than Muslims, but Charlemagne locked the door at the Pyrenees and swore that he would not let even a bird fly over that border thereafter. He kept the road closed, as did his son and his grandsons, but when he sealed off the Muslim world, he also sealed off his own culture. In his latter years, he tried a revival of civilization with a ragtag of Irish half-scholars, Greek vagabonds, and Roman copyists who almost remembered an older Rome. These weren't enough to revive civilization. And yet Charlemagne came close with them. Had the Islam door remained open, a real revival of learning might have taken place then, rather than 400 years later. We are going to arrange that the ambush at Roncesvalles did not happen, and that the door between the two civilizations was not closed. Then we will see what happens to us. "Intrusion like a burglar, Bent," said Ipecht. "Who's a burglar?" Glasser demanded. "I am," Ipecht said. "We all are. It's from an old verse. I forget the author. I have it filed in my main mind downstairs if you're interested." "We set out a basic text of Hilarius," Gregory continued. "We note it carefully, and we must remember it the way it is. Very soon that may be the way it was. I believe that the words will change on the very page of this book as we watch them, just as soon as we have done what we intend to do." The basic text marked in the open book read, "The traitor Gano, playing a multiplex game with money from the Cordova Caliph, hired Basque Christians dressed as Saragossan Mozarabs to ambush the rearguard of the Frankish force. To do this, it was necessary that Gano keep in contact with the Basques, and at the same time delay the rearguard of the Franks. Gano, however, served both as guide and scout for the Franks. The ambush was effected. Charlemagne lost his Spanish mules, and he locked the door against the Muslim world. That was the text by Hilarius. When we, as it were, push the button, give the nod to Epictetus. "This will be changed," Gregory said. "Ye picked by a complex of devices which he has assembled, will send an avatar, partly of mechanical and partly of ghostly construction, and something will have happened to the traitor Gano along about sundown one night on the road to Roncesvalles. I hope the avatar isn't expensive, Willie McGilly said. When I was a boy, we got by with a dart whittled out of slippery elm wood. This is no place for humour, Glasser protested. Who did you, as a boy, ever kill in time, Willie? Oh, lots of them. King Wu of the Manchu, Pope Adrian VII, President Hardy of our own country, King Marcel of Auvergne, the philosopher Gabriel Triplets. It's a good thing we got them. They were a bad lot. But I never heard of any of them, Willie, Glasser insisted. Well, of course not, said Willie. We killed them when they were kids. Enough of your fooling, Willie, Gregory cut it off. Willie's not fooling, the machine Epict said. Where do you think I got the idea? Regard the world, Aloysius said softly. We see our own middle-sized town with half a dozen towers of pastel-coloured brick. We will watch it as it grows or shrinks. It will change if the world changes. There's 2 shows in town I haven't seen, Valerie said. Don't let them take them away. After all, there are only 3 shows in town. We regard the beautiful arts as set out in the reviews here, which we have also taken as basic tests, Ordifacts Hanlon said. You can say what you want to, but the arts have never been in meaner shape. Painting is of 3 schools only, all of them bad. Sculpture is the heaps of rusted metal school and the obscene tinker-toy effects. The only popular art, graffiti on Mingitorio walls, has become unimaginative, stylized, and ugly. The only thinkers to be thought of are the dead Teilhard de Chardin and the stillborn Sartre, Zielinski, Eichinger. Oh, well, if you're going to laugh, there's no use going on. All of us here are experts on something, Cogsworth said. Most of us are experts on everything. We know the world as it is. Let's do what we're going to do and then look at the world. Push the button, you picked, Gregory Smirnov ordered. From his depths, Epictistes, the Ctistek machine, sent out an avatar, partly of mechanical and partly of ghostly construction. Along about sundown on the road from Pamplona to Roncesvalles, on August the 14th of the year 778, the traitor Garno was taken up from the road and hanged on a carob tree. The only one in those groves of oak and beech. And all things thereafter were changed. Did it work, he picked? Is it done? Louis Lobachevsky demanded. I can't see a change in anything. The Avatar is back and reports his mission accomplished, Epict stated. I can't see any change in anything either. Well, let's look at the evidence, Gregory said. The 13 of them, the 10 humans and the Ctistek, Kresmoidek and Proesthematic machines, turned to the evidence, and with mounting disappointment. There is not one word changed in the hilarious text, Gregory grumbled. And indeed the basic text still read, the King Marsilis of Saragossa, playing a multiplex game, took money from the Caliph of Cordova for persuading Charlemagne to abandon the conquest of Spain, which Charlemagne had never considered and couldn't have effected. Took money from Charlemagne in recompense for the cities of the northern marches being returned to Christian rule, though Marsilis himself had never ruled them, and took money from everyone as toll on the new trade passing through his city.
Marseilles gave up nothing but 33 scholars, the same number of mules, and a few wagon-loads of book manuscripts from the old Hellenistic libraries. But a road over the mountains was opened between the two worlds, and also a sector of the Mediterranean coast became open to both. A limited opening was made between the two worlds, and a limited reanimation of civilization was effected in each.
"Oh, there is not one word of the text changed," Gregory grumbled. "History followed its same course. How did our experiment fail? We tried, by a device that seems a little cloudy now, to shorten the gestation period for a new birth. It would not be shortened."
"The town is in no way changed," said Aloysius Shiplap. "It's still a fine large town with 24 imposing towers of varicolored limestone and Midland marble. It's a vital metropolis, and we all love it, but it is now as it was before. There's still 24 good shows in town that I haven't seen," Valerie said happily as she examined the billings. "I was afraid that something might have happened to them."
"There is no change at all in the beautiful arts, as reflected in the reviews here that we have taken as basic texts," said Audifax O'Hanlon. "You can say what you want to, but the arts have never been in finer shape."
"It's a link of sausage," said the machine Kresnoide.
No, the road who never ran it thrice," said the machine Proest. "That's from an old verse. I forget the author. I have it filed in my main mind in England, if you're interested."
"Oh, yes, it's the three-cornered tale that ends where it begins," said the machine Epictistes. "But it is good sausage, and we should enjoy it. Many ages have not even this much."
"What are you fellows babbling about?" Audifax asked, without really wanting to know. "The art of painting is still almost incandescent in its bloom. The schools are like clustered galaxies, and half the people are doing some of this work for pleasure. Scandinavian and Maori sculpture are hard put to maintain their dominance in the field where almost everything is extraordinary. The impassioned comic has released music from most of its bonds. Since speculative mathematics and psychology have joined in the popular performing arts, there is considerably more sheer fun in life. There is a piece here on Pete Teilhard, putting him into context as a talented science fiction writer with a talent for outre burlesque. The brain world motif was overworked when he tackled it, but what a shaggy comic extravaganza he did make of it. And there's Muldoon, Zielinski, Popper, Gander, Eichinger, White Crow, Hornwanger. We owe so much to the juice of the cultists. In the main line there are whole congeries and continents of great novels and novelists. And ever-popular art, graffiti on Mingitoria walls, maintains its excellence. Travel Unlimited offers a 99-day art tour of the world keyed to the viewing of the exquisite and hilarious miniatures on the walls of its own restrooms. Ha ha ha, what a copious world we live in! "It's more grass than we can graze," said William McGilly. "The very bulk of achievement is stupefying. I wonder if there is subtle revenge in my choice of words. The experiment, of course, was a failure, and I'm glad. I like a full world."
"We will not call the experiment a failure, since we have covered only a third of it," said Gregory. "Tomorrow we will make our second attempt on the past, and if there is a present left to us after that, we will make a third attempt the following day."
"Shove it, good people, shove it," the machine Epictistes said. "We will meet here again tomorrow. Now you to our pleasures, and we to ours. The people talked that evening away from the machines where they could make foolish conjectures without being laughed at. "Let's pull a random card out of the pack and go with it," said Louis Lobachevsky. "Let's take a purely intellectual crux of a little later date and see if the changing of it will change the world." "I suggest Occam," said Johnny Condully. "Shy?" Valerie demanded. "He was the last and least of the medieval schoolmen. How could anything he did or did not do affect anything?"
"Oh, no, he held the razor to the jugular," Gregory said. "He'd have severed the vein if the razor hadn't been snatched from his hand. There's something amiss here, though. It is as though I remembered when things were not so stark with Occam, as though in some variant Occam's terminalism did not mean what we know that it did mean."
"Sure, let's cut the jugular," said Willie. "Let's find out how the logical termination of terminalism, and see just how deep Occam's razor can cut."
"We'll do it," said Gregory. "Our world has become something of a fat slob. It cloys. It has bothered me all evening. We'll find out whether purely intellectual attitudes are of actual effect. We'll leave the details to Epict, but I believe the turning point was in the year 1323, when John Luttrell came from Oxford to Avignon, where the Holy See was then situated. He brought with him 56 propositions taken from Ockham's commentary on the sentences, and he proposed their condemnation. They were not condemned outright, but Occam was whipped soundly in that first assault, and he never recovered. Luttrell proved that Ockham's nihilism was a bunch of nothing. And the Occam thing did die away, echoing dimly through the little German courts where Occam travelled peddling his wares, but he no longer peddled them in the main market. Yet his viewpoint could have sunk the world, if indeed intellectual attitudes are of actual effect.
"We wouldn't have liked Luttrell," said Aloysius. "He was humourless, and he had no fire in him, and he was always right."
"And we would have liked Occam. He was charming, and he was wrong, and perhaps we will destroy the world yet. There's a chance that we will get our reaction if we allow Occam free hand. China was frozen for thousands of years by an intellectual attitude, one not nearly so unsettling as Occam's. India is hypnotized into a queer stasis which calls itself revolutionary and which does not move, hypnotized by an intellectual attitude. But there was never such an attitude as Occam's."
So they decided that the former Chancellor of Oxford, John Luttrell, who was always a sick man, should suffer one more sickness on the road to Avignon in France, and that he should not arrive there to lance the Occam thing before it infected the world.
"Let's get on with it, good people," Epict rumbled the next day. "I'm to stop a man getting from Oxford to Avignon in the year 1323. Well, come, take your places, and let's get the thing started."
And Epictetus, his great sea-serpent head, glowed every colour as he puffed on a 7-branched puka-duka and filled the room with wonderful smoke.
"Everybody ready to have his throat cut?" Gregory asked cheerfully.
"Cut them," said Diogenes Pontifex, "but I haven't much hope for it. If our yesterday's essay had no effect, I cannot see how one English schoolman chasing another to challenge him in an Italian court in France in bad Latin nearly 700 years ago on 56 points of unscientific abstract reasoning can have effect."
"We have perfect test conditions here," said the machine Epict. "We set out a basic test from Cobblestone's History of Philosophy. If our test is effective, then the text will change before our eyes. So will every other text and the world. We have assembled here the finest minds and judgments in the world," the machine Epictetus said. 10 humans and 3 machines. Remember
that there are 13 of us. It might be important.
Regard the world, said Aloysius Shiplap. I said that yesterday, but it is required that I say it again. We have the world in our eyes and in our memories. If it changes in any way, we will know it.
Push the button he picked, said Gregory Smirnov. From his depths, Epictistes, the Ctistec machine, sent out an avatar, partly of mechanical and partly of ghostly construction, and along about sundown on the road from Mende to Avignon, in the old Languedoc district of France in the year 1323, John Luttrell was stricken with one more sickness. He was taken to a little inn in the mountain country, and perhaps he died there. He did not at any rate arrive at Avignon. "Did it work he picked? Is it done?" Aloysius asked. "Well, let's look at the evidence," said Gregory. The 4 of them, the 3 humans, and the ghost he picked, who was a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube, turned to the evidence with mounting disappointment. "There is still the stick and the 5 notches in it," said Gregory. "It was our test stick. Nothing in the world is changed. The arts remain as they were," said Aloysius. "Our picture here on the stone, on which we've worked for so many seasons, is the same as it was. We've painted the bears black, the buffaloes red, and the people blue. When we find a way to make another colour, we can represent birds also. I had hoped that our experiment might give us that other colour. I had even dreamed that birds might appear in the picture on the rock before our very eyes." "There's still rump of skunk to eat, and nothing else," said Valerie. "I had hoped that our experiment would have changed it to haunch of deer." "All is not lost," said Aloysius. "We still have the hickory nuts. That was my last prayer before we began our experiment. Don't let them take the hickory nuts away, I prayed." They sat around the conference table that was a large, flat, natural rock, and cracked hickory nuts with stone fist hammers. They were nude in the crude, and the world was as it had always been. They had hoped by magic to change it. "Epict has failed us," said Gregory. "We made his frame out of the best sticks, and we plaited his face out of the finest weeds and grasses. We charted him full of magic, and placed all our special treasures in his cheek pouches. So what can the magic mask do for us now?" "Oh, ask it," said Valerie. They were the 4 finest minds in the world, the 3 humans, Gregory, Aloysius, and Valerie, the only humans in the world, unless you count those in the other valleys, and the ghost he picked, a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube. "Well, what do we do now, he picked?" Gregory asked. Then he went around behind he picked to the speaking tube. "I remember a woman with a sausage stuck to her nose," said Epict in the voice of Gregory. "Is that any help?" "It may be some help," Gregory said, after he had once more taken his place at the flat rock conference table. "It's from an old— what's old about it? I made it up myself this morning. Folk tale. About the 3 wishes. "Well, let Epict tell it," said Valerie. "He does it so much better than you do." Valerie went behind Epict to the speaking tube and blew smoke through it from the huge, loose, black-leaf, uncured stogie that she was smoking. "The wife wastes 1 wish for a sausage," said Epict in the voice of Valerie. "A sausage is a piece of deer meat tied in a piece of a deer's stomach. The husband is angry that the wife has wasted a wish, since she could have wished for a whole deer and had many sausages. He gets so angry that he wishes the sausage might stick to her nose forever. It does, and the woman wails, and the man realized that he had used up the 2nd wish. I forget the rest." "You can't forget it, Epict," Aloysius cried in alarm. "The future of the world may depend on your remembering. Here, let me reason with that damned magic mask." And Aloysius went behind Epict to the speaking tube.
Oh, yes, now I remember, Ipict said in the voice of Aloysius. The man used the third wish to get the sausage off his wife's nose, so things were the way they had been before. But we don't want it the way it was before, Valerie howled. That's the way it is now, a rump of skunk to eat, and me with nothing to wear but my ape cape. We want it better. We want deer skins and antelope skins. Take me as a mystic, or don't take me at all, Ipict signed off. Well, even though the world has always been so, yet we have intimations of other things, Gregory said. What folk hero was it who made the dart? And of what did he make it? Willie McGilly was the folk hero, said Ipict, in the voice of Valerie, who had barely got to the speaking tube in time. And he made it out of slippery elm wood. Could we make a dart like the folk hero Willie made? Aloysius asked. We gotta, said Ipict. Could we make a slinger and whip it out of our own context and into... Could we kill an avatar with it before he killed somebody else? Gregory asked excitedly. We sure will try, said the ghost Ipict, who was nothing but a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube. I never did like those avatars. You think Ipict was nothing but a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube? There was a lot more to him than that. He had red garnet rocks inside him and real sea salt. He had powder made from beaver eyes. He had rattlesnake rattles and armadillo shields. He was the first Ktistek machine. Give me the word, Ipict, Aloysius cried a few moments later as he fitted the dart to the slinger. Fling it! Get that avatar, Fink! Ipict howled. Along about sundown, in an unnumbered year, on the road from nowhere to Eon, an avatar fell dead with a slippery elm dart in his heart. Did it work, Ipict? Is it done? Charles Cogsworth asked in excitement. It must have. I'm here. I wasn't in the last one. Let's look at the evidence, Gregory suggested calmly. Damn the evidence, Willie McGilly cussed. Remember where you heard it first? Is it started yet? Glasser asked. Is it finished? Audifaxer Hanlon questioned. Push the button, Ipict, Diogenes barked. I think I missed part of it. Let's try it again. Oh, no, Valerie forbade. Not again. That way is rump of skunk and madness. Handicap by Larry Niven. We flew on skycicles over a red desert, under the soft red sun of Down. I let Gilson stay ahead. He was my guide, and I hadn't been flying a skycicle long. I'm a flatlander. I had spent most of my life in the cities of Earth, where any flying vehicle is illegal unless fully automated. I liked flying. I wasn't good at it yet, but there was plenty of room for mistakes with the desert so far below. There, said Gilson, pointing. Where is it? Down there. Follow me. His skycicle swung easily to the left and began to slow and drop. I followed more clumsily, overcorrecting and dropping behind. Eventually I spotted something. That little cone, I said. That's it. From up here the desert looked lifeless. It wasn't, any more than the deserts of most inhabited worlds are lifeless. Down there, invisible at this height, were spiky, dry plants with water stored in their cores, flowers which bloomed after a rain and left their seeds to wait a year or 10 years for the next rainfall, insect things with 4 legs, unjointed, skinny, warm-blooded quadrupeds from the size of a fox on Down, who were always hungry.
There was a 5-foot, hairy cone with a bald, rounded top. Only its shadow made it visible as we dropped towards it. Its lank hair was the exact colour of the reddish sand. We landed next to it and got off. I was beginning to think I'd been played for a fool. The thing didn't look like an animal, it looked like a big cactus. Sometimes a cactus had hair just like her. "We're behind it," said Gilson. He was dark and massive and taciturn. On down there was no such animal as the professional guide. I'd talked Gilson into taking me out into the desert for a fair fee, but I hadn't bought his friendship. I think he was trying to make that clear. "Come round in front," he said. We circled the hairy cone, and I started to laugh. The grog showed just 5 features. Where it touched flat rock, the base of the cone was some 4 feet across. Long, straight hair brushed the rock like a floor-length skirt. A few inches up, 2 small, widely separated paws poked through the curtain of hair. They were the size and shape of a Great Dane's forepaws, but naked and pink. A yard higher, 2 more paws poked through, but on these the toes were extended to curving, useless fingers. Finally, above the forepaws was a yard-long, lipless gash of a mouth, half hidden by hair, curved very slightly upwards at the corners. No eyes. The cone looked like some Stone Age carved idol, or like a cruel cartoon of a feudal monk. Gilson waited patiently for me to stop laughing. "It's funny," he admitted with reluctance. "But it's intelligent. There's a brain under that bald top, bigger than yours and mine combined." "It's never tried to communicate with you," I said. "Not with me, nor with anyone else." "Does it make tools?" "With what? Look at its hands." He regarded me with amusement. "This is what you wanted to see, isn't it?" "Yes," I said. "I came a long way. For nothing." "Anyway, now you've seen it." I laughed again. Eyeless, motionless, my potential customer sat like a fat lapdog in begging position. "No, come on," I said. "Let's go back." A fool's errand. I'd spent 2 weeks in hyperspace to get here. The fare would come out of business expenses, but ultimately I'd pay for it. I was going to own the business one day. Gilson took his check without comment, folded it twice and stuck it in his lighter pocket. He said, "Buy you a drink?" "Sure," I said. We left our rented skycycles at the downtown city limits and boarded a ped walk. Gilson led the way from crossing to crossing until we were sliding past a great silver cube with a wriggling blue sign, "Chiller's House of Irish Coffee." Inside the place was still a cube, a 1-story building 40 meters high. Padded, horseshoe-shaped sofas covered the entire floor, so close you could hardly squeeze between them, each with its little disk of a table nestling in the center. From the floor, a tinsel abstraction rose like a great tree, spreading its wide, glittering arms protectively over the customers, rising 40 meters to touch the ceiling. The bartending machinery was halfway up the tree. "Interesting place," said Gilson. "These booths were built to float." He waited for me to express surprise. When I didn't, he went on. "It didn't work out. Lovely idea, though. The chairs would swoop through the air, and if the people at 2 tables wanted to meet, they'd slide their booths together and lock them magnetically." "Sounds like fun," I said. "Yeah, it was fun.
The guy who thought it up must have forgotten that people come to a bar to get drunk. They'd crash the booths together like bumper cars. They'd go as high as they could and then pour out their drinks. The people underneath didn't like that, and maybe there'd be a fight. I remember seeing a guy getting thrown out of a booth. He'd have been dead if that tinsel centerpiece hadn't caught him. Why, another guy did die. He missed the branches. So they grounded the booths, I said. No, first they tried to make the course automatic, but you could still pour drinks on the people below. And there was more skill in it. It got to be a game. Then, one night, some idiot figured out how to short the autopilot. But he forgot the manual controls had been disconnected. His booth landed on another and injured 3 important people. Then they grounded the booths. A floating tray served us 2 chilled glasses and a bottle of Blue Fire 2728. The bar was 2/3 empty this early, and quiet. When the freeze-distilled wine was half gone, I explained why they call Blue Fire the Crashlander's Peacemaker. The shape of the flexible plastic bottle, narrow-necked, with a flaring mouth, plus the weight of the fluid inside, makes it a dandy bludgeon. Gilson was turning almost garrulous now that I was no longer his employer. I was talking a lot too. Not that I felt like it. It was just, well, here I was, light years from Earth and business and the good people I knew, way out at the edge of human space. On down, a former Xinti world, mostly empty, with a few scattered dots of civilization, and a few great scars of old war. A world where the farmers had to use ultraviolet lamps to grow crops because of that red dwarf sun. And here I was. I was going to enjoy it. I was enjoying it. Gilson was good company, and the Blue Fire didn't hurt at all. We ordered another bottle. The noise level rose as cocktail hour drew near. "Something I've been wondering," said Gilson. "Mind if we talk business?" "No," I said. "Whose business?" "Yours." "Not at all," I said. "Why do you even ask?" "Oh, it's traditional to us," he said. "Some people don't like giving away the tricks of their trade. Others like to forget work completely after hours."
"Well, that makes sense," I said. "What's the question?"
Why do you pronounce handicapped with a capital H?" he asked.
"Oh," I said. "Well, if I said it with a small h, you'd think I meant humans, wouldn't you? Potential paranoids, albino crashlanders, booster spice allergics, people with missing limbs and resistance to transplant. Handicapped like that." "Yeah," he said. "Whereas," I went on, "what I deal with is sentient beings who evolved with minds, but with nothing that would serve as hands." "Oh," he said. "Like dolphins." "Right," I said. "Are there dolphins on down?"
"Hell yes," he said. "What else would run our fishing industry?"
"Well," I went on, "you know those things you pay them off in? They look like a squirt jet motorboat motor with 2 padded metal hands attached."
"Oh, yeah, the dolphin's hands, sure. We sell them other stuff, tools and sonic things to move fish around, but dolphin's hands are what they mainly need."
"I make them," I said. Gilson's eyes jerked up. Then I could feel him withdrawing, backing off, as he realized that the man across from him could probably buy down.
Ah, damn.
But the best I could do now was ignore the fact.
"Well, I should have said my father's company makes them," I said.
One day I'll direct Garvey Limited, but my great-grandfather will have to die first. I doubt he ever will. Gilson smiled with little strain. I know people like that, he said. Yeah, some people seem to dry out as they get older, I went on. They get drier and tougher instead of getting fat until you think they'll never change again. And they seem to get more and more energetic, like there's a thermonuclear source inside them. G-squared is like that. Great old man. I don't see enough of him. You sound proud of him, said Gilson. Why does he have to die? Well, it's like a custom, I explained. Dad's running the company now. If he gets in trouble, he can go to his father, who ran the company before him. And if G' can't handle it, they both go to G-squared. Funny names, said Gilson. Not to me, I said. It's like a tradition, too. I'm sorry. What are you doing on down? Oh, we don't deal only with dolphins, I said. The blue fire made me want to lecture. Look, Gilson, we know of 3 sentient beings without hands, right? More than that, he answered. Puppeteers use their mouths. Outsiders? Ah, I answered, but they build their own tools, damn it. I'm talking about beasts who can't even crack themselves a fist axe or hold a lighter. Dolphins, bandersnatchy, and that thing we saw today. The grog, he said. Well, don't you see that there must be handicapped species all over the galaxy? Minds, but no hands. I tell you, Gilson, it gives me the shivers, for as long as we expand to other stars, we're going to meet more and more handless, toolless, helpless civilizations. Sometimes we won't even recognize them. What are we going to do about them? Build dolphins' hands for them. Oh, well, yes, but we can't just give them away. Once one species starts depending on another, they become parasites. How about bandersnatchy, said Gilson. Do you build hands for bandersnatchy? Yes, I said. Oh, lots bigger, of course. A bandersnatchy is twice the size of a brontosaur. Its skeleton is flexible but has no joints. The only breaks in its smooth white skin are the tufts of sensory bristles on either side of its tapering blank head. It moves on a rippling belly foot. They live in the lowlands of Jinx, browsing off the grey yeast along the shorelines. You'd think they were the most helpless things in known space, until you saw one bearing down on you like a charging mountain. Once I saw an ancient armoured car crushed flat across a lowlands rock, straddled by the broken bones of the beast that ran it down. Okay, said Gilson. How do they pay for their machines? Hunting privileges, I said. Hunting them? Gilson looked horrified. I don't believe you. Well, I hardly believed it myself, I said, but it's true. I hunched forward across the tiny table. Here's how it works. The bandersnatchy have to control their population. There's only so much shoreline to feed on in the lowlands. They also have to control boredom. Can you imagine how bored they must have been before men came to Jinx? So what they've done is, they've made a treaty with the Jinx government. Now, say a man wants a bandersnatch skeleton. He's going to build a trophy room under it. He goes to the Jinx government and gets a license. The license tells him what equipment he can take down to the lowlands, which is inhabited only by bandersnatchy, because the atmospheric pressure is enough to crush a man's lungs, and the temperature is enough to cook him. If he gets caught taking extra weapons, he goes to prison for a long time. Maybe he makes it back with a body, maybe he doesn't come back. His equipment gives him odds of about 60-40, but either way, the bandersnatchy get 80% of the license fee, which is 1,000 stars flat. With that, they buy things. Like hands, said Gilson. Right, I said.
Oh, one more thing. A dolphin can control his hands with his tongue, but a bandersnatch he can't. We have to build the control setup directly into the nerves by surgery. It's not difficult. Gilson shook his head and dialed for another bottle. Well, they do other things, I said. The Institute of Knowledge had instruments in the lowlands, laboratories and such. There are things the Institute wants to know about what happens under lowland pressure and temperatures. The bandersnatches run all the experiments using the hands. Gilson thought a moment. So, you came here for a new market, he said. Well, I was told there was a new sentient life form on Down, one that doesn't use tools. You've changed your mind? Just about, I said. Gilson, what makes you think they're sentient? Well, the brains. They're huge. Nothing else? No. Their brains might not work like ours, I said. The nerve cells might be different. Look, we're about to get technical. Let's drop it for tonight. And with that, Gilson pushed the bottles and glasses to one side and stood up on the table. He peered around Chiller's House of Irish Coffee, swinging his head in a slow arc. Ha! Garvey, I've spotted a cousin and one of her friends. Let's join them. It's almost dinner time. I thought we'd be taking them to dinner. Not at all. Sharon and Lois built our dinner handmade, starting with raw materials we picked up in a special store. Seeing raw food for the first time, practically in the state in which it had emerged from the ground or been cut from a dead beast, made me a little queasy. I hope I didn't show it, but dinner tasted fine. After dinner, and some polite drinking and talk, back to the hotel. I went to sleep, planning to hop a ship the next morning. I woke in total darkness around 0400, staring at the invisible ceiling and seeing a round-topped cone with reddish, lank hair and a faintly smiling mouth, smiling at me in gentle derision. The cone had secrets. I'd come that close to guessing one of those secrets this afternoon. I'd seen something without noticing it. Don't ask me how I knew. With a crystalline certainty which I couldn't doubt, I knew. But I couldn't remember what I'd seen. I got up and dialed the kitchen for some hot chocolate and a tuna sandwich. Why should they be intelligent? Why would sedentary cones evolve a brain? I wondered how they reproduced. Not bisexually, they couldn't get to each other. Unless... But of course there must be a motile stage, those leftover pores. What would they eat? They couldn't find food. They'd have to wait for it to come to them like any sessile animal, clams, sea anemones, or the gummidgee orchid I keep in my living room so I can shock hell out of guests. They had a brain. Why? What did they do with it? Sit and think about all they were missing? I needed data. Tomorrow I'd contact Gilson. At 11 the next morning we were in the downtown zoo. Behind a repulsor field, something snapped and snarled at us, something like an idiot god's attempt to make a hairy bulldog. The animal had no nose, and its mouth was a flat, lipless slit, hiding two serrated, horseshoe-shaped cutting surfaces. Its long coarse hair was the colour of sand lit by red sunlight. The forepaws had 4 long spreading toes, so that they looked like chicken feet. "I recognise those feet," I said. "Yeah," said Gilson. "It's a young grog. In this stage they mate. Then the female finds a rock and settles down. When she's big enough, she starts having children. No, that's the theory, anyway. They won't do it in captivity." "What about the males?" I said. "In the next cage." The males, 2 of them, were the size of chihuahuas, with about the same temperament. But they had the serrated horseshoe teeth and the coarse reddish hair. "Gilson," I said, "if they're intelligent, why are they in cages?" "If you think that's bad, wait till you see the lab. Look, Garvey, what you've got to keep in mind is that nobody has proven they're intelligent. Until somebody does, they're experimental animals." They had an odd, almost pleasant odour, faint enough so that you stopped noticing it in 2 or 3 seconds. I peered in at the snapping motile stage female. "What happens then?" I said. "Does everyone suddenly get ashamed of themselves?" "Well, I doubt it," said Gilson. "Do you happen to know what Lilly and his associates did to dolphins while trying to prove they were intelligent?" "Brain probes and imprisonment," I said. "But that was a long time ago." "Now, Lilly was trying to prove dolphins were intelligent, but he treated them like experimental animals. Why not? It makes sense. If he's right, he's done the species a service. If he's wrong, he's only wasted time on animals. And it gave the dolphins a hell of an incentive to prove he was right." We reached the lab shortly after noon. It was the Laboratory for Xenobiological Research, a rectangular building beyond the outskirts of the city, surrounded by brown fields marked with rectangular arrays of ultraviolet lamps on tall poles. In the distance we could see the Hoe River, with flocks of water skiers skimming across its muddy surface behind puller units. Dr. Fuller showed us through the lab. He was an obvious crashlander, a towering albino, 7 feet tall, with a slender torso and tapering, almost skeletal limbs. "You're interested in the grogs," he said. "I don't blame you. They're very difficult to study, you know. Their behavior tells nothing. They sit. When something comes by, they eat, and they bear young." He had several pre-sessile cones, the bulldog-sized quadrupeds, in cages. There was another cage containing 2 of the little males. They didn't bark at him, and he treated them with tenderness and something like love. It seemed to me that he was a happy man. Down must look like paradise to an albino from We Made It. You can walk around outside all year. The soil grows things. And you don't need tannin pills under the red sun. They learn fast," he said earnestly. "And that is, they do well in mazes. But they certainly aren't intelligent, about as intelligent as a dog. They grow fast, and they eat horrendously. Look at this one." He picked up a very fat, round-bottomed female. "In a few days she'll be looking for a place to anchor." "What will you do then?" I said. "Turn her loose?" "Well, we're going to raise her just outside the lab," he said. "We've picked her a good anchor rock and built a cage around it. She'll go into the cage until she changes form, and then we remove the cage. We tried this before," he added, "but it hasn't worked out. They die. They won't eat even when we offer them live meat." "What makes you think this one will live?" I said. "Oh, well, we have to keep trying," he answered. "Perhaps we'll find out what we're doing wrong." I had another question. "Has a grog ever attacked a human being?"
To the best of my knowledge, never. To me, that was as good an answer as no, because I was trying to find out if they were intelligent. Consider the days when it was first suspected that the cetaceans were Earth's second sentient order of life. It was known then that dolphins had many times helped swimmers out of difficulty, and that no dolphin had ever been known to attack a human being. Well, what difference did it make whether they had not attacked humans, or whether they had done so only when there was no risk of being caught at it? Either statement was proof of intelligence. Oh, of course, a man may simply be too big for a grog to eat. Look at this, said Dr. Fuller, turning on a microscope screen. The screen showed a section of a nerve cell. From a grog's brain, he said. We've done some work on the grog's nervous system. The nerves transmit impulses more slowly than human-stimulated nerve can fire off the nerve next to it, just as in terrestrial chordates. Are cones intelligent, in your opinion? I said. Dr. Fuller didn't know. He took a long time saying it, but that's what it boiled down to. It distressed him. His ears turned red beneath the transparent skin. He wanted to know. Perhaps he felt he had a right to know. Then tell me this, I said. Is there any evolutionary reason for them to have developed intelligence? Oh, yeah, that's a much better question, he said, but he hesitated over the answer. And I'll tell you this. There is a terrestrial marine animal which starts life as a free-swimming worm with a notochord. It later settles down as a sessile animal, and it gives up the notochord at the same time. Amazing, I said. What's a notochord? He laughed. Like your spinal cord, he said. A notochord is a rope of nervous connection which branches into the trunk nerves of the body. More primitive forms have sensory connections, but arranged without order. More advanced forms wrap a spine around the notochord and become vertebrates. And this beast, I said, gives up its notochord. Yes. It's retrograde development, he said. But the grogs are different, was my query. That's right. They don't develop their large brains until after they settle down. And no, I can't imagine an evolutionary reason. They shouldn't need a brain. They shouldn't have a brain. All they do in life is sit and wait for morsels of food to hop by. You speak almost poetically, I said, when you turn your mind to it. Oh, thank you, I think. Mr. Garvey, will you come this way? You too, Jill. I want to show you a grog central nervous system. Then you'll be as confused as I am. The brain was big, as advertised, and globular, and a strange colour, almost the grey of human grey matter, but with a yellow tinge. It might have been the preservative. The hind brain was almost unnoticeable, and the spinal cord was a limp white string, uselessly thin, tapering almost to a thread before it ended in a multiple branching. What could that monstrous brain control before, with practically no spinal cord to carry its messages? I gather, I said, most of the nerves to the body don't go through the spinal cord. Well, I believe you're wrong, Mr. Carvey. I've tried without success to find supplementary nerves. He was smiling slightly. Now I had a piece of the problem. We could both stay awake nights. My next question, is the nervous material any different from the motile form's brain? No, he said. The motile form has a smaller brain and a thicker spinal cord. As I said, its intelligence is about that of a dog. Its brain is somewhat larger, which is to be expected when you consider the slower rate of propagation of the nerve impulse. Right, I said. Does it help you to know that you've ruined my day? It does, yes, he said. He smiled down at me. We were friends. He was flattered to know that I understood what he was talking about. Otherwise I wouldn't have looked so puzzled. The big, soft sun was halfway down the sky when we got out. We stopped to look at the anchor pen Dr. Fuller had set up outside. One big flat rock with sand heaped around it, all enclosed in a wide fence with a gate. A smaller pen against the fence housed a colony of white rabbits. One last question, Doctor, I said. How do they eat? They can't just sit and wait for the food to pop into their mouths. No, said Dr. Fuller. They have a very long, slender tongue. I wish I could see it in use sometime. They won't eat in captivity. They won't eat when a human being is anywhere near. We said our goodbyes and took our skycicles up. It's only 15:10, said Jolson. Do you want another look at a wild grog before you leave down? I think so, yes, I said. We could get out into the desert and back before sunset. And so we turned west. The whole river slipped beneath us, and then a long stretch of cultivated fields. They can't be intelligent, I was thinking. They can't. What? Oh, sorry, Jolson. Was I talking out loud? Yeah. You saw that brain, didn't you? I did. Then how can you say they're not intelligent? Well, they've got no use for intelligence. But does a dolphin? Or a sperm whale? Or a bandersnatch? Yes, no, I said. Think it through. A dolphin has to hunt down its food. It has to outwit hungry killer whales. A sperm whale also has the killer whale problem, or used to. Then there were whaling ships. The smarter they were, the longer they could live. Remember, cetaceans are mammals. They developed some brains on land. When they went back to the sea, they grew, and their brains grew too. The better their brains were, the better they could control their muscles, and the more agile they were in water. They needed brains, and they had a head start. What about Bandersnatchy, he said. Well, you know perfectly well, was my answer, that evolution didn't produce the Bandersnatchy. A moment of silence. Then, What? He said. You really don't know, I said. Well, I've never heard of a life form being produced without evolution. How did it happen? I told him. Once upon a time, 1.5 billion years ago, there was an intelligent biped species. Intelligent, but not very. But they had a natural ability to control the minds of any sentient race they came across. Today we call them slavers. At its peak, the slaver empire included most of the galaxy. One of their slave races had been the Tnuktip, a highly advanced, highly intelligent species already practicing biological engineering when the slavers found them. The slavers gave them limited freedom after they found the worth of those free-thinking brains. In return, the Tnuktipun had built them biological tools. Annie plants for their spacecraft, stage trees with shaped solid fuel rocket cores,
racing animals. Bandersnatchy. The bandersnatchy was a meat animal. It would eat anything and everything, but its skeleton was edible. There had come a day, 1.5 billion years ago, when the slavers found that most of the Tnuck-tip gifts were traps. The rebellion had been a long time building, and the slavers had underestimated their slaves. To win that war, they had been forced to use a weapon which exterminated not only the Tnuck-tipun, but every other sentient species then in the galaxy. Then, without slaves, the slavers too had died. Scattered through known space, on odd worlds and between stars, were the relics of the slaver empire. Some were slaver artifacts, protected against time by stasis fields. Others were more or less mutated Tnuck-tip creations, sunflowers, stage trees, ship's air plants floating naked in space in bubbles, and bandersnatchy. The bandersnatchy had been one of the Tnuck-tip traps. It had been built sentient, so that it could be used as a spy. Somehow, the Tnuck-tipun had made it immune to the slaver power. Thus, it had lived through the revolution. For what? The Jinxian bandersnatchy spent their lives in a soupy, pressurized fog, browsing off the ancient food yeast which still covered the ocean a foot deep in cheesy grey scum. No data reached their senses but for the taste of yeast and the everlasting grey mist. They had brains to think with, but nothing to think about. Until the coming of man. And it can't mutate, I concluded. So you can forget the bandersnatch. He's the exception that proves the rule. All other known handicapped needed brains before their brains developed. And they're all cetaceans from Earth's oceans. Well, I said. Gilson made a razzing noise. Hell, he was right. They were all cetaceans. We'd left the ploughed lands far behind. Gradually the plains became a desert. I was beginning to feel more comfortable with the beast under me, this platform with a saddle and an oversized lifebelt motor and an air pump and a force field generator to stop the wind. Feeling less likely to make a mistake, I could fly lower with less room to correct before I hit sand. From this close, the desert was alive. There, rolling before the wind, was a wild cousin to the tumbleweeds I'd seen in the zoo of Earth. There, a straight stalk with orange leaves around the base, fleshy leaves with knife-sharp edges to discourage herbivores. There, another, and a fox-sized herbivore cleverly eating out the center of a leaf. It looked up, saw us, and disappeared into motion. There, a vivid flash of scarlet, some desert plant which had picked an odd time to bloom. The soft red sun made everything look like the decor in a nightclub, I know. It's decorated like Mars ought to be, like Mars was, if you can call it that, before spaceflight. A distance illusion. Red sand, straight canals running with improbably clear, pure water, crystal towers reaching high, high towards big, fat crescent moons. Suddenly I wanted a drink. I dug in my saddlebags, hoping to find a flask. It was there, and it was heavy with fluid. I pinched the top open, tilted it to my lips, and almost choked. Martini. A half-pint martini, a little too sweet, but far colder than ice-cold. I sipped at it twice and put it away.
I like downers, I said. Good, said Gilson. Why? Well, no flatlander would think to put a martini in a rental skycycle unless he was asked to. Harry's a nice guy, said Gilson. Whoop, there's a cone. I looked down and right, searching for sand-coloured hair against sand. The cone was in its own shadow. It practically jumped at me. And equally suddenly, I knew what had awakened me in the dark morning. "What's wrong?" asked Gilson. I realized that I had gasped. Nothing," I said. "Gilson, I don't know all I should about downer animals. Do they excrete solids?" "Do they? Ha! Hey, that was nicely put. Yes, they do." He tilted his vehicle towards the cone. It sat firmly on a tilted flat rock, which lifted one edge out of the sand. The rock was absolutely clean. "Then grogs do too," I said. "Right." Gilson landed. I drifted in beside him, dropped the skycycle joltingly hard. The grog sat facing us, smiling. "Well," I said, "where's the evidence? Who cleans after this thing?" Gilson scratched his head. He walked around the base of the grog and came back looking puzzled. "Funny," he said. "I never thought of that." "Scavengers?" "Maybe," I said. "Would that be very important?" he said. "Maybe." "Most sessile animals live in water," I said. "The water carries everything away." There's a sessile thing from Gummidgee that doesn't." "I've got one," I said, "but the orchid thing lives in trees. It attaches itself to a nice thick horizontal tree branch with its tail hanging over the edge." He said. He seemed uninterested. No doubt he was right. Some scavenger cleaned up after the grog, but it didn't sound right. Why would the parasite animal do such a good job? The grog and I faced each other. As a rule, the handicapped seemed to suffer from sensory deprivation. Cetaceans live underwater. Bandersnatchi live in heated, pressurized fog. Maybe it's too early to make such rules, but it's for sure that a handicapped will have trouble experimenting with his environment. Experiments generally require tools. But the grog had real troubles. Blind, numb in all its extremities due to the nearly useless spinal cord, unable even to move to a different location. What could be its picture of the universe? Somehow I found myself staring at its hands. Hands! Useless, of course, but still hands. 4 fingers with tiny claws set around the tiny palm, like the fingers of a mechanical grab. "It didn't evolve at all," I said. "It developed." Gilson looked up. He was using his skycycle as the only convenient thing to sit on for miles around. "What are you talking about?" he said. "The grog," I said. "It's got vestigial hands. Once it must have been a higher form of life." Or a climbing animal, like a monkey? I don't think so. I think it had a brain and hands and mobility. Then something happened, and it lost its civilization. Now it's lost its mobility and its hands. Why should it stop moving?" said Gilson. "Well, maybe there was a shortage of food," I said. "Not moving conserved energy.
And because that was the sheerest guesswork, I added, "Oh, maybe it got into the habit of watching too much Tri-D. I know people who don't move for weeks." "During the interworld playoffs, my cousin Ernie—" "Ah, hell with it. You think that's the answer, do you?" "Yes," I said. "It's in a trap. No eyes, no sensory input, no way to do anything with what it does think about. It's like a blind, deaf and dumb baby with glove anesthesia all over." "It's still got the brain," said Gilson. "Like our appendix," I said. "It'll lose that too." "You're the one who was worried about the handicap," said Gilson. "Can't you do anything for it?" "Euthanasia, maybe," I said. "No, not even that. Let's go back to downtown." I walked through sand towards my cycle, sick with discouragement. Bandersnatchy had needed men to tell them about the stars, but what could you tell a hairy cone? No, it was back to downtown for me, and then back to Earth. There are people no doctor and no psychiatrist can help, and there are species equally beyond aid. With the grogs there was no place to start. A few feet from the cycle, I sat down cross-legged in the sand. Gilson got down beside me. We faced the grog, waiting. By and by, Gilson said, "What are we waiting for?" I shrugged. I didn't know. But Gilson didn't move, and neither did I. I knew with a crystalline certainty that we were doing the right thing. Simultaneously, we turned from the grog to look into the desert. Something the size of a rat came hopping towards us, kicking up the dust. Behind it, another and another. They hopped laboriously across the sand, springing high, and stopped in an arc facing the grog. The grog turned towards them, not like you'd turn your neck, but turning all over, like you'd wring a dishcloth. It looked sightlessly at the sand rats, and the sand rats perched on their hind legs and looked back. The grog's mouth opened. It was a cavern, and the tongue was coiled on its pink floor. The tongue moved like a flash, invisibly fast. Flick, flick. 2 of the rats were gone. The mouth, not too small to swallow a man, the mouth dropped shut, smiling gently. The third rat was there on its hind legs. None of them had tried to run. They might just as well have. Again the grog's mouth dropped open. The last sand rat took a running leap and landed on the coiled tongue. The mouth closed for the last time, and the cone turned back to face us. I had the answers, all at once, intuitively, with the same force of conviction that now had me sitting cross-legged on the sand. The grog was psychic, or something similar. It could control minds, even minds as insignificant as the sand rats. That was the purpose of the grog's large brain. Its intelligence was a side effect of its power. For eons the grogs had called their food to them. They didn't hunt after childhood. After the brain had developed, they need never move again. They didn't need eyes. They had little need of other sensory perceptions. They used the senses of other animals. They directed the scavengers who cleaned their rocks, and their pelts too, when necessary. Their mind control brought meat animals to their pre-sessile female young, directed their breeding habits, and guided them to proper anchor rocks. And they were now feeding information directly into my brain. I said, But why me? I knew, with that crystalline certainty I was learning to recognize, the Grogs were aware of what they were missing. They had read the minds of passers-by, first Xinti warriors, then human miners, explorers, sightseers. And my business was the handicapped. They had learned of the dolphin's hands. They had primed Gilson and others to know, without evidence, that the Grogs were sentient, and to say so when the right person should appear. Without evidence. That was important. They had to know what they were getting into before committing themselves. Men like Dr. Fuller could investigate if they liked it. It would look suspicious if they were prevented, but something kept them from noticing the hand-like appearance of those tiny forepaws, the lack of biological wastes around a wild grog. Could I help them? The question was suddenly an obsession. I shook my head to fight it off. I don't know, I said. Why did you wait so long to show yourselves? Fear. Why, are we that terrifying? I said. I waited for an answer. None came. There was no sudden, utterly convincing bit of data in my brain. Then they feared even me, helpless before a flickering tongue and an iron mind. I wondered why. I was sure that the Grogs had developed from some higher, bipedal form of life. The tiny hands, like mechanical grabs, were characteristic, as was that eerie mental control. I tried to stand up, to run. My legs wouldn't lift me. I tried to blank my thoughts, to hide what I'd guessed, but that was useless. They could read my mind. They knew. It's the slaver power. Your ancestors were slavers, came the answer. And here I sat, with my mind wide open and helpless. Soothingly, with characteristic crystal certainty, I realized that the Grogs knew nothing of slavers, that as far as they knew they had been there forever, that the Grogs couldn't be idiot enough to try for a takeover bid. They were sessile, they couldn't move. Their leftover slaver power could reach less than halfway around the world, with all the Grog individuals working together. How could they dream of attacking a species which controlled all space in a 30-light-year diameter sphere? Fear alone had kept them from letting mankind know what they were. Fear of extermination. You could be lying about how far you can reach, I said. I'd never know. Nothing. Nothing touched my mind. I stood up. Gilson watched me, then got up and mechanically brushed himself off. He looked at the grog, opened his mouth, closed it, gulped, and said, "Garvey, what did it do to us?" "Didn't it tell you?" I said. In the same moment I was certain it hadn't.
"Why, it made me sit down. It put on a show with sand rats. Well, you saw it too, didn't you?"
"Yes," I said.
"Then it left us sitting a while. You talked to it, and suddenly we were able to get up."
"That's right," I said, "but it talked to me, too."
I told you it was intelligent," he said.
"Gilson, can you find your way back here in the morning?"
"Absolutely not, but I'll set your skysicle to record your course so you can get back, if you're sure you want to."
"I'm not," I said, "but I want the choice." The sun was a smoky red glow in the west, fading over a blue-black horizon. I had laughed. The hotel rooms didn't have sleeping plates. If you slept at all, you slept on a flat, cushiony surface, and liked it. I slept all right last night until the grog's call came to wake me in the small hours. But how could I sleep now? Unbeknownst to yours truly, Sharon and Lois had been expecting us for dinner. Gilson had phoned them before we set out for the zoo. Tonight we'd eaten some kind of small bird, one each. Delicious. You didn't dare touch anything afterwards, not until you'd wiped your hands on hot towels. And we talked about the grogs. The cone had left Gilson's mind practically untouched, so that he'd have something like an unbiased opinion. His unbiased opinion was that he wasn't going back there for anything, and I shouldn't either. The girls agreed. I had laughed at the grog. Who wouldn't? Dolphins, bandersnatchy, grogs, you laugh at them. The handicapped. Well, you laugh with a dolphin, really. He's the greatest clown in known space. You laugh the first time you see a bandersnatch. He looks like something God forgot to finish. There's no detail, just that white shape. But you're laughing partly out of nervousness, because that moving white mound would no more notice you than a land tank would notice a snail under its treads. And you laugh at a grog. No nervousness there. A grog is a cartoon. Like a doctor using a stomach pump in reverse, the grog had shoved its information down my throat. I could feel the bits of cold certainty floating in my mind like icebergs in the dark water. I could doubt what I had been told. I could doubt, for instance, that all the grogs on down could not reach out to twist the minds of humans on, say, drinks. I could doubt their terror, their utter helplessness, their need for my help, but I had to keep remembering to doubt. Otherwise the doubt would go, and the cold bits of certainty remained. Not funny. We ought to exterminate them, now. Get all men off down, then do something to the sun. Or bring in an old STL Ramscoop fusion ship and land it somewhere, leaving the Ramscoop running, twist every vertebrate on the planet inside out. But they had come to me. To me. They were so secretive, so mortally afraid of being treated like savage, resurrected slavers. Dr. Fuller could have been told half the truth, and he would have stopped his experimenting, or he could have been stopped in his tracks by the reaching grog mind. But no. They preferred to starve, to keep their secrets. Yet they'd come to me at the first opportunity. The grogs were eager. Man, what a chance they'd taken. But they needed something. Something only mankind could provide. I wasn't sure what, but of one thing I was sure. It was a seller's market. They wanted to do business. It was no guarantee of their good faith, but if I could think of such guarantees, I could force them through. Then I felt those crystalline certainties again floating in my mind. I didn't want any more of those. I got up and ordered a peanut butter, bacon, tomato, lettuce sandwich. It arrived without mayonnaise. I tried to order mayonnaise, but the kitchen dispenser had never heard of it. A good thing the grogs hadn't revealed themselves to the Kzinti back when Kzin owned the planet. The Kzinti would have wiped them out, or worse, used them as allies against human space. Had the Kzinti used grogs for food? If they had, then... No, the grogs would make poor prey. They couldn't run. My eyes were still seeing red light, so that the stars beyond the porch seemed blue and bright above a black plain. I thought of going down to the port and renting a room on some grounded ship, so that at least I could float between sleeping plates. Nuts. I could not face a grog. Not when it had to talk to me by... That was at least part of the answer. I phoned the desk computer and told it what I wanted. By and by, other parts of the answer came. There was a mutated alfalfa grass which would grow under red sunlight. The seeds had been in the cargo hold of the ship that brought me. It was part of Down's agricultural program. Well, I flew back to the desert the next morning alone. The guy who owned the skycicles had set mine aside with the course record intact, so I could find my way back. The grog was still there. Or I'd found another by accident. I couldn't tell, and it didn't matter. I grounded the skycicle and got off, tensing for the feel of little tendrils probing at my mind. There was nothing. I was sure it was reading my mind, but I couldn't feel it. With crystalline certainty there came the knowledge that I was welcome. I said, "Get out of there! Get out and stay out!" The grog did nothing. Like the knowledge I'd gained yesterday afternoon, the conviction stayed. I was welcome. Welcome! Oh, great. I dug in my saddlebags and pulled out a heavy oblong. I had a lot of trouble finding this, I told the grog. It's a museum piece. If the Downers weren't so hell-bent on doing everything with their hands, I'd never have found one at all. I opened it a few feet from the grog's mouth, inserted a piece of paper in the rollers, plugged the cord into a hand battery. "My mind will tell you how to work this," I said. "Let's see how good your tongue is." I looked for a good seat. Finally settled my back against the grog, under its mouth. I could read the print from here. There was no feeling of lèse-majesté. If the grog wanted me for dinner, I was doomed, period. The tongue lashed out invisibly fast. "Please keep your eyes on the typewriter," it printed. "Otherwise I cannot see it. Would you move the machine further away?" I did. "How's that?" I said. "Good enough." "You are over-concerned with privacy." "Maybe," I said. "This seems to work. Now, before we begin, would you read my mind about ram scoop motors?" "I see," the typewriter printed. "Consider the point made." "Then I will," I said. "What can you offer us in trade?" "Just what you think. We will herd your cattle. In time there may be other things we can do. We could monitor the health of zoo animals and bee exhibits at the same time. We can do police work. We will guard Down. An enemy could destroy Down, but no enemy could invade Down." Despite the speed of its flicking tongue, the grog typed as slowly as a one-finger typist. "Okay," I said. "You wouldn't object to our seeding your property with mutated grass?" "No, nor to your moving cattle into our territory. We will need some of the cattle for food, and we would prefer that the present desert animals remain. We do not wish to lose any of our present territory." "Will you need new land?" I said. "No. Planned Parenthood is easy for us. We need only restrict the pre-sessiles." "We don't trust you, you know," I said. "We'll be taking steps to see that you don't control human minds. I'm going to get myself checked over very carefully when I go home." "Naturally," came the reply. "You will be happy to know that we cannot leave this world without special protection. Ultraviolet would kill us. If you wish a grog in the zoo of Earth—" "Oh, well, we can take care of that," I said. "It's a good idea, too. Now, what can we do for you? How about some modified dolphin's hands?" "No, thank you. A desert animal with something like hands would be better. What we require is knowledge. a tape encyclopedia, access to human libraries. Better yet, human guest lecturers who do not mind having their minds read. Guest lecturers, I said, that'll be expensive. How expensive? How much are our services worth as herders? Good point, I said. I settled myself more comfortably against the grog's hairy side. Okay, let's talk business. It was a year before I touched down again. By then, Garvey Limited was almost ready to show a profit. I'd driven through the roughest deal I could think of. As far as the planet Down was concerned, Garvey Limited had a monopoly on grogs. They couldn't have bought a pack of tobacco sticks except through us. We paid fat taxes to the Downer human government, but that expense was almost minor. We'd had major expenses. The worst was publicity. I hadn't tried to keep the secret of the grog power. That would have been futile. And that power was scary. Our only defense against a panic that could have covered human space like a blanket was the grogs themselves. Grogs were funny. I'd kept pushing pictures. Grogs operating typewriters, grogs guiding Down's expanding herds of cattle, grogs in a spacecraft cabin, a grog standing by during a tricky operation on a sick Kodiak bear. The grogs always looked just about the same. To see one was to laugh, and never to fear, unless there were unnatural, crystalline certainties poking into the crevices of your brain. The really important jobs for grogs were just coming into existence. Already Wunderland had changed its laws to allow grogs to testify in a courtroom as expert lie detectors. A grog would be present at the next summit meeting between human and Xinti space. Ships venturing into unknown space would probably carry grogs in case they met aliens and needed a translator. Fuzzy grog dolls were being sold in the toy stores. We didn't make a dime on that, but I was building for the future. I took a day to rest up after landing, to say hi to Gilson and Sharon and Lois. Next morning I flew out to the desert. Now there was grass covering a lot of what had been barren land. I found a circle of white far below, and on a hunch I dropped. The white was a flock of sheep. In the center nestled a grog. "Welcome, Garvey," it said in my mind. Thanks, I said, not trying to shout. She would be reading my mind and answering through the nerve-implanted vocal equipment we'd started manufacturing in quantity 2 months ago. That had been another major expense, but a necessary one. "What's all this about dolls?" the grog said. Oh, yeah, we can't make any money on that," I replied. "It's not as if there was a copyright on the grog form." I circled the skysicle, landed, and got off. We talked things other than business. She wanted a grog doll, for instance, and I promised her one. We went through a list of lecturers, arranging them in order of priority. Getting them here would involve nothing more than paying their way and paying them for their time. None of them would have to make any kind of speech. Neither one of us mentioned the ram scoop. It was not on Down. Put a weapon on Down, and the grogs would simply have made it their own. It would be no defense. We'd put it in close orbit around the Downer sun. Closer than Mercury would have been. If the grogs ever became a threat, the electromagnetic ram scoop field would go on, and Down's sun would begin behaving very strangely. Neither of us mentioned it. What for? She knew my reasons. It was not that I feared the grogs. I feared myself. The ram scoop was there to prove that I had been allowed to act against the grogs' best interests. That I was my own man. And I still wasn't sure. Could the last man aboard have sabotaged the motor? Could the grogs reach that far? There was no way to find out. If it was true, then anyone who boarded the old ship would report that it was A-OK, ready to fire. Don't worry about it, Garvey. Forget it, sleep easy. Oh, maybe I will. It's easy enough to believe that the grogs are innocuous, helpful, desperate for friendship. I wonder what we'll meet next. Full Sun by Brian W. Aldiss. The shadows of the endless trees lengthened towards evening and then disappeared as the sun was consumed by a great pile of cloud on the horizon. Balank was ill at ease, taking his laser rifle from the trundler and tucking it under his arm, although it meant more weight to carry uphill, and he was tiring. The trundler never tired. They had been climbing these hills most of the day, as Balank's thigh muscles informed him, and he had been bent almost double under the oak trees, with the machine always matching his pace beside him, keeping up with the hunt. During much of the wearying day, their instruments told them that the werewolf was fairly close. Balank remained alert, suspicious of every tree. In the last half-hour, though, the scent had faded. When they reached the top of this hill, they would rest, or the man would. The clearing at the top was near now. Under Balank's boots, the layer of dead leaves was thinning. He had spent too long with his head bent towards the brown-gold carpet. Even his retinas were tired. Now he stopped, breathing the sharp air deeply, and stared about. The view behind them, across tumbled and almost uninhabited country, was magnificent, but Balank gave it scarcely a glance. The infrared warning on the trundler sounded, and the machine pointed a slender rod at a man-sized heat source ahead of them. Balank saw the man almost at the same moment as the machine. The stranger was standing half-concealed behind the trunk of a tree, gazing uncertainly at the trundler and Balank. When Balank raised a hand in tentative greeting, the stranger responded hesitantly. When Balank called out his identification number, the man came cautiously into the open, replying with his own number. The trundler searched in its files, issued an OK, and they moved forward. As they got level with the man, they saw he had a small mobile hut pitched behind him. He shook hands with Balank, exchanging personal signals, and gave his name as Kaifal. Balank was a tall, slender man, almost hairless, with the closed expression on his face that might be regarded as characteristic of his epoch. Kaifal, on the other hand, was as slender, but much shorter, so that he appeared stockier. His thatch of hair covered all his skull, and obtruded slightly onto his face. Something in his manner, or perhaps the expression around his eyes, spoke of the rare type of man whose existence was chiefly spent outside the city. "I am the timber officer for this region," he said, and indicated his wrist caster, as he added, "I was notified you might be in this area, Balank." "And you'll know I'm after the werewolf." "The werewolf? There are plenty of them moving through this region, now that the human population is concentrated almost entirely in the cities." Something in the tone of the remark sounded like social criticism to Balank. He glanced at the trundles without replying. "Anyhow, you've got a good night to go hunting him," Kaifal said. "How do you mean?" said Balank. "Well, full moon." Balank gave no answer. He knew better than Kaifal, he thought, that when the moon was full, the werewolves reached their time of greatest power. The trundler was ranging about nearby, an antenna slowly spinning. It made Balank uneasy. He followed it. Man and machine stood together on the edge of a little cliff behind the mobile hut. The cliff was like the curl of foam on the peak of a giant Pacific comber. For here, the great wave of earth that was this hill reached its highest point. Beyond, In broken magnificence, it fell down into fresh valleys. The way down was clothed in beeches, just as the way up had been in oaks.
"There's the valley of the Pracha. You can't see the river from here." Kaifal had come up behind them.
"Have you seen anyone who might have been the werewolf?" said Balank. "His real name is Gondalug. Identity number YB5921-AS25061. City Zagrad."
Kaifal said, "Oh, I saw someone this way this morning. There was more than one of them, I believe."
Something in his manner made Balank look at him closely.
I didn't speak to any of them, nor them to me."
"You know them," said Balank.
"I've spoken to many men out here in the silent forests, and found out later they were werewolves. They never harmed me," said Kaifal.
Balank said, "But you're afraid of them." The half-question broke down Kaifal's reserve.
"Now, of course I'm afraid of them. They're not human, not real men. They're enemies of men. That's what they are, aren't they? They have powers greater than ours."
"They can be killed. They haven't machines as we have," said Balank. "They're not a serious menace."
"You talk like a city man," said Kaifal. "How long have you been hunting after this one?"
8 days. I had a shot at him once with the laser, but he was gone. He's a grey man, very hairy, sharp features.
"You'll stay and have supper with me, please? I need someone to talk to."
For supper, Kaifal ate part of a dead wild animal he had cooked. Privately revolted, Balank ate his own rations out of the trundler. In this and other ways, Kaifal was an anachronism. Hardly any timber was needed nowadays in the cities, or had been for millions of years. There remained some marginal uses for wood, necessitating a handful of timber officers, whose main job was to fix signals on old trees that had fallen dangerously, so that machines could fly over later and extract them like rotten teeth from the jaws of the forest. The post of timber officer was being filled more and more by machines, as fewer men were to be found each generation who would take on such a dangerous and lonely job far from the cities. Over the eons of recorded history, mankind had raised machines that made his cities places of delight. Machines had replaced man's life for him. The old stone jungles of man's brief adolescence were buried as deep in memory as the coal jungles of the Carboniferous. Far away in the pile of discarded yesterdays, man and machines had found how to create life. New foods were produced, neither meat nor vegetable, and the ancient wheel of the past was broken forever, for now the link between man and the land was severed. Agriculture, the task of Adam, was as dead as steamships. Mental attitudes were moulded by physical change. As the cities became self-supporting, so mankind needed only cities and the resources of cities. Communications between city and city became so good that physical travel was no longer necessary. City was separated from city by unchecked vegetation, as surely as planet is cut off from planet. Few of the hairless denizens of the cities ever thought of outside. Those who went physically outside invariably had some element of the abnormal in them. "The werewolves grow up in cities as we do," Balank said. "It's only in adolescence they break away and seek the wilds. You knew that, I suppose?" Kaifal's overhead light was unsteady, flickering in an irritating way.
"Let's not talk of werewolves after sunset," he said.
"The machines will hunt them all down in time," said Balank.
"Don't be so sure of that. They're worse at detecting a werewolf than a man is."
"I suppose you realize that's social criticism, Kaifal?" Kaifal pulled a long, sour face and discourteously switched on his wrist phone. After a moment, Balank did the same. The operator came up at once, and he asked to be switched to the news satellite. He wanted to see something fresh on the current time exploration project, but there was nothing new on the files. He was advised to dial back in an hour. Looking over at Kaifel, he saw the timber officer had tuned to a dance show of some sort. The cavorting figures in the little projection were badly distorted from this angle. He rose and went to the door of the hut. The trundler stood outside, ever alert, ignoring him. An untrustworthy light lay over the clearing, deep twilight rain, shot through by the rays of the newly risen moon. He was surprised how fast the day had drained away. Suddenly he was conscious of himself as an entity, living with a limited span of life, much of which had already drained away unregarded. The moment of introspection was so uncharacteristic of him that he was frightened. He told himself it was high time he traced down the werewolf and got back to the city. Too much solitude was making him morbid. As he stood there, he heard Kaifel come up behind. The man said, I'm sorry if I was surly when I was so genuinely glad to see you. It's just that I'm not used to the way city people think. You mustn't take offense. I'm afraid you might even think I'm a werewolf myself. That's foolish, said Bellank. We took a blood speck on you as soon as you were within sighting distance. For all that, he realized that Kaifel made him uneasy. Going to where the trundler guarded the door, he took up his laser gun and slipped it under his arm. Just in case, he said.
Well, of course. You think he's around? Gondalug, the werewolf. Maybe following you instead of you following him.
As you said, Bellank replied, it's full moon. Besides, he hasn't eaten in days. They won't touch synth foods once the lycanthropic gene asserts itself, you know.
That's why they eat humans occasionally.
Kaifel stood silent for a moment, then added,
But they're a part of the human race. That is, if you regard them as men who change into wolves, rather than wolves who change into men. I mean, they're nearer relations to us than animals or machines are.
Not than machines, Bellank said in a shocked voice.
How can we survive without the machines?
Ignoring that, Kaifel said,
To my mind, humans are turning into machines. Myself, I'd rather turn into a werewolf.
Somewhere in the trees a cry of pain sounded and was repeated.
A night owl, said Kaifel.
The sound brought him back to the present, and he begged Bellank to come in and shut the door. He brought out some wine, which they warmed, salted, and drank together.
The sun's my clock, he said, when they had been chatting for a while. I shall turn in soon. You'll sleep too?
I don't sleep, said Bellank. I've a fresher.
Oh, I never had the operation, said Kaifel. You're moving on? Look, are you planning to leave me here all alone the night of the full moon?
He grabbed Bellank's sleeve and then withdrew his hand. If Gondalug's about, I want to kill him tonight. I must get back to the city. But he saw that Kaifel was frightened and took pity on the little man. But in fact I could manage an hour's freshing. I've had none for 3 days.
Yeah, you'll take it here?
Sure, get your head down. But you're armed, aren't you?
It doesn't always do you any good.
While the little man prepared his bunk, Bellank switched on his phone again. The news feature was ready, and came up almost at once. Again, Bellank was plunged into a remote and terrible future. The machines had managed to push their time exploration some 8 million years ahead. And there, a deviation in the quanta of the electromagnetic spectrum had halted their advance. The reason for this was so far obscure, and lay in the changing nature of the sun, which strongly influenced the time structure of its own minute corner of the galaxy. Bellank was curious to find if the machines had resolved the problem. It appeared that they had not, for the main news of the day was that Platform 1 had decided that operations should now be confined to the span of time already opened up. Platform 1 was the name of the machine civilization, many hundreds of centuries ahead in time, which had first pushed through the time barrier and contacted all machine-ruled civilizations before its own epoch. What a disappointment that only the electronic senses of machines could shuttle in time. Ballank would greatly have liked to visit one of the giant cities of the remote future. The compensation was that the explorers sent back video pictures of that world to their own day. These alien landscapes produced in Ballank a tremendous hunger for more. He looked in whenever he could. Even on the trail of the werewolf, which absorbed almost all his faculties, he had dialed for every possible picture of that inaccessible and terrific reality that lay distantly on the same time stratum which contained his own world. As the first transmissions took on cubic content, Ballank heard a noise outside the hut and was instantly on his feet. Grabbing the gun, he opened the door and peered out, his left hand on the door jamb, his wrist set still working. The trundler sat outside, its senses ever functioning, fixing him with an indicator, as if in unfriendly greeting. A leaf or two drifted down from the trees. It was never absolutely silent here, as it could be in the cities at night. There was always something living or dying in the unmapped woods. As he turned his gaze through the darkness, but, of course, the trundler and the werewolf, it was said, saw much more clearly in this situation than he did. His vision was obscured by the representation of the future, palely gleaming at his cuff. Two phases of the same world were in juxtaposition, one standing on its side, promising an environment where different senses would be needed to survive. Satisfied, although still wary, Ballank shut the door and went to sit down and study the transmission. When it was over, he dialed a repeat. Catching his absorption, Kaifel from his bunk dialed the same program. Above the icy deserts of Earth, a blue sun shone, too small to show a disk, and from this chip of light came all terrestrial change. Its light was bright as a full moon's light, and scarcely stretched up from the mountains towards it. All the old primitive kinds of flora had vanished long ago. Trees, for so many epochs one of the sovereign forms of Earth, had gone. Animals had gone. Birds had vanished from the skies. In the mountainous seas, very few life forms protracted their existence. New forces had inherited this later Earth. This was the time of the majestic auroras, of the near absolute zero nights, of the years-long blizzards. But there were cities still, their lights burning brighter than the chilly sun. And there were the machines. The machines of this distant age were monstrous and complex things, slow and armored, resembling most the dinosaurs that had filled 1 hour of the Earth's dawn. They foraged over the bleak landscape on their own ineluctable errands. They climbed into space, building their monstrous webbed arms that stretched far from Earth's orbit to scoop in energy and confront the poor fish sun with a vast trawler net of magnetic force. In the natural course of its evolution, the sun had developed into its white dwarf stage. Its phase as a yellow star, when it supported vertebrate life, was a brief one, now passed through. Now it moved towards its prime season, still far ahead, when it would enter the main period of its life and become a red dwarf star. Then it would be mature. Then it would itself be invested with an awareness countless times greater than any minor consciousness it nourished now. As the machines, clad in their horned exoskeletons, climbed near it, the sun had entered a period of quiescence to be measured in billions of years, and cast over its third planet the light of a perpetual full moon. The documentary, presenting this image of postiquity, carried a commentary that consisted mainly of a rundown of the technical difficulties confronting Platform 1 and the other machine civilizations at that time. It was too complex for Balank to understand. He looked up from his phone at last and saw that Kaifel had dropped asleep in his bunk. By his wrist, against his tousled head, a shrunken sun still burned. For some moments Balank stood looking speculatively at the timber officer. The man's criticism of the machines disturbed him. Well, naturally, people were always criticizing the machines, but after all, mankind depended on them more and more, and most of the criticism was superficial. Kaifel seemed to doubt the whole role of machines. It was extremely difficult to decide just how much truth lay in anything. The werewolves, for example. They were, and always had been, man's enemy, and that was presumably why the machines hunted them with such ruthlessness, for man's sake. But from what he had learned at the patrol school, the creatures were on the increase. And had they really got magic powers? Powers, that was to say, that were beyond man's, that enabled them to survive and flourish as a man could not, even supported by all the force of the cities? The Dark Brother, that was what they called the werewolf, because he was like the night side of man. But he was not man. And how exactly he differed, nobody could tell, except that he could survive when man had not. Still frowning, Balank moved across to the door and looked out. The moon was climbing, casting a pallid and dappled light among the trees of the clearing and across the tundra. Balank was reminded of that distant day when the sun would shine no more warmly. The tundra was switched to transmission, and Balank wondered with whom it was in touch, or with headquarters, possibly, asking for fresh orders, sending in their report. "I'm taking an hour with my fresher," he said. "Okay by you?" "Go ahead. I shall stand guard," the Trundler's speech circuit said. Balank went back inside, sat down at the table, and clipped the fresher across his forehead. He fell instantly into unconsciousness, an unconsciousness that force-fed him enough sleep and dream to refresh him for the next 72 hours. At the end of the timed hour he awoke, annoyingly aware that there had been confusion in his skull. Before he had lifted his head from the table, the thought came. We never saw any human beings in that chilly future. He sat up straight. Well, of course, it had just been an accidental omission from a brief program. Humans were not so important as the machines, and that would apply even more in the distant time. But none of the news flashes had shown humans, not even in the immense cities. That was absurd. There would be lots of human beings. The machines had covenanted at the time of the historic emancipation that they would always protect the human race. Well, Balank told himself, he was talking nonsense. The subversive comments Kaifel had uttered had put a load of mischief into his head. Instinctively, he glanced over at the timber officer. Kaifel was dead in his bunk. He lay contorted with his head lolling over the side of the mattress. His throat torn out. Blood still welled up from the wound, dripping very slowly from one shoulder onto the floor. Forcing himself to do it, Balank went over to him. In one of Kaifel's hands, a piece of grey fur was gripped. The werewolf had called. Balank gripped his throat in terror. He had evidently roused in time to save his own life, and the creature had fled. He stood for a long time staring down in pity and horror at the dead man, before prizing the piece of fur from his grasp. He examined it with distaste. It was softer than he had imagined wolf fur to be. He turned the hairs over in his palm. A piece of skin had torn away with the hair. He looked at it more closely. A letter was printed on the skin. It was faint, but he definitely picked out an S to one edge of the skin. Oh, no, it must be a bruise, a stain, anything but a printed letter. That would mean that this was synthetic and had been left as a fragment of evidence to mislead Bellank. He ran over to the door, grabbing up the laser gun as he went, and dashed outside. The moon was high now. He saw the trundler moving across the clearing towards him. "Where have you been?" he called. "Patrolling. I heard something among the trees, and got a glimpse of a large grey wolf, but was not able to destroy it." "Why are you frightened? I am registering surplus adrenaline in your veins." "Come in and look," said Bellank. "Something killed the timberman." He stood aside as the machine entered the hut and extended a couple of rods above the body on the bunk. As he watched, Bellank pushed the piece of fur down into his pocket. "Kaifal is dead," said the machine. "His throat has been ripped out. It is the work of a large animal. Bellank, if you are rested, we must now pursue the werewolf Gondalug, identity number YB5921-AS25061. He committed this crime." They went outside. Bellank found himself trembling. He said, "Shouldn't we bury the poor fellow? If necessary, we can return by daylight." The argument was impossible with trundlers. This one was already off, and Bellank was forced to follow. They moved downhill towards the river Pracha. The difficulty of the descent soon drove everything else from Bellank's mind. They had followed Gondalug this far, and it seemed unlikely he would go much further. Beyond here lay gaunt, bleak uplands, lacking cover. In this broken, tumbling valley, Gondalug would go to earth, hoping to hide from them, but their instruments would track him down, and then he could be destroyed. With good luck, he would lead them to caves, where they would find and exterminate other men and women and maybe children who bore the deadly lycanthropic gene and refused to live in cities. It took them 2 hours to get down to the lower part of the valley. Great slabs of the hill had fallen away, and now stood apart from their parent body, forming cubic hills in their own right, with great sandy cliffs towering up vertically, crowned with unruly foliage. The Pracha itself frequently disappeared down narrow crevices, and the whole area was broken with caves and fissures in the rocks. It was ideal country in which to hide. I must rest for a moment," Bellank gasped. The trundler came immediately to a halt. It moved over any terrain, putting out short legs to help itself when tracks and wheels failed. They stood together, ill-assorted in the pale light, surrounded by the noise of the little river as it battled over its rocky bed. "You're sending again, aren't you?" said Bellank. "Whom to?" The machine asked, "Why did you conceal the piece of wolf fur you found in the timber officer's hand?" Bellank was running at once, diving for cover behind the nearest slab of rock. Sprawling in the dirt, he saw a beam of heat sizzle above him, and slewed himself round the corner. The Pracha ran along here in a steep-sided crevasse. With fear lending him strength, Bellank took a run and cleared the crevasse in a mighty jump, and fell among the shadows on the far side of the gulf. He crawled behind a great chunk of rock, the flat top of which was several feet above his head, crowned with a sagging pine tree. The trundler called to him from the other side of the river, "Bellank! Bellank! You have gone wrong in your head." Staying firmly behind the rock, he shouted back,
Go home, trundler. You'll never find me here. Why did you conceal the piece of wolf fur from the timber officer's hand? How did you know about the fur? Asked Ballank. Unless you put it there. You killed Keifer because he knew things about machines I did not, didn't you? You wanted me to believe the werewolf did it, didn't you? The machines are gradually killing off the humans, aren't they? There are no such things as werewolves, are there? You are mistaken, Ballank, came the trundler's reply. There are werewolves, all right. Because man would never really believe they existed, they have survived. But we believe they exist, and to us they are a greater menace than mankind can be now. So surrender and come back with me. We will continue looking for Gondalug. Ballank did not answer. He crouched and listened to the machine growling on the other side of the river. Crouching on the top of the rock above Ballank's head was a sinewy man with a flat skull. He took more than human advantage of every shade of cover as he drank in the scene below, his brain running through the possibilities of the situation as efficiently as his legs could take him through wild grass. He waited without stirring, and his face was grey and grave and alert. The machine came to a decision. Getting no reply from the man, it came gingerly round the rock and approached the edge of the crevasse through which the river ran. Experimentally, it sent a blast of heat across to the opposite cliff, followed by a brief hail of armored pellets. "Ballank," it called. Ballank did not reply, but the trundler was convinced it had not killed the man. It had somehow to get across the brink Ballank had jumped. It considered radioing for aid, but the nearest city, Zagrad, was a great distance away. It stretched out its legs, extending them as far as possible. Its clawed feet could just reach the other side, but there the edge crumbled slightly and would not support its full weight. It shuffled slowly along the crevasse, seeking out the ideal place. From shelter, Ballank watched it glinting with a murderous dullness in the moonlight. He clutched a great shard of rock, knowing what he had to do. He had presented to him here the best, probably the only, chance he would get to destroy the machine. When he was hanging across the ravine, he would rush forward. The trundler would be momentarily too preoccupied to burn him down. He would hurl the boulder at it, knock the vile thing down into the river. The machine was quick and clever. He would have only a split second in which to act. Already his muscles bulged over the rock. Already he gritted his teeth in effort. Already his eyes glared ahead at the hated enemy. His time would come at any second now. It was him or it. Gondalug alertly stared down at the scene, involved with it and yet detached. He saw what was in the man's mind, knew that he looked a scant second ahead to the encounter. His own kind, man's dark brother, worked differently. They looked further ahead, just as they had always done, in a fashion unimaginable to Homo sapiens.
To Gondalug, the outcome of this particular little struggle was immaterial. He knew that his kind had already won their battle against mankind. He knew that they still had to enter into their real battle against the machines. But that time would come, and then they would defeat the machines. In the long days, when the sun shone always over the blessed earth like a full moon, in those days his kind would finish their age of waiting and enter into their own savage kingdom. It's Smart to Have an English Address by D.G. Compton. Paul Cassavetes sat quietly in the exact middle of the back seat of the taxi. The car journey represented a break from the incessant pressures of life, and he was glad to be able to sit quietly and relax. Although the taxi was taking him to a destination he would never have freely chosen for himself, he was glad simply to be conveyed across the face of England and not have to do a damn thing about it. He was 84 years old, tired of doing things about things. When he thought it worthwhile, he would complain to his manager that he never went anywhere he really wanted to go, never saw anything he really wanted to see, never did anything he really wanted to do. He would say that he was the servant of everybody, even down to the man who turned over his music. And now this trekking off to see old Joseph when he didn't in the least want to. This even made him old Joseph's servant. In a way, all this was true. Yet in his whole life the only thing he'd ever really wanted to do was play the piano, and now he'd had 70 years of it. He sat neatly in the middle of the seat, his marbled hands cupped, one over each knee. In spite of his stiffness, the stiffness of an old man who needs to be watchful of himself, he sat easy. He had asked the driver to go steady, and now the young man pegged cheerfully along in the slow lane, blown about now and then by slipstream from the smart stuff going by. He had seen the thoughts behind the driver's eyes contradict him as he explained the way high speeds made him dizzy. Speed on its own never made nobody dizzy. It was insecurity brought on travel sickness. And what bloody right had the great Cassavetes to feel insecure? But only fools argued with old men, and only damn fools argued with customers, so he kept below 130, while the ancient grey-skinned monkey baby sat ridiculously upright in the middle of the back seat, his briefcase held between his little stomach and his thighs. Beyond Salisbury, the driver turned off the motorway, sorting through his automatic drives for something more suitable. Among pink dormitory blocks, they came on a village, old houses, now high-status living units for men in advertising or plastics. Paul watched the neat walls and windows and little front gardens go by. Villages, as he remembered them, had always been a little shabby. Beyond the village, the road climbed steeply. Paul leaned forward and tapped on the glass partition. "Don't rap on the glass, sir." The driver was polite and easy. "There's a call button both sides of the seat. Keep that pressed and I hear you." The old man showed disintegrated behavior. There were several buttons in each armrest, each one clearly labeled. He pressed the wrong one and wound down the near side window. The driver watched in the mirror, leaving him. Paul checked himself, smoothed out his panic. He found the right button, pressed it, and spoke. He'd used taxi intercoms 1,000 times before. He'd never have fluffed it if he hadn't let the long journey slacken him. "Left at the top here," he said. "Just past the stop-off complex. It's a narrow turning." The autumn sunlight shone on the dimpled copper facings of the shops. They were as warm and bright as on the day they had been fitted. The motel lay back from the road, its two entrances on either side of a long single-story tavern. Its show of flags, and the flags along the service station forecourt, were snapping in the wind. The hilltop leaned over the plain below, grid-patterned as far as Stonehenge. The other building in the complex might have been for bowling, dancing, sculpture classes, indoor cricket, music appreciation. Paul failed to register the barn-high lettering. He didn't want to. "Left?" said the taxi driver, staring. "You really mean it?" I said it's a narrow turning." "I never did care for smooth, shiny fenders." The road was gravelled. Just a neat gap in the hedge, expensively, self-consciously unobtrusive. The car fitted exactly, without a whisper. The driver breathed out noisily and accelerated away, flinging gravel. "It's not far now," said Paul, finger on the button. "Just past these trees, and you'll see the house." He took his finger off the button. "And if you start telling me what your first sight of the house does for you," he said to the man's scrubbed neck, "I think I shall scream." "You've been here before, then?" said the driver. "Many times," on the button again. "It belongs to a very old friend of mine." The car cleared the last of the trees. "Yeah, that's some house," said the driver. "Do you know what a sight like that does to me? You won't laugh if I say it makes me proud I'm British?" I won't laugh," said Paul. "The Americans may have most things, but they haven't got anything to match that." "Not yet." "Pardon?" "My friend is a famous composer. When he dies, his house goes out to a valley of culture. It's already been paid for." "One day there won't be any of the real Britain left, Mr. Cassavetes." Paul made no reply. It wasn't even as if he himself had been born in the country. And anyway, it was no longer the real Britain, assuming that it ever had been. Joseph's house was no longer even simply a red-brick Tudor mansion set among oaks and elms. Much photographed, it was now a part of Britain's heritage. It was the label on exclusiveness, on chic design, on feeling like a millionaire. The car swooped over the rise and down the final curve of brown gravel. "Your friend's made it good, living in a place like this." "Joseph Brown," said Paul. "He's music professor at a big American university. Also, he has an international reputation." "Well, if his job's in America, what's he living here for?" A quarter truth. "He likes it." The car stopped by the steps leading up to the terrace in front of the house. Paul found one of the door buttons and pressed it. Now that the car was stationary, the relay was in circuit, and the door opened with a faint hiss. Paul climbed out. He felt no guilt for not having told the taxi driver the exact truth about Joseph's reasons for living in Hale Barton. His relationship with the man had been electronic, entirely a matter of buttons and servo mechanisms. He took the journey card and signed it. Instead of his usual satisfactory, he wrote, "Excellent driver, reliable and understanding." The man deserved more special loadings. He'd shown great restraint, driving at the speed he'd been asked to, and taking no sort of advantage of an extremely vulnerable passenger. Paul handed him the card, watched for his reaction as he read it. Any thanks would be vastly oblique. "I'll look out for your concerts, Mr. Cassavetes. Might even come to one." Afraid that this must sound like a dig for a free ticket, he quickly slid up the window and drove away. Paul stood on the first of the steps up to the terrace, breathing gently, and watching the car swan away between the trees. The oaks still had their leaves, but the branches of the elms were bare and pale. In his head, Paul imagined the smell of 80 years of bonfires. He turned and climbed the shallow steps with some difficulty. The door was opened by Joseph's Mexican butler. "Mr. Brown is in the music room, sir. Perhaps you would like to wash your hands before I take you through, sir?"
"You don't have to take me through. I'm not a stranger here."
"There have been alterations, sir. Confusing. The cloakroom's on your left, sir." Obstinacy would have been an unseemly indulgence. Nowadays, unless it was to do with his music, Paul never argued with anybody. He went and washed his hands, drying carefully between his fingers where the skin chapped easily. To satisfy the butler, he stood for a long time in vain over the lavatory pan. Then he returned to the entrance hall. The butler's eyes flicked up and down him, checking that he, an old man, was properly zipped. They walked at the slow crawl that the butler thought suitable. Joseph's music room, which had always been the first room on the south front, was now apparently upstairs, along at the end of the portrait gallery. Paul shuffled as he was expected to shuffle. The gallery door was polished and smelled of old-fashioned furniture wax. The door at the far end was open. One step up, and then darkness. When they reached it, the butler pressed a small bell-push in the wall. Lights came on, showing a second door up the one step. The wall in which the second door was set stood some 3 feet back. The corridor between it and the gallery brightly lit in both directions. There was also a lighted slot between it and the gallery floor. The wall, in fact, appeared suspended, and when Paul went nearer, he could see that there was also a gap at the top between the wall and the original ceiling of the room. The butler was right, there had been alterations. The inner door opened. Joseph stood in the opening for a moment, not registering who it was. Paul heard the butler lick his lips. "Mr. Cassavetes, sir. You were expecting him?" Joseph came down to greet Paul. His arms were held out. He was loud and wide and confident. A big man, his turned-on vigour made his presence oppressive. In the last few years, since his operation, his manner had become increasingly youthful and high-powered. It was an imitation and never quite came off. Paul had the feeling that he brought out the worst in Joseph. At an age when these things again mattered, he was Joseph's junior by 54 days. Therefore, Joseph had to show him. It would all tend to settle down as the afternoon wore on.
"My dear Paul, how fit you're looking. I'm delighted that you could come. I've got my new room to show you. I've finished a new sonata. Oh, and there's a man dropping in later whom I particularly want you to meet."
His big arm went round Paul's shoulders, warm and protecting.
"You have a good journey down. Came by road, I expect. These rail cars just aren't for us old uns."
To say this was to do Paul a favour. Paul didn't mind. They had known each other for more than 60 years, known each other and places and times and feelings that were now all dead. In the early years of their friendship, Paul had liked the man a great deal more than his music. More recently, that judgment was becoming reversed. But he and Joseph still took trouble with each other, for their ancient friendship was an institution, private as well as public.
"Good to see you again, Joseph. Hilda sends her love, and the cats wish to be remembered." "Now, Hilda, how is she? And what do you do with yourselves? So few concerts now. What do you do with yourselves?" "Hilda has her plans, and the cats, of course. We read a lot. I play the piano. People call." "You must tell me what you really do. But first I want to show you my new room."
For Joseph, still, nothing had any reality beyond what he could himself hear and taste and feel and see. He dismissed the butler and led Paul forward through the gallery door.
"You can see right round it," he said. "Over it, under it, right around it. It's completely bug-proof."
Paul stooped slowly. The inner room was supported on 6 slim, transparent pillars 10 inches long. Paul had experience of bugging, spending so much of his time in hotels and airline offices and international concert halls. He had grown accustomed to listening devices. When he was in those places, he watched his tongue as a matter of course.
Bug-proof, Joseph? Who'd want to bug you here?
The room's completely self-contained, replied Joseph. Heating, air conditioning, nothing comes into it from the outside world. The consultant I employed said it was the only 100% security technique. The butler checks the spaces round the room every day. Come on in.
It seemed to me, said Paul, that the butler had shifty eyes. Are you sure you can trust him?
Joseph took the remark seriously.
I check myself most times, of course, and he's as reliable as anyone in these days.
They stood together on the one step. On either side of them, a narrow, brightly lit slot. Behind them, mullioned patterns of sunshine on the floor of the portrait gallery. Up one more step in front of them, the open door into the music room, grey-green wall, end of a dull orange sofa.
Come on in, said Joseph.
He closed the door carefully behind Paul, kicked a chair to show that Paul should sit in it, and himself went to the piano.
You have something you want me to hear? Said Paul. Is that why you asked me to come?
I told you, a new piano sonata. You might like to use it at your next recital.
As a reason for asking an old man to travel all the way from Norfolk, it was inadequate. Paul clasped his hands together and listened. He wasn't being shown the new room either. Joseph played his new sonata. Spaced chords, tensed as still water, and passages that flamed over and under and through each other. When he had finished playing, he sat on at the keyboard, bent over it, motionless.
You're quite straight, you see, he prompted. I've given up electronics. You ought to like it.
Of course I like it, Joseph, or I think I like it. When I get hear of it, you're still such a shocking pianist that it's very hard to judge.
Me a shocking pianist? And what sort of a composer are you, for God's sake?
With this long-standing joke started up between them, it would have been easy for Paul to slide out of giving the music a serious judgment. Paul knew that if he took the opportunity, Joseph would brood for weeks.
I like this sonata a lot, Joseph.
He went on to say why. Then he hesitated.
I felt a difficulty. The first movement, for example. Is it truly keyboard material? Myself, I thought I heard...
You thought you heard what?
I don't know. One of the strings, perhaps the big fiddle.
Joseph stood up. He roared his delight.
So you've heard the gossip, and it's all true, every word of it.
Paul had heard no gossip, so he waited, smiling. Joseph sat down again, leaned his elbows on the keys. He waited until the jangled notes had died to a faint buzzing.
It happened in Sweden, he said, at a festival of my music in Stockholm. She was playing my second cello concerto. She played brilliantly. I brought her back with me. I am launching her in London next month, then New York.
He got up from the piano. He strode round the room, shutting the hi-fi cabinet, fiddling with the bank of tape decks, moving a small stone sculpture half an inch along a shelf.
She's Irmgard Berenson, he said. She's 23.
Irmgard.
said Paul. "Yeah, the way you say her name, Joseph, it is like a dawn morning. It's like clear water in a mountain lake." "Ah, don't be such a hypocrite. You know you don't approve." "Yeah, what is approve? If you can again write music like that, what is approve?"
Joseph threw himself down on the sofa. He moved into the shadows, only his white hair showing against the velvety wallpaper. Paul turned his chair in the rigid windowless room on its 6 glassy pillars and watched the old man Joseph Brown remember. Made him remember.
"Well, she can be a little bitch, too, of course."
After a long time.
"Well, I know she is an artist. I know nothing will ever be easy for her. I've been through it all myself, haven't I? But why choose a thing like a cocktail party? A week ago, Philharmonic Society in front of everybody. Look, I wrote those bagatelles when I was very young, a lot younger than her. Of course, she's entitled not to like them. I don't like them very much myself, but—"
Paul noticed the clock under the big white table lamp on Joseph's desk. Its tick had been muted for Joseph's recording apparatus.
"Yes, she rang up last night, Paul. Apologized. I'd been at the bottom of the valley. She rang me up. She's still in London. Can't get away till tomorrow. I'd been at the bottom of the valley, all right."
Well, I hope it goes well for you, Joseph. You must let me have the sonata to work on."
"Yes, so vulnerable," said Joseph. "That's what the trouble is. Talk about something else, shall we?"
Paul looked at the backs of his hands, spread his fingers, kept them moving. Where would all his careful adjustments be, all his acceptances, the day he couldn't play any more?
He said, "Time back, I asked you who would want to bug you, Joseph. You didn't answer." "The composing world has changed, Paul."
Joseph relaxed, put his hands behind his head.
"The new interest in our sort of music has changed the values. A composer is now like a fashion house. All must be new in one grand unveiling."
I have played new works, Joseph. I know about locked doors and security checks, but not a man in your position, and not in your own home.
"My agent sees the bookings. He tells me these things do matter." Joseph sounded pleased. "It's what I may do next month or next year that really interests them."
"And it matters so much that your agent makes you be hidden away like a mouse in a box?"
Joseph hid.
Your reactions are so predictable, Paul. If something is an innovation to you, it is immediately bad. You choose words that make it sound bad. I am not a mouse, and this is not a box. I had the interior done by that young Spaniard. It's extremely beautiful."
Paul thought of the old music room, the one that was not bug-proof. It had windows, and the sky outside was often low and grey and wonderfully ugly. He sighed.
"Who is this man you said you wanted me to meet?" he said.
"He's a brilliant young doctor. He's the one who fitted me with my radionic stimulator."
Strapped to Joseph's wrist was a small transmitter putting out a signal on each beat of his pulse. This was picked up and amplified by a receiver fixed to the outer membrane of Joseph's heart. The signal was made to stimulate the heart muscle. When physiological changes made the pulse beat more quickly, the heart was stimulated more quickly. The receiver had a sewn-in battery life of 25 years. With its assistance, Joseph's heartbeat was as vigorous as it had been when he was 40. As long as his arteries held, he was a new man. Without the endless tweaking of his stimulator, he would naturally long ago have been dead.
Dr. Mackay is in touch with the very latest trends, Paul. He's a very young man. He believes passionately in the future of electronics in medicine.
We seem to be moving back into an age of enthusiasms, Paul replied. I'm always hearing of young people who believe passionately in the future of something or other.
You and I were always enthusiasts, said Joseph. What's wrong with that?
There was nothing wrong with it. Paul wished he had asked his wife to come with him. Hilda would have been able to explain what was wrong with it. He moved his fingers again, suddenly terrified.
As long as he doesn't try to talk me into any of his gadgetry, Joseph, I want to live until I die. I do not want to be electric.
Now, that's a dig at me, I suppose, yet I don't feel electric.
Joseph stared at the ceiling, trying honestly to analyze what he really did feel.
I feel alive. I feel just as I've always done.
He paused. Paul noticed how silenced the room was.
And it's given me time, Paul. Time to find out what life's about.
To break it up, he suddenly bounded from the sofa. He smiled down at Paul. He took Paul's hands and lifted him gently out of the chair. Paul looked up at him, almost frightened by his disconnected capacities for love. He stood holding Paul's hands, humming short musical phrases, chuckling, wanting to know Paul, wanting to be Paul. Then he took Paul and showed him the wonders of his room, from one thing to another, pausing by the big XBT player.
Did you know they're using these in the hospitals now? Mackay's work again, of course.
Off again, demonstrating the bleeps of his new harmonic synthesizer, and the painting by Altmaier that worked on minute pressure changes and was never still, and the experimental sinfoniograph that should have written what it heard but had never worked properly from the day it was first delivered. And Paul only attending with half his mind, since he now knew that the reason for his invitation was nothing to do with the new sonata after all, that he was there to meet Dr. Mackay, and to meet the doctor in connection with XPT. Experiential recording. Joseph had dropped it in all too casually. There was something planned. He knew the signs. Something was going to be asked of him. At that moment a light flashed above the door, a clear blue light like a pane.
I'm being called up, said Joseph. I expect it's Mackay.
He went to the door.
I couldn't have a bell, you see. It might ring when I was recording.
Paul watched his hand on the doorknob. Joseph was between him and the door, and even when the door was opened, there would still be the butler and Dr. Mackay. The trap had many layers, and he'd come into it knowing all the time that he was too old to cope. Superficially, his fear was without reason, yet fundamentally it was the most reasonable thing in the world. He fought it silently, fought with the urge to scream, to hide, to curl up, and never be asked for anything again, which in life just never happened. Dr. Mackay was tall and young and sincere, with large, scrubbed hands. He was introduced. Paul nodded, kept his hands behind his back, smiled, hardly dared to move.
Bring tea up here, will you? Said Joseph.
The butler went away, leaving the door for the moment open. Sounds leaked in, and daylight, and the smell of the polish used on the gallery floor. Paul realized that Dr. Mackay was speaking to him. "Especially you're playing of Beethoven. Joe tells me you studied under Schnabel."
For 3 years in America," said Paul.
I have several of his vintage recordings. He was the greatest.
People who remember him only for his Beethoven do him an injustice.
Mechanical. The coming anecdote had been told 1,000 times. To hear it again gave him no pleasure.
He played Bach also, though seldom in a concert hall. He said people neglected Bach's intimacy. They tended to think of him either as an inkpot or as a cathedral.
Dr. Mackay smiled politely.
Joseph laughed immoderately. Joseph had heard the story at least 40 times out of the 1,000. For some reason, Joseph was now on edge. Dr. Mackay turned to him, finding something to say that might make him more easy.
"Been in for servicing recently?"
he said.
"Went only last week," said Paul.
"The contact on his wrist needs to be changed periodically," said Dr. Mackay to Paul. "Otherwise we might set up quite a serious infection." It was a triumph that Joseph was even alive. Dr. Mackay was sensitive enough to be aware of Paul's thoughts, and even of the unthought thought behind them.
"Joe has it very easy," he said. "We all realize that many of the mechanisms with which we attack human dignity are still crude. Believe me, it does worry us."
"Disease is also crude, Doctor," said Paul. "You do not have to remind me."
Still it does worry us," said Mackay.
Tea was brought, cups were filled, sugar was stirred in, spoons were put on saucers, toasted buns were taken. Conversation was made, and the 6 glass pillars trembled under the inconsequential weight of history.
"You must forgive me," said Dr. Mackay, "if I view you with a slightly professional eye. My special study is the problem of senescence."
"I find it no problem," said Paul. "I am old, and soon I shall die. No problem."
"You're a wise man, Mr. Cassavetes," said Mackay. "Also a lucky one, but there are plenty of other men and women who—"
"Wise man?"
Joseph ran his fingers through his hair, leaving it on end, boyish.
"Wise man? Anti-life, I'd call him. Back to nature, gone mad. Who on earth would die if they didn't have to?"
Paul could see that the doctor was in a spot. Joseph could ill afford to be hit at, yet it was presumably important that the doctor should make a good impression on Paul. The doctor hesitated. His eyes moved from one old man to the other. Finally he spoke, but to neither of them.
"Life has a circularity," he said. "Some people see this quickly. Others need a little longer. That's all it is."
His eyes asked Paul to understand how things were. Paul, who only felt fear for him and no sympathy. Determined to attack. Better to get whatever it was over with.
"Joseph tells me you're working with XPT recordings, Doctor."
"Making them? Did he tell you that?"
"Not making them. Using them in your work on senescence."
Dr. Mackay seemed for some reason relieved. He put down his empty cup, glad of an enthusiasm, glad of something really to talk about. To him, talk about meant tell about. He leaned forward, clasping his large red hands together.
"A most marvelous thing," he said. "We've at last got a tape of a tranquil death. A death in God. And it really works. It'll make you cry to see the way it works."
The door out of the room had been shut.
A month ago, Pastor Mannheim was admitted," said the doctor. "He knew he was dying, and I've never seen a man so peaceful. With his permission, we installed the machine, took a perfect recording of the brain waves, right up to the point where they ceased."
He studied his knuckles.
"The playback has the finest effect you could imagine. With this experimental tape, nobody need ever again be frightened of death, or angry, or in despair. It would make you cry to see it, the way it works."
"What if these fears and angers and despairs are justified?" said Paul quietly. "Necessary, even."
"My job is to alleviate suffering. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher."
Joseph was tapping his blunt fingernails against the small black box strapped to his wrist.
All this talk of death, he said. It's Paul's fault. I think it's got a morbid fascination for him.
I'd like to know, said Dr. Mackay lightly, what you think of XPT recordings in general, Mr. Cassavetes. I've never been plugged into one. They were closing in on him.
No, but in principle, Mr. Cassavetes, people often say to science's detriment that it merely increases the quantity of life. Surely what XPT is doing is increasing its quality by imposing a full-frequency recording of one man's brain fluctuations onto another. It is possible for a person to experience emotion and sensation far beyond his normal range. This is a gain in quality, surely.
I can see it has great commercial possibilities, said Paul. He worked his hands finger by finger into the arm of his chair.
Look, Mr. Cassavetes, said the doctor, a dumb person can be shown the mental feel of speech. That way he learns in half the time. A man who's searching for God can be helped by sharing in the experiences of great living mystics.
What a pity they hadn't one of your machines at Golgotha, Dr. Mackay.
Oh, that's a hysterical reaction, Mr. Cassavetes. I wouldn't have expected it of you.
Paul got up. He walked across the soft grey carpet to the door. As he approached it, he knew that it would be locked. He could feel that Joseph was watching him and that the doctor was not. A plate clinked as the doctor helped himself to another toasted bun. Paul turned away from the door, went to the piano, seated himself at the keyboard.
As a matter of fact, said Dr. Mackay, I have made an XPT recording. My wife and I both have. I'm telling you this in the strictest confidence. I'm not a cheap sensationalist. The tape sleeve bears no clues as to our identity. Also, we received no payment. I'm not ashamed or embarrassed or anything like that.
Why are you telling me? Said Paul.
From reading and frank discussion and a preliminary audition, it became clear that my wife and I achieve a very high degree of—
Why are you telling me? Said Paul.
Well, I don't want to sound high-minded. If I tell you we did it for the benefit of humanity, that's the plain truth. The recording process was unobtrusive. Our sensibilities were considered in every possible way.
Otherwise it wouldn't have worked, I suppose, said Paul.
Of course it wouldn't. Such a delicate, transitory experience, of course it wouldn't have worked.
The blindness of enthusiasm for technique. Paul leaned over the piano. The truth was that the row of black and white keys got in the way of music. Tone should be produced with the inner ear, not with the fingers. Music did not care for fingers.
Paul, Joseph had come to stand beside him. Paul, they want you to play Beethoven. They want you to record what you experience. Issue the tape and the disc together. You see what a fine thing that will be?
Paul answered, I only know two kinds of audience, coughing and non-coughing.
For the first time, people will know what the music is really about, said Joseph. What you hear, the ideal you are always pursuing.
They have a right to buy this with money? There was a movement from the direction of the tea things. Paul didn't look up.
Oh, nobody wants you to make up your mind at once, said the doctor. The musical experience would, of course, be far more complete than anything ever known before. "You're the greatest, Paul," said Joseph. "Otherwise they'd never have asked you. It's quite an honor." But the doctor cut in. "You're being a fool, Joe. Mr. Cassavetes isn't looking for honor." Paul sat over the keys of the piano, his fingers spread, not quite touching them. He was tired, old, past battling. And the battle with these people would be without end, a battle they didn't even understand. A battle in which argument came through a wall so thick and high that they wouldn't even hear each other's voices properly. It was the doctor talking. "Mr. Cassavetes, tell me, do you think I was wrong to make my tape, Mr. Cassavetes?" "Wrong?" Paul tried to assemble the words to express his soul's revulsion, just adequate words for saying yes. He struggled, and nothing came. He felt his mind fading. The keys of the piano read. The glass pillars, holding up the world, cracking one by one, each with a separate sound like a toothache. Above the splitting, he still tried to explain to Joseph, to explain to Mackay. He tried to weep, and they didn't hear him, but ground on, thousands of them, mirrors full of them. The keys of the piano were hard and slightly warm, and stretched away, white again like satin ribbon. The side of his face was on them, and he couldn't get it off. Joseph and Mackay were talking. They picked him up and put him on the sofa. He felt how easily they lifted him. Faces, their mouths not moving.
"A cerebral hemorrhage, mild by the look of it." Poor fellow, poor fellow."
At least he couldn't see them moving.
"Affected his mind?"
Not very likely. A factor to be reckoned with, though. How would he know if his mind had been affected? The most terrible thing not to know.
"Paralysis. See, all down the right side." "Is that why he's dribbling?"
He may be able to hear us. How are you feeling, Mr. Cassavetes, sir? How are you feeling? Ice, crackling, splitting, echoless, noises. He tried to smile.
"Will he—"
Quiet.
"Survive?"
Of course he will.
"Will he—"
Quieter. Play again? Probably. Electronic re-education techniques. With cooperation from the patient, we can do anything. Cooperation from the patient.
It would be a great loss for the world otherwise.
We'll get it all back, never you fear.
Cooperation from the patient. I'll phone for an ambulance.
With cooperation from the patient, they could do anything. They thought Paul was trembling. They covered him with all sorts of rugs, treating him for shock. He wasn't trembling, he was laughing. And because the face couldn't look amused any more, they didn't see it. He laughed on the stretcher all the way down the Cromwellian staircase. He heard his laughter with his inner ear. He had them beat. And that's the end of This book, the world's best science fiction. Edited by Donald A. Wollheim and Terry Carr. Read by Peter J. Reynolds.